gentlemen, this is Ken Delmar, welcoming you to the Alan Young Show, featuring our singing star, B. Wayne, the music of Peter Van Steeden, and starring Alan Young.
Thank you, Ken, and good evening, friends. Say, Kenny, where do you think I went last night? Huh? The Stork Club.
The Stork Club? How did you happen to go there?
Well, last night the lady next door had a baby, so I ran out of my apartment, hopped in a cab, and I said, follow the Stork.
And the Stork led you right to the front door of the Stork Club.
No, not the front door. He had to use the delivery entrance. You know, that's the first time I'd ever been to that place.
Well, how do you know it was the Stork Club?
All the waiters were standing around on one foot. Well, Kenny, no sooner did I check my hat and the head waiter came up to me. He said, good evening. I have a table for you, Mr. Webster.
Webster? What made him think your name was Webster?
I was carrying a dictionary under my arm.
Well, why did you bring a dictionary to the Stork Club?
I hate to eat alone. Kenny, I've never been to such a swanky place. The hat check girl looked like Marlene Dietrich, the flower girl looked like Betty Grable, and the cigarette girl.
What did she look like?
An ashtray. Well, Kenny, I finally got a table, and I sat down, ordered myself some guinea hen under glass.
Oh, boy, how was it, Alan?
The guinea hen was swell, but the glass was very tough.
Alan, you really didn't eat the glass.
I certainly did. Of course, you'll never guess what I had for dessert.
What?
Some pie, Rex. But then... Oh, we should have saved that gag. Indefinitely. But then, Kenny, the most wonderful thing happened. I'd finished my meal, and I happened to look up, and there, across the room, sat Hedy Lamarr.
Hedy Lamarr?
Yeah, and she must have known who I was because she sent the waiter over to ask me for a dance.
She did?
Yeah, and he was a pretty good dancer for a waiter, too.
Well, Alan, it's not like you to go to a nightclub. You must have had some reason.
Well, I did, Kenny. I was lonely. See, I missed my girl.
Alan, I didn't know you had a girl.
Why not? My mother had a boy. Oh, I mean, sure I have a girl, sure. Last week I went back to my hometown of Milldale. I ran into my old sweetheart, Marianne. Gee, we sat on the swing on the front porch.
Well? So the love bug has bitten Alan Young.
He has? Get some eye. Oh. Yes, he has, Kenny. Marianne and her mother are coming here to pay me a visit tonight, and well, I'd appreciate it if you'd give me a build-up, eh?
Okay, Alan.
Yeah. That must be them now.
Yeah.
Don't forget, Kenny, make me seem important.
Yeah, leave it to me, Alan.
Yeah, okay.
Yes?
Is this the Alan Young clam bake?
Yes, it is.
Well, I want to see Mr. Young.
Madam, nobody can see Alan Young without a ticket.
Ticket? Who does he think he is, Eddie Cantor? Now, look here, greasy boy. I want to see Alan Young, and
Lady, I'm sorry, you can't come in without a ticket. Now, go away before I slug you.
Oh, wait a minute, Kenny. You're overdoing it. Come in, Mrs. Grimes. Hello, Marianne.
Hello, Alan.
Yeah. I'm sorry, Mrs. Grimes. Kenny didn't know who you were.
No, he didn't. I'll bet you put him up to it, you no-good, stupid, fat-headed, naive, loud-mouthed bum.
Naive? Mrs. Grimes, you're talking to a man who's seen life from the balcony of a burlesque show. You call me naive.
Oh, Alan.
Hello, Marianne. You're glad to see me?
Oh, yes.
Notice anything different about me, Marianne?
No.
Take a good look.
No, I don't see anything different about you.
Wearing my cufflinks backwards.
Now, look here, sloppy sock. You got me to bring Marianne down here, and what for?
Well, Mrs. Grimes, since Marianne and I are about to settle down to connubial bliss, if you'll pardon the expression, I thought you ought to know what I do for a living.
Well, what do you do for a living?
I'm a comedian.
A comedian. Huh. That's the laugh.
Oh, if it is, it's the best one I got tonight.
Well, being a radio comedian isn't my idea of honest work. Any man who marries my daughter must have a steady, sensible job.
But you don't understand, Mrs. Grimes. Or may I call you Gravel Gertie? I'm doing fine. Why, there's no telling where I can go with my career.
There is telling, but I'm a lady. Now remember, until you get yourself a decent, respectable job, you can't marry my daughter. Come along, Marianne.
You go on ahead, Mother. I'll be right with you. I just want to say a word to Alan.
All right. So long, pelican puss.
Gee, Marianne, your mother's such a manly little fellow, isn't she? But I'm glad you stayed here to talk to me. This is the first chance we've had to be alone.
Yes.
Yeah. Been looking forward to this all evening.
Me too.
Marianne, you like to hold hands?
Oh, I'd love to.
Do you mind if I gave you a little hug?
I wish you would.
How about a kiss?
Okay.
Gee, I hate a girl who plays hard to get. Tell me, Marianne, do you feel the same way as your mother does about me?
No. I think you're human.
Well, what I mean is, how do you feel about marrying a radio comedian?
Well, Alan, I had hopes of marrying a man who does more exciting work. Like a newspaper man, for instance.
What's exciting about delivering newspapers?
I mean a newspaper reporter.
Oh, I see, a reporter. Gosh, that's an idea. I can just see myself now, dashing into the White House. How do you do, Mr. President? I'm Alan Young of the Gazette. I want a statement from you on the... Well guarded, isn't he? Marianne, if I become a newspaper reporter, will you marry me?
Yes, I will.
Gee. The next time you see me, I'll be working for a newspaper. You'll hear me yelling, "Stop the presses! Stop the presses!"
Why?
I got my pants caught in the wheels. And now, Marianne, I bid you farewell. Or as we newspapermen say, quote, unquote. Don't worry, Marianne. I'll get myself a job as a newspaper reporter. See you later.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, our glamorous singing star, B. Wayne, will revive for you that swell old tune, Music Makes Me.
I like music, old or new, but music makes me do the things I never should do. I like music, sweet or blue, but music makes me do things that I never should do. My self-control was something to brag about, now it's a gag about town. The things I do are never forgiven for just when I'm living them down. I hear music, then I'm through, for music makes me do the things I never should do. It makes me lose my dignity. It makes me lose my voice. Some folks call it music, but my folks call it noise. I like music, old or new, but music makes me do the things I never should do. Oh, I like music, sweet or blue, but music makes me do things that I never should do. My self-control was something to brag about, now it's a gag about town. The things I do are never forgiven, for just when I'm living them down. Da 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 da. I hear music and I'm through, for when I hear that cue, it makes me want to do all the things I never should do.
where I try to get myself a job as a newspaper reporter. And I think I picked the best paper in town, the New York Daily Blade, the only paper you can shave with. Well, here's the editor's office. Now I got to approach him for a job. I think I'll be breezy like the reporters in the movies.
Come in. Well, what can I do for you?
Hiya, Chief. Meet the best little reporter in the business. Breezy Young. Hot news, flash news. Right in there pitching all the time. That's me. Have a cigar. What's cooking? I'm your new star reporter. See? $50 a week and I'll breeze right to work. Is it a deal? Well, that breeze died down suddenly. But I'm not discouraged. I'll try again.
Come in.
Hiya, Chief. I'm back again.
Who are you?
Don't you remember? I'm the guy who went... And no other sound effects man can make that statement. Now, Mr. Editor, I came here to ask...
Just a moment. Hello? Who's this? Hogan? I sent Riley out to track down Killer Scarpati. What happened to him? Scarpati bumped him off. Well, you get the story, Hogan. Now, what were you saying, young fellow?
Mr. Editor, I came here to ask you...
Just a minute. Hello? Who's this? Schwartz? What happened to Hogan? Scarpati got him, too? Stay on the story, Schwartz. Now, what did you say you wanted?
Mr. Editor, I came here to ask you if I could...
Just a second. Hello? Who's this? Scarpati. What happened to Schwartz? You got him, too? Listen, Scarpati, you've killed 9 of my reporters already, but we won't give up. I'm sending another man down there right away.
Gee, do many of your reporters get bumped off by gangsters?
Dozens of them every day. Now, you came in here to ask me something.
Yes, I did.
Well, go ahead.
Mr. Editor, do you think John's other wife is really happy?
Oh, you can't fool me, my boy. You came in here to get a job as a reporter.
Reporter? Who, me?
Yes, you did, and I'm going to assign you to the Scarpati story.
Oh, no, thanks. I'd much rather be a human interest reporter and interview pretty girls.
Ah, pretty girls are a dime a dozen.
Yeah? Here, I've been using my dimes to buy ice cream sodas. Well, when do I go to work?
You start tomorrow, but remember, a newspaperman's life is dedicated to public service.
Yes, sir, and I know that service pays off in the long run. I used to be a movie usher, and every day a little old man used to come in, and I'd help him find a seat and take care of his umbrella and his overcoat. And after the show, I'd help him on his overcoat and give his umbrella and help him up the aisle. That went on every week for 5 years. And then one day, that little old man died.
Left you all his money?
Nah, he was just an old pest. But I'll get right to work, Mr. Editor. I'll be your best reporter.
Good. Of course, you have a portable typewriter.
No, sir, but I know where I can get one.
Where?
Green Bracker's department store. Hope he has a portable typewriter. Mr. Greenbacker. Oh, Mr. Greenbacker.
Oh, here I am. You would have to walk in now.
Why, were you doing something important?
Yes, I was in the back of the store lacing up my wife's corset. Must be something wrong with it.
Why?
No matter how tight I lace it, I still buzz in the front. Now, what do you want?
Mr. Greenbacker, I've got a new job.
As a vacuum cleaner would say, Eureka.
Guess what kind of a job it is, Mr. Greenbacker.
Does it fit your personality?
Perfectly.
You're a contact man for a cut-rate undertaker.
No. I got a job on a newspaper.
What are you, tug-of-war editor for Yank?
Of course not. I'm working on one of the big metropolitan papers.
Il Progresso?
Il Progresso.
Si.
That's an Italian newspaper. What made you think of that?
I always read Italian newspapers.
Why?
I've got a lot of money invested in spaghetti.
Why did you invest your money in spaghetti?
My uncle died and left me 100,000 meatballs, nosy. Now, did you come in here to buy something, or can I go back and finish touching up my hair?
Certainly I want to buy something. I want to buy a typewriter.
Have you got a priority?
No.
The rest of this transaction will be conducted in a whisper. I've got one typewriter left. It'll cost you $9.
Only $9?
Yes, the letter L was missing.
Well, how does it write?
Lousy.
I'll take it, Mr. Greenbacker. Where is it? I need a typewriter for my work as a newspaper reporter.
Oh, I hate reporters. Before my wife Emily married me, she used to go around with a very famous newspaper reporter.
Pulitzer of the World?
No.
Really? From the Star?
No.
Then who was he?
Peeling from the sun.
Well, how did it happen that Mrs. Greenbacker married you instead of him?
Well, she had to choose between him, the flashy, fast-moving guy, and me, the slow, steady plugger. The hare and the tortoise.
And she chose you.
Yes, she thought I looked cute with a shell on my back.
Gee, you've led an interesting life, Mr. Greenbacker.
You don't know the half of it. I remember one time when I was 19 years
Can I
old.
see the typewriter now?
In a minute. I was 19 years old, as I recall it, and
You told me you had a typewriter.
I know. Anyway, I was 19 years old, and this blonde manicurist must have been at least 35. So
Mr. Greenbacker, the typewriter, the typewriter?
The typewriter, the typewriter.
Instead of worrying about a typewriter, a boy of your age should be out chasing girls.
Well, I've got my career to think about.
Isn't he unappetizing? Typewriter's right here on the table.
Okay, I'll just sit down in this chair and try it out.
Don't lean back. There's an electric fan right behind you.
Don't worry, Mr. Greenbacker.
Watch out for that fan.
Please, Mr. Greenbacker, I know what I'm doing.
I'm glad. Now, do you want the typewriter?
Yes, sir. Here's your $9. Boy, I got a bargain.
Take another look at the typewriter.
Hey, you cheated me. You said this typewriter was missing only one letter, or whatever it is. Now that I look at it, there are only two letters in the whole machine, B and O. What can I do with a typewriter with the letters B and O?
Write fan mail to Lifebuoy Soap.
Oh, good day, Mr.
Good day, Mr.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, here's our glamorous singing star, B. Wayne, to sing for you, Amor.
Amor, amor, amor. This word so sweet that I repeat means I adore you. Amor, amor, my love. Would you deny this heart that I have placed before you? I can't find another word with meaning so clear. My lips try to whisper sweeter things in your ear. But somehow or other, nothing sounds quite so dear as this soft caressing word I know. Amor, amor, my love. When you're away, there is no day, and nights are lonely. Amor, amor, my love. Make life divine. Say you be mine and love me only. I can't find another word with meaning so clear. My lips try to whisper sweet ear. But somehow or other, nothing sounds quite so dear as this soft, caressing word I know. Amor, my love. When you're away, there is no day, and nights are lonely. Life divine, say you be mine and love me only.
Here I am with my portable typewriter, Mr. Editor. I'm all ready to go to work as a reporter.
You got here just in time, Young. I've been called away on a very important assignment. I want you to take over as editor temporarily. Here, use my desk.
Gee, thank you. What a great big desk. 10 buttons, and I got to hold up my pants with a Band-Aid. I wonder what this first button's for. Well, I'll just push it. Water cooler. What's this second one? Dixie cups. Well, I'll try this last one here.
You rang for me, Chief? You rang for me, Chief?
You rang for me, Chief?
You rang for me, Chief.
Oh, yes. I did, yes. I want to see you all, fellas. I just want to say, fellas, this is a newspaper, and, well, I guess that about winds it up, fellas.
Come on, you're supposed to be the editor. What's on your mind?
Well, it's very simple.
I know, but what's on it?
Look, if you don't think I can handle this job, just look into my eyes, buddy. Look deep into my eyes.
Okay, I'm looking into your eyes.
Blue, aren't they? Now, I want to tell you something, fellas. It's very important. It's about spies, see? In giving out news, you never know who's listening, so you got to be careful what you say. Now, listen to me.
I beg your pardon. Where's the news about convoys?
Over on the desk. You guys listen to me, please. Listen and you learn how to protect vital information.
How many are they shipping?
600. You never know how important these things are, so be careful every minute.
And when are they being shipped out?
10 o'clock tonight. Now, don't,
thank you, mein Herr.
You're welcome. Now...
Heil Hitler.
Heil Hitler. Now, look. Now, just follow me, fellas, and you won't go far wrong.
Hey, Young, that guy who just left. Didn't he look kind of suspicious?
How could you tell? He was wearing a mask. Now, men, fellas, go out and bring back some news. I got to make some changes around here. I'm not satisfied. I want to speak to my assistant editor here.
Oh, stop. Stop.
He's in conference. Come in.
Hello, Mr. Young.
Well, if it isn't the man who writes our weather forecasts. Say, how are chances for a shower?
Go ahead and take one if you need it.
That guy's become unbearable since we put mercury in his thermometer. Well, now to get some news.
Oh, Alan. Alan.
Oh, what is it, Marianne?
I've got an idea for your paper.
Huh?
My mother wants to write a column full of real homely philosophy.
Well, she's got the face for it.
Now, Alan, let's leave my mother's face out of this tonight.
Why tonight? Looks like it was left out too long last night. You can stay after and write that line 500 times. But that's not getting me any news. Hello, Editor Young speaking.
Mr. Young, this is Japanese soldier speaking. Americans attacking, but I am not afraid. Banzai.
What happened?
Banzai.
Oh, good. They shot him between toe and jaw. Well, I still haven't got any news, and the paper goes to press in a few minutes. Hello?
Hey, Chief. A man down here has just been murdered. What about it?
I'm innocent, I tell you, innocent. They can't pin a thing on me.
Alan, you've got to make a go of this job for my sake.
I know, Marianne. I'm doing my best, but nothing ever happens around here. Oh, come in.
I beg your pardon. I'm the ambassador from Patagonia. Do you mind if I jump out of your window?
Not at all.
Thank you.
I guess it's just because some days are quieter than others, that's all.
Pardon me, I'm the district attorney. Do you mind if I shoot myself in here?
Not at all.
Thank you.
No.
This just happens to be one of those days, that's all. After all, you can't expect things to happen.
Excuse me, Editor Young. May I use your telephone?
Certainly, go right ahead.
Hello. Midwood Hospital? This is Mr. Beamish. How is my wife? What? 7? Wow! Mr. Young, my wife has just had 7 babies. This outdoes the quintuplets. What do you say about that?
You owe me a nickel for that call.
You don't understand, Mr. Young. My wife has just had 7 babies at the Midwood Hospital.
Midwood Hospital?
Yes.
That's a 10-cent call.
Young, what way is this to run a newspaper?
Why, what's the matter, Mr. Ed? Didn't I do a good job?
Certainly not. Look at the headlines the other papers in this town have. And look at the headline you put on our paper. John Schultz is a nice man. Who is John Schultz?
He's my butcher. He promised me a pound of steak if I put his name in the paper.
Young, you're fired. Do you hear me? Fired.
Milkman, keep those bottles quiet. Can't use that jive on my milk diet. So, milkman, keep those bottles quiet. Been jumping on the swing shift all night, turning out my quota. All right, now I'm beat right down to the side, and I've got to dig myself some knots. So, milkman, keep those bottles quiet. Oh, the noise of the river, I don't mind it, 'cause the guy with the whiskers has a lot behind it, but I can't keep punching with that victory crew when you're making me punchy with that bottled move. I wanna give my all if I'm gonna give it, but I gotta get my shut eye if I'm gonna riv it. So bail out, but without a milk barrage, 'cause it's unpatriotic, it's a sabotage. Milkman, stop that riot. But if you can't lullaby it, milkman, milkman, keep those bottles quiet. I've been jumping on the swing shift all night, turning out my quota. All right, now I'm beat. Well, all right. Oh, milkman, keep those bottles quiet. Now I'm asking you politely, gay. If you don't, you'll be in a terrible state. So, milkman, keep those bottles quiet. Milkman, won't you keep those bottles quiet? Hush.
Marianne,
Yes, Alan.
a beautiful night tonight, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
Yeah. You're not mad at me because I got fired from that newspaper job?
No, I'm not mad at you.
Yeah. I mean as much to you as I ever did?
Of course.
Well, I guess I have the right to ask you a question.
Of course, Alan. What is it?
Marianne,
I'm listening, Alan.
I hope you'll say yes.
What's the question, Alan?
Marianne, would you like to buy a used portable typewriter? Friends, on behalf of B, Ken, Peter, myself, in fact, all of us, we want to thank you for being with us tonight.
Alan Young Show. Featuring our singing star, Diane Courtney, the music of Peter Van Steeden, and starring Alan Young.
Well, let's get started with the program. First, I want to have a whole bunch of... Come in, if you're funny.
Mr. Young, I'm Leonard T. Holton of the Ajax Phonograph Record Company. Since this is your first broadcast of your new series, perhaps you'd like to have a phonograph record made of it.
Oh, do you make phonograph records of radio broadcasts?
Why, certainly.
Huh.
We've made phonograph records for some of the biggest, 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 some of the
Mr.
biggest, some of the
Holton.
biggest.
Wait a second. Your Adam's apple is caught in your dicky. Now start again and take it easy.
Well, as I was saying, we've made phonograph records for some of the greatest radio stars, like Kate Smith, Bob Hope, Burns and Allen, Dinah Shore, Charlie McCarthy, Lowell Thomas, Eddie Cantor, H.B. Carlton.
Wait a second. Let me wind you up here.
Ray C. Allen, Ed Gardner, Lawrence Tippett, Ed Wynn, and hundreds of other famous radio stars. Why, we've made records of ow, ow, ow!
Mr. Holton, what happened?
The needle reached the end. Good day, Mr. Young.
That guy's whole family's been in the phonograph business. When he was a baby, his mother bought him an automatic changer. But, now to get back to my program, the first thing I want to do is get a... Come in.
Hello, Mr. Young. I'm so glad to see you. I am.
Well, sit down. I think I know you. I've seen your picture someplace.
Really? Where?
On a bottle of iodine.
Oh, Mr. Young, you're so droll. You are.
Well, gee, I like the way you talk. One early show and 2 repeats for the West Coast. What's your name again?
Harriet Hatch.
Harriet Hatch, from the booby of the same name.
No, Mr. Young. I have my own little program on this network. Harriet Hatch and her newsy nugget for happy housewives.
Oh, that's a great program. I understand that over 50% of your listeners are people.
Yes. Yes, it's a lovely program, dear boy. And it's sponsored by the makers of Mother Magruder's chocolate-covered meatballs.
Oh, yeah, I know Mother Magruder's chocolate-covered meatballs. They're delicious. They melt right in your pocket.
But that isn't all. A lot of foods contain iron. But these are the only meatballs that contain stainless steel. Here, try one, won't you?
No, thanks.
Oh, I insist.
Oh, all right.
Fine. Just pop it into your mouth. That's it. Now swallow it.
Gee, if it hit all my ribs, my eyes would light up. Now, Miss Hatch, if you'll excuse me, I have to do a few things.
Mr. Young, I want you to do a guest appearance on my program.
Huh?
I promised my listeners that I'd bring them your life story.
Oh, my life hasn't been very interesting.
Oh, yes, it has. I already know a few things about you. For instance, do you listeners know that today is Alan Young's birthday?
Wait a minute, Miss Hatch. Today isn't my birthday.
I know.
Well, then why do you say it is?
I love to hear applause. And now I'll run out and get a pad and pencil, and then you must tell me everything about yourself. You must.
Kenny, what did I let myself in for? That woman's going to take up the rest of the program interviewing me.
Oh, she can't, Alan. She can't. And now, ladies and gentlemen, here's our charming singing star, Diane Courtney, to sing for us the Trolley Song.
With my high starched collar and my high top shoes and my hair piled high upon my head, I went to lose a jolly hour on the trolley and lost my heart instead. With his light brown derby and his bright green tie, he was quite the handsomest of men. I started to yell, so I counted to 10. trolley. Ding, ding, ding went the bell. Zing, zing, zing went my heartstrings. For the moment I saw him I fell. Chug, chug, chug went the motor. Bump, bump, bump went the brake. Thump, thump, thump went my heartstrings. When he smiled, I could feel the car shake. He tipped his hat and took a seat. He said he hoped he hadn't stepped upon my feet. He asked my name, I held my breath. I couldn't speak because he scared me half to death. Buzz, buzz, buzz went the buzzer. Plop, plop, plop went the wheel. Stop, stop, stop went my heartstrings. As he started to leave, I took hold of his sleeve with my hand. And as if it were planned, he stayed on with me, and it was grand just to stand with his hand holding mine to the end of the line.
Oh, that was fine, Diane. You're a wonderful singer. And I want you to feel that from now on, you're one of the family on our show.
Oh, that's very sweet of you, Alan.
Oh, not at all. And by the way, I guess you'll never dream that while you were out here singing, I'd fill your dressing room full of orchids and gardenias. Well...
Yes?
I didn't. Now, if there's anything else I can do for you, I'll be pleased.
Young, are you ready to tell me your life story?
Oh, it's you, Miss Hatch. I thought you went out to have your bustle retreaded. Now, where should I begin my life story? At the beginning, I guess. Well, I was born in 1920, the year of the Great Depression.
There was no depression in 1920.
There was in my house. When they saw me, everybody was depressed. But to continue, not many people know this, but I have a twin sister. She's 8 years older than I am.
Well, Mr. Young, how could she be 8 years older than you are?
She forced herself. But to return to my childhood, we were very poor in those days, Miss Hatch. I remember my father would stand by the furnace hour after hour, blowing cigar smoke up the chimney to make the neighbors think we had coal. Oh, my father. I'll never forget the day he called me into his room and said to me...
Hello, son.
Hello, Dad. I always called him Dad as a mark of respect. After all, he was old enough to be my father. What is it, Dad?
Son, I want to have a little chat with you, man to man. How old are you, son?
17.
17. My. When I was your age, I was 20.
Well, Miss Hatch, obviously there was nothing left for me to do but leave home. So I packed my shirt, my tie, and my 300 Tommy Dorsey records, and I went out into the world. It was then that I met Bertha.
A girl?
How many boys do you know named Bertha? What a girl she was. Tall and willowy. Willowy. She had skin like the bark of a tree. Oh, I loved Bertha, even though she had a broken nose by a previous marriage. But our romance soon came to an end.
Oh, Mr. Young, that's a sad story. My heart goes out to you.
Put it back! Oh, I see. Oh, I'm sorry. But life wasn't all sadness and tears, Miss Hatch. One day, a bright note crept in. That was it. I was 23 years old. Time for my first pair of long pants. And do you know where I bought them?
Where?
I put on my beanie and my bobby socks and hurried right down to Breen Bracker's department store. Oh, Mr. Breenbracker. Mr. Breenbracker.
Oh, here I am. You would have to walk in now.
Were you doing something important, Mr. Breenbracker?
Yes, and I was in the back of the store taping up an old bat.
You were?
Yes, my wife's always spraining her ankle. What do you want?
Well, Mr. Greenberger, I'm 23 years old today, and I'm going to buy something that'll change the whole course of my life. Guess what?
A new ribbon for your midi blouse?
Don't be silly, Mr. Greenberger. I don't wear a midi blouse. I'm a man.
Don't say that so loud. You'll discourage the rest of our sex. Now, do you want to buy something, or can I go back and finish ironing my snuggies?
Well, I'm going to buy something, Mr. Greenberger. Today I'm going to buy my first pair of long pants.
Goody. The next thing you know, you'll be going out with girls.
Oh, I'm not interested in girls.
Would you say that again?
I said, I'm not interested in girls.
Blondie, I want to have a little talk with you. Sit down.
All right.
Did you ever see a copy of Esquire?
Certainly.
Well?
They have some very interesting articles.
The interview's over.
Mr. Greenberger, what are you trying to tell me?
Forget it. I'm a very busy man today. I'm painting my wife's picture.
Gee, I didn't know you were an artist.
I'm not.
But you said you were painting your wife's picture.
I'm painting it black. I can't stand the sight of her. Nosy. Oh, wait. Let's get back to the subject of girls again. Kid, do you know about the birds and the bees?
What have they got to do with anything?
Oh, I'm cheating some psychiatrist out of a good case. Let me put it this way. When I was your age, I'd never gone out with girls either. But then one day I met my wife, Emily, and a strange feeling came over me.
Love?
No, nausea.
Well, how did you happen to marry her, Mr. Greenberger?
Just one of those things, kid. We went around with each other for a while, and then one night I proposed to her in a garage. And I couldn't back out.
That's very interesting, Mr. Greenberger, but I came in here for a pair of long pants.
Oh, okay. Come on into the pants department.
Gee, Mr. Greenberger, this window here looks out onto your backyard, doesn't it?
Don't lean out of that window, kid. The pulley's broken and the window's liable to come down on your head.
Oh, it's perfectly safe. I want to look out and see your garden.
Don't stick your head out of there. That window will fall down and fracture your skull.
Don't be silly. How can a big window like this fall down when it's fast? Oh!
I'm glad. Now, come on over here and look at these pants. Here's a pair that'll just fit you.
Gee, they're nice. How much are they?
They're $139.
Gee, the pants' legs are kind of tight. I can't get my feet into them.
Grease your ankles.
No, this pair over here looks better. I'll take these.
They're $18.
I'll take them.
Don't make up your mind right away. Go home and talk it over with your patrol leader.
Don't have to talk it over with anybody. I'll take these, wrap them up.
Okay. Here you are, and I hope you're happy with them. Gee, I'll never forget my first pair of long pants. They were purple with light green stripes and 4-inch cuffs. The minute I walked out of the house, everybody started laughing.
Why?
I forgot to put them on.
Oh, good day, Mr. Greenberg.
Good day, Mr. Young.
And that, Kenny, was my first meeting with Mr. Greenberger. And you know, to this day, he never wants to sell me anything.
Well, that's certainly a switch. Most shopkeepers are anxious to sell their stuff when they have it.
Not Mr. Greenberger. Why, he wouldn't even sell me a ferry boat.
Well, how do you know he has a ferry boat?
He must have. Last time I saw him, his slip was showing.
I'll walk alone because to tell you the truth, I'll be lonely. I don't mind being lonely when my heart tells me you are lonely too. I'll walk alone. They'll ask me why, and I'll tell them I'd rather. There are dreams I must gather, dreams we fashioned the night to help me tight. I'll always be your eyes, and I'll be there. Please walk alone and send your love and your kisses to guide me till you're walking beside me. I'll walk alone. I'll always be near you wherever you are, each night in every breath. If you call, I hear you, no matter how far. Just close your eyes, and I'll be there. Please walk alone and send your love and your kisses to guide me till you're walking beside me. I'll walk
Well, Mr. Young, let's continue with your life story. You must tell me more about your background.
All right, Miss Hatch. There weren't any brilliant minds in my family. The Youngs were a proud lot, but they were a vacant lot. The day I became 21, I realized it was time for me to go to work. After all, I couldn't make adolescence my career. I decided to go into radio. My first job was with a local station in town. This station was owned by Mr. Littles, and Mr. Littles used to let me tinker around in the control room. Littles Tinker, the boys used to call me. Then I decided to try to get a job with one of the networks. Gee, what a big radio station this is. I wonder where I go to get a job. There's so many doors. Let's see the signs on these doors. Technical men, control men, production men, men. What's this next one? Audition room. I'll go and see if I can get myself an audition.
I'm busy. Whatever it is, slip it under the door.
Okay. It was a tight squeeze, but I made it.
Well, what can I do for you?
Sir, I'm a comedian. I'd like to get a program of my own.
All right. Step over to the microphone and tell me a joke.
Well, gee, gosh, I don't know.
Oh, my boy, don't be nervous.
Huh?
I'm your friend. We need comedians. I want you to succeed. I want to help you. I want to give you every chance in the world. Now, go ahead, tell your joke.
Oh. Well, it seems that Pat met Mike one day.
Trusting soul, wasn't he?
Well, Miss Hatch, I finally talked him into giving me a job. The leading role in the station's most popular dramatic program. What a show that was. It was called Young Dr. Young. The thrilling story of a young doctor named Young Dr. Young. Played by Young Dr. Young, who was a doctor and young. Doctor? Which was why they called the story of Young Dr. Young, Young Dr. Young.
How did that go again?
It doesn't make any difference. In the radio section of the newspaper, the program was listed as racing results. Oh, that first episode. I'll never forget it.
Presenting another thrilling chapter in that exciting dramatic serial, Young Dr. Young. As the story opens, we find young Dr. Young in the hospital corridor.
Calling Dr. Young. Calling Dr. Young. You should hear what they're calling Dr. Young. Dr. Young wanted in the operating room.
Come, nurse. We're needed in the operating room. Nurse, quick. Get me some hot water and a towel.
Are you going to operate, Doctor?
No, I'm going to take a bath.
But, Doctor, the operation.
I'm ready. Are you?
Ready.
Scalpel.
Scalpel.
Sponge.
Sponge.
Forceps.
Forceps.
Suture.
Suture.
Nurse?
Yes.
Where's the patient? Miss Hatch, as you can readily see, I was making wonderful progress in radio. And I went on from that serial to a big detective program in which I played the part of a famous law enforcement officer, Sheriff Young.
Ladies and gentlemen, here is Sheriff Young to tell us about another of his famous cases. Sheriff Young, what would you say was the most exciting case in your career?
Well, partner, I remember a case I broke when I was a member of the Texas Rangers. It all started in a little border town. One night it was raining, and down by the railroad station... That man is now in prison for life.
Thank you, Sheriff Young.
After that, they gave me an even bigger program. You may have heard it. The Happy Kitty Hour. Thank you. Good morning, kiddies. This is your happy Uncle Alan. My, what a big spitball. Well, anyway, kiddies, this is your Uncle Alan. All right, you just bet you. Uncle Alan is brought to you by the makers of Bomb Schnucks Lollipops. 99 and 44 100% stick. In a scientific laboratory test against 7 other leading brands, Bomb Schnucks didn't do so good. Remember, Bomb Schnucks is the only lollipop that is guaranteed to make a sucker out of you. And Bomb Schnucks come in 3 handy sizes. All day, half day, and quick drool. And don't forget, all Bomb Schnucks lollipops are pre-licked. Kiddies, just remember to eat Bomb Schnucks lollipops and grow up to be a great big... Now, kiddies, it's time... It's now time for our mailbag. The first letter here is from little Rodney O'Droopenflop. Uncle Alan is very glad to learn that you've been killing all those rats at the city dump, Rodney. But there's really no need to mail them all in to Uncle Alan. And now to get on with the program, here's our first little guest. And what is your name, Sonny?
Norman Dittenpfeffer.
Norman Dittenpfeffer. Norman, will you tell all the mummies and daddies listening in what you think of Uncle Alan's radio program?
Can I ask you a question?
Yes?
What does an elephant do with its trunk?
It smells. Oh, I see. Well, Norman, for your bright answer, Uncle Alan is going to give you a Bomb Schnucks lollipop. Stand right up here at the microphone and show everybody how much you enjoy eating it. Go ahead, lick the lollipop.
Yes, sir.
Well, don't stand around, everybody. Let's bury the kid. Well, Miss Hatch, so far in my radio career, I had done everything but comedy. And now I suppose you want to know how I got one of my first comedy programs. Well, it happened this way. It was in the year 1938, almost 2 years ago now. I went up to an office one day and knocked at the door. Mr. Grotney, my name is Alan Young. I'd like to do a program for you people.
Get out.
But, Mr. Grotney...
Get out of here, you stupid, fish-faced, hammer-headed, moronic, undernourished idiot.
Undernourished? Mr. Grotney, I want to go on the air for you.
Do you think that we give programs out to any jerk that walks into this office?
Mr. Grotney, were you in Hackensack, New Jersey in April 1941?
Do you think we give valuable airtime... Hackensack?
April 1941.
Why, yes.
Remember that red-headed manicurist named Gladys?
Starting tomorrow, you have your own program, and good luck to you, my boy.
Good night, lovers of static.
It was just one of those things, just one of those crazy things, one of those bells that now and then ring, just one of those things. It was just one of those nights, just one of those fabulous flights, a trip to the moon on gossamer wings, just one of those things. If we thought a bit of the end of it when we started painting the town, we'd have been aware that our love affair was too hot not to cool down. So goodbye, dear, and amen. Here's hoping we meet now and then. It was great fun, but it was just one of those things. If we thought a bit of the end of it when we started painting the town, we'd have been aware that our love affair was too hot not to cool down.
Friends, on behalf of Diane, Ken, Peter, and myself, in fact, all of us, we want to thank you for being with us tonight.
This is the Armed Forces Radio Service.
Alan Young Show. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Ken Delmar welcoming you to the Alan Young Show, featuring our singing star Diane Courtney, the music of Peter Van Steeden, and starring Alan Young. Well, friends, we're just outside Alan Young's house. It's a beautiful house. The walls are covered with rambling roses. No paint, just roses. You know, Alan gave a dinner party last night. I wonder if he's finished washing the dishes.
Oh, hello, Kenny. Come on in.
Okay.
Glad you dropped in, Kenny. Did you enjoy the dinner party I gave last night?
I certainly did, Alan. I'm sorry I had to leave so soon. How long did the party go on after I left?
Oh, it lasted for about an hour and a quart. But I'm glad you liked the meal. What did you think of the main course, the beefsteak surprise?
Beefsteak surprise? What was the surprise?
Didn't you notice? No beefsteak. And by the way, I'm not going to invite Peter Van Steeden to another dinner party at my house. The man simply has no table manners at all. If you remember when I was eating, I kept my little finger extended.
Well, what's that supposed to indicate, elegance?
No, it means a left turn into the spaghetti. Yeah, that was quite a dinner, and very expensive, too. When I was out shopping at the dairy, they asked me 40 cents for a quart of buttermilk, but I outsmarted them.
What did you do?
I bought a pound of butter and I milked it myself. Incidentally, Kenny, you ought to see that dairy I go to. It's ultra-modern. They put a radio in the stall with every cow to encourage production. When I got there, the place was flooded with milk.
Why?
The cows were listening to Double or Nothing.
Well, say, Alan, I meant to ask you, why did you give that dinner party?
Didn't you know, to celebrate the big victory of my high school football team? I love football. I saw the Cornell-Princeton game last year, and I sat so far up in the grandstand I had to use binoculars. Somehow or other, a penny got stuck on one of the lenses.
What happened?
All through the first half, I thought Abraham Lincoln was playing fullback.
Well, you kind of like football, don't you, Alan?
Oh, yes, I was the star halfback for the Tutwater High School team in their big game of the season.
Who did you play?
The Beaverdale Bloomer Girls. I'll never forget that game. Before the game, everybody said the Bloomer Girls had beat the pants off us. But if you happen to see the game, you know that we beat we won. I'd love to tell you more, Kenny, but I left the water running from my bath. I've got to get upstairs. You can wait for me here in the living room if you want.
Mr. Young! Hey, Mr. Young, come up here into the kitchen.
Oh, that cook of mine. I wonder what she wants. What is it, Carmelita?
Mr. Young, perhaps you can lend me a hand, eh? I want you to help me paste this chicken.
Paste the chicken?
See, and look how the cookbook spells paste. With a B.
Oh, must be a mistake. Here's the glue. You know, Carmelita, you're not doing a very good job of keeping this house in order.
Mr. Young, one more remark like this, and I go out and get for myself another job. Don't forget, I have very good references from my last employer.
References? You never showed them to me?
I got the letter right here. Look, I read it to you. Carmelita Gomez is a very good cook, and she keep my house clean. I can recommend her. She is so efficient.
Wait a second. Who signed that reference?
Xavier Cougar.
Put that letter away and get busy with the house. Here, I bought some furniture polish for you.
Is he good stuff?
Oh, it's wonderful. You just put some on the furniture and rub for 3 days. Then put a little more on and rub for 4 days. And before you know it, the week is gone. Now, get busy around here. If anybody calls, I'll be taking a bath.
Mr. Young, you took a bath yesterday.
I take a bath every day.
Oh, you Americans are so superstitious. Los americanos de los Estados Unidos son locos en las cabezas.
That's what I get for hiring a Swedish cook. Hey, that water is still running in the tub. I better get upstairs right away. I didn't overflow much. The only thing that's floating is the sink. Now for a nice hot bath. Let me get my clothes off. My jacket, my tie, my shirt. Darn it. Why do I use these safety pins? Doesn't that bathtub look inviting? Just like an ocean. I'll make believe I'm an admiral in the Navy. Now, this is my fleet. This washcloth is a battleship. This sponge is a destroyer. This scrubbing brush is an aircraft carrier. Now I'll open fire. Bang! Bang, bang, bang! Some sneak loaded the soap. Now for my bath. It's kind of cold. Carmelita, what's wrong with the hot water?
It's cold.
Well, why isn't it hot?
Because the hot water heater is bust.
Oh, that hot water heater. I'll have to get a new one. Never get a hot bath in this house.
Alan, what are you mumbling about?
Oh, hello, Kenny. I'd forgotten you were still here. My hot water heater's broken again. I gotta go downtown and buy a new one. Want to come along? Kenny, look who's coming down the street. Diane Courtney. Hello, Diane.
Hello, Alan.
Say, Diane, I heard some wonderful news about you. The editorial staff of Song Hits magazine has chosen you as the outstanding new singer of 1944 because of your wonderful work you've done on radio, records, and your singing for the armed forces. That's a wonderful honor, you know.
Well, thank you, Alan. I'm really grateful to Song Hits magazine and its readers, and I'd like to thank them very much.
Yeah. You know, Diane, I had an honor conferred on me by a magazine this week, too.
Really? What was it?
Well, the editors of the Grapefruit Growers Weekly looked over the field of new comedians, and they selected me as the most promising young squirt of 1944. By the way, Diane, have you learned any new songs lately?
Uh-huh. But may I do an old favorite? Just one of those things?
Oh, swell, Diane.
It was just one of those things. Just one of those crazy things. One of those bells that now and then rings. Just one of those things. It was just one of those nights. Just one of those fabulous flights. A trip to the moon on gossamer wings. Just one of those things. If we thought a bit of the end of it when we started painting the town, we'd have been aware that our love affair was too hot not to cool down. So goodbye, dear, and amen. Here's hoping we meet now and then. It was great fun, but it was just one of those things. If we thought a bit of the end of it when we started painting the town, we'd have been aware that our love affair was too hot not to cool down. Oh, it was great fun, but it was just one of those things, dear. Just one of those wonderful
Gee, that was fine, Diane.
Well, thank you, Alan. Oh, here comes my sister Betty. You remember Betty, don't you, Alan?
Oh, yeah. Hello, Betty.
Hello, Mr. Young. How are you?
Oh, that's okay. Betty.
Yes, Mr. Young.
Care to see me jump over this fire hydrant?
Mm-hmm.
Alan, you sort of like my sister, don't you?
Oh, well, you know what they say in French?
No, what?
They can say almost anything in French. Sure is nice to see you, Betty.
Thank you.
Alan, Betty's very thrilled because today she's starting college. She's looking forward to meeting all the big college men.
Huh?
Oh, yes, I've heard so much about them. Oh, they're all so suave and sophisticated.
Huh? Diane, cigarette?
No, Alan.
Good. Betty, cigarette?
No, Mr. Young.
Good. Well, I guess I'll have to bum one from somebody else. You made any good fudge lately, Betty?
Not lately.
Ah.
Well, I've got some more shopping to do. I'll see you later, kids.
Goodbye, Diane.
Goodbye, Diane. Your sister's swell, Betty. I don't meet many girls like her.
No?
No. I don't meet many girls like you either.
No?
I don't meet many girls. Betty, are you walking my way?
Yes, I am.
Good. So am I. Gosh, Betty, you're the prettiest girl I ever saw.
Oh, you're kidding.
Yeah. I could just be putty in your hands. If you care for a handful of putty. You know, I was going to ask you for a date.
Well, okay, Mr. Young. I'll go out with you. I had a fight with my parents, and I want to disgrace them.
What?
Oh, I didn't mean that, Mr. Young, but my dad doesn't like you. Well, he says that anyone I go out with has to be a man of the world.
Well, tell him I'm a man of the world.
I did, and he said he means this world.
Oh.
And another thing, Dad prefers a man who can... Oh, there's Eddie. Hello, Eddie. Oh, isn't that a lovely car he has, Mr. Young? A brand new 8-cylinder roadster. Oh, Mr. Young, Eddie's waving at you. Why don't you say something to him?
Well, okay. Hi, Eddie. Your father out of jail yet?
Mr. Young, that wasn't very nice. Eddie is a very fine boy, and he's taking me to the country club dance tonight.
Huh? They got a nice dance at the Elks Club tonight. I'm going down if I can get an elk. I hate to go to the Elks as a stag. Pretty good, eh, Betty? Elk, stag, you know, sort of a joke. Forget it.
Oh, there's Charlie. Oh, he has a convertible roadster, too. Oh, Charlie's so much fun. He's effervescent, and he just bubbles over.
Soda 7-Up, and you get 2 cents back on the bottle. Diane said you were going to go to college.
Oh, yes, I've been looking forward to it. Oh, I'm so much in love with Plato, Socrates, and Euripides.
Hmm? Don't you ever go out with American boys?
Mr. Young, you just don't understand. Whatever stopped you from going to college?
High school. Of course, I could have gone to college. My father wanted me to have all the advantages he didn't have. He wanted me to go to Vassar.
But Vassar is a girls' college.
He wanted me to have all the advantages he didn't have. Besides, Gee, look at the time. I got to be getting along. I got to buy a hot water heater for my house.
Where are you going to buy it?
You haven't lived around here very long, have you? Where do I buy anything? Greenbracker's department store. Mr. Greenbracker! Mr. Greenbracker!
Oh, you would have to walk in now.
Oh, were you doing something important?
I was in the back of the store, wrapping up a package to send to my wife's brother overseas.
So what are you sending him?
My wife. Now, did you come in here to buy something, or did the girls on the block throw you out of their potsy game again?
Don't be silly, Mr. Greenbracker. I don't play potsy. I'm grown up. Why do you think I wear these long pants?
So the fellas can tell you from your sister. Now, what did you come in here for? Buster Brown?
Well, Mr. Greenbracker, I'm here because I haven't had a hot bath for weeks.
I bet you don't get many dates, do you?
Mr. Greenbacker, what I mean is my hot water heater is broken, so I have to take cold baths.
Well, tell me something, kid, and I hope I'm not being too personal. But who washes your back?
Nobody. I do it myself with a long-handled scrubbing brush.
I tried that the last time I took a bath, and it was no good.
Why not?
I tore my underwear.
Look, Mr. Greenbacker, do you have a hot water heater to sell me?
Sure I have. I have a gas heater, an electric heater, a coal heater, and a radio model.
What's a radio model?
Gabriel heater, nosy.
Mr. Greenbacker, why are you always so nasty to me? Is something bothering you?
I never get any rest at night. My wife walks in her sleep.
Why does that keep you from resting?
I dream that I'm a sailor and I follow her.
Isn't that strange? You're unhappy because you can't sleep, and my trouble is that I sleep like a log.
What's wrong with sleeping like a log?
My father keeps throwing me into the fireplace. I wish he wouldn't do it. I keep on making an ash of myself.
Isn't he corny? Kid, no wonder you can sleep. No wonder you can sleep, kid. You don't have a wife like my Emily to nag you. Take my advice, kid. Don't ever get married.
Why not?
Between you and me, love is silly.
Between you and me, it would be ridiculous. Now, can I see the hot water heater?
Here's one right over here. This is a gas heater.
Well, let me see if it works. I'll turn on the gas. Ah, the gas is coming through all right. I think I'll light a match.
Don't light a match. Too much gas has escaped. It'll explode.
It can't explode. I'll just light a match to see if the heater works.
Don't light that match. The explosion will knock you flat on your face.
There's no danger at all. I'll light this match and then it'll...
I'm glad.
Mr. Greenback, maybe I better buy an electric hot water heater. That one near the showcase looks like a good one. The tag on it says guaranteed for 2 years and gives hot water in 30 seconds.
That's a misprint. It's guaranteed for 30 seconds and gives hot water in 2 years. The price is $95 cash.
Well, I haven't got the cash. I'll pay you in installments.
I sell for cash only. If you haven't got the money now, you can borrow it across the street at the Loophole Loan Company.
Well, I never borrowed any money from a loan company, but I'll do it this once because I need the heater badly.
You'll be very happy with this heater. I've got one myself.
Huh?
Last night I came home after a hard day's work, got all set to take a nice hot bath, but I couldn't.
Why not? Didn't the heater work?
Yeah, it worked.
Was the water supply cut off?
No, there was plenty of water.
Then why couldn't you take your bath?
'Cause the sink was full of dishes.
Oh, good day, Mr.
Good day, Mr. Young.
Gee, I'm kind of nervous about going into that loan company. I better stop in here at Kenny's drugstore for a bracing malted milk. Oh, hiya, Kenny.
Hiya, Alan.
Okay, I guess. What's cooking?
Nothing. It always smells this way around here. I got millions of them.
Oh, great.
What's worrying you, Alan?
Oh, I gotta get a loan.
All right, I take the hint. I'll leave.
No, Kenny, no. A loan. You know the stuff you get in banks?
You mean you're going to a bank because you want to be alone?
place Mr. Breenbracker sent me to. The Friendly, Courteous Loophole Loan Company. How do you do? Are you Mr. Loophole?
Yes, what do you want, you flat-headed, fish-faced, imbecilic, repulsive, timid, moronic-looking baboon?
Timid? I came in here to borrow some money.
Oh, you did you? What do you think we loan money to any stupid-looking character? Loophole Loan Company, what do you want? Oh, hello, Mr. Frisbee. You borrowed $900 from us 6 years ago, and I was kind of hoping that you might be able to make a payment soon. No, huh? Well, I hope you're not angry at me for mentioning the loan, Mr. Frisbee. You're not? Oh, thank you, Mr. Frisbee. Goodbye.
Who is Mr. Frisbee?
The head of my draft board. Now, you say you want to borrow some money?
Yes, I understand you do business in a very friendly, courteous way.
Oh, sure we do. See that branding iron over there in the corner? Haven't used that on one of our customers for weeks.
Oh.
So you want to borrow some money. Well, first, I want to measure your thumbs.
Why measure my thumbs?
I want to make sure they fit our thumb screws. How much would you want to borrow?
$95.
I see. Well, give me a list of all your past addresses.
Well, I lived at 264 Applegate Road for 14 years. Then I lived at 371 South Avenue for 15 years. Then I moved back to Applegate Road and lived there for 22 years.
Just a second. You're only about 25. How could you be living in this town over 51 years?
I forced myself.
I see. Well, tell me something. What do you do for a living?
I'm a radio comedian.
Oh, a radio comedian. One of those wise guys who do jokes about loan companies. Heard one of them the other night who said he had to leave his mother in the loan company dungeon as security on a loan.
I never did a joke like that. That was Eddie Cantor.
Well, the next time you see him, tell him to call for his mother. Now we come to another thing. If we lend you the money, what are you going to put up for security?
Well, how about that medal I won at PS 95 for coming in second in the potato race?
Who came in first?
The potato.
Well, now, look, Mr. Young, when we hand out money, we've got to be sure we're going to get it back. Step inside for your physical examination.
Physical examination? What for?
Suppose you don't pay back the money.
Well?
We want to make sure you're strong enough to work on our chain gang. Now, just step into the next room. The doctor will take care of you.
Okay.
You're not nervous, are you?
Oh, no, I'm not nervous. I'm just breaking in these goose pimples for a goose. Well, where's the doctor?
Here I am. Step right in here, please.
Oh, how do you do, Doctor?
Now, young man, relax. I am Dr. Finwangle. Who are you?
Dr. Finwangle?
Oh, glad to meet you, Dr. Finwangle. I've been bothered with a pain in my side.
No, just a second. I'm Alan Young. You're Dr. Finwangle.
Really? How long have you been suffering from it?
Suffering from what?
Finwangle, very serious disease. You can't borrow any money if you have Finwangle.
Look, I need that money very badly, so examine me quick, quack.
All right, now, stick out your tongue. Further. 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 Now put your tongue back in your mouth.
Well, what's next, Doctor?
Now, let me listen to your heart. I will listen to your heart. I will put this stethoscope on your chest. And now, sing something, please.
The old oaken bucket.
A little louder, please.
The iron-bound bucket.
A little louder.
The moss-covered bucket.
That's it.
That hangs by the well.
Well, that's fine. Do you know Besame Mucho?
Oh, let me out of here. I'll get my money and buy myself that hot water heater.
Mr. Young, before you go in there to take your bath, I have to talk to you.
Carmelita, look, I'm tired. I want to take a bath. I've been running around all day getting an electric hot water heater. First, I went to Breenbracker's department store, then to the loan company. Now, I've spent the last 3 hours connecting up the electric wires down in the basement.
Yes, but you got the wires mixed up between the radio and the hot water pipe.
I did?
Sure. I just turned on the radio and hot water come out.
Hot water came out of the radio. My goodness, let's see what comes out of the hot water faucet when I turn it on. Stand back, I'll turn the faucet on. Look, something's coming out.
How do you do? Has anyone seen my husband?
Carmelita, say hello to John's other wife. Good night, lovers of hot water heaters.
This is the Armed Forces Radio Service.
Stand by for an hour of fun and merriment as Bristol Myers present The Alan Young Show, followed by the new Gracie Fields Show with Fred Brady. Stand by, fun's coming. And now, Bristol Myers, the makers of Sal Hepatica for the smile of health and Vitalis for hair that's well groomed, present The Alan Young Show. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Ken Delmar speaking on behalf of those two old friends, Sal Hepatica and Vitalis. and welcoming you to the Alan Young Show, featuring our singing star Diane Courtney, the music of Peter Van Steeden, Lulu McConnell, and starring Alan Young. And now, folks, it's time for our regular Tuesday night visit to Alan Young's house. Let's see if he's home.
Oh, hello, Kenny. Come on in.
Oh, thanks.
Just shaving with my electric razor. Excuse me while I finish, will you? There. Kenny, aren't these electric razors wonderful? Look, it shaved every bit of fuzz off these peaches. I've got so many things to do, Kenny. I've got to write a letter.
Well, don't mind me, Alan. I'll sit down here on the couch.
I've been meaning to write this letter for a long while. It's to a guy who owes me some money.
Well, make it a good, strong letter, Alan.
I will. Let's see. How's this? Dear Larry, who owes me a lot of money? You. Who never paid me back? You. Who is a chiseler and a rat? Yours truly, Alan Young. Here. That ought to hold him. Let's see, there was something else I had to do. I want to put this picture up on the wall. Will you help me, Kenny?
Sure.
Okay. Here, you hammer and I'll hold the nail.
Yeah, okay. Give me the hammer.
There you are. You hit your finger with a hammer, Kenny.
No, I didn't. I hit yours.
You did?
Oh! Say, Alan. I meant to tell you that I dropped by here last night and you weren't home. Where did you go?
Last night? Oh, I was dabbling in culture, really. You know, the opera opened, so I went to New York to see a performance of Carmen at the Metropolitan Opera House. Got all dressed up, too. Wore my top hat, white tie, but I felt chilly.
Why?
My bathrobe kept flying open.
Did you sit in the box, Alan?
No, I sat on the aisle. For 50 cents more, I could have sat on a seat. I was way up on the balcony. I sat behind a guy who was 6'3" tall.
Oh, then you couldn't see anything.
Oh, yes, I could. I was lucky. The guy had a hole in his head. He's really a very swank, who can that be?
Hello, Alan.
Oh, Diane Courtney. Come on in, Diane. Diane, you're a singer. You'll be interested in this. I was just telling Kenny about the performance of Carmen I saw last night.
Oh, I can't understand it, Alan. You, of all people, going to the Metropolitan. What do you know about opera?
What do I know about opera? Why, Diane, I was born in an opera house. When my parents saw me, they were very disappointed.
What did they expect?
Rigoletto. My father was something of a composer, you know. Once he started to write a piano sonata for 4 hands, but he gave it up. After all, who has 4 hands? Then my uncle was a musician, too. He played the tom-tom.
The tom-tom?
Yes, and don't sneer, Kenny. It's a very difficult instrument. It can't be played by any Tom, Dick, or Harry. And I've been planning to put on my own opera sometime. Who can that be?
Hiya, Mr. Young. Are you home?
Why, it's little David Dittenpfeffer from across the street. Come on in, David.
Hiya, Davy.
Hello, David.
Yes.
How do you do, Mr. Delmar and Miss Courtney? I am truly overjoyed to see you.
Well, David, you certainly have your manners with you today. What makes you act so gentlemanly?
Christmas is only 2 weeks away. I'm no jerk.
Well, I'm glad you came over, David. I was just going to tell Miss Courtney and Mr. Delmar about an opera I saw last night, and I want you to listen, too. Pay strict attention. This is going to be very educational, you bet you.
Mr. Young, did you know that my father is a
He's a what, David boy? He's a what?
Musician.
Good old.
He played the violin, but he gave it up and started playing the piano.
Well, why did he take up the piano?
His glass of beer was always falling off the violin, nosy.
Oh, bless your little... Now, David boy... David, your levity is out of place in such a cultural discussion.
Oh, don't be sore at me, Mr. Young. Here, I'll let you play with my yo-yo.
I'm too old to play with a yo-yo. I'm not in the habit of doing such juvenile things. String wasn't very strong, was it? Now, David boy, pay attention, and I'll tell you all about the opera Carmen, you bet you. Now, Carmen was written by the famous composer Georges Alexander César Leonard Bizet.
How do you spell it?
Carmen. George Bizet was born in 1853 and died in oblivion, which is 20 miles south of Paris. Now the,
Mr. Young, I just remembered that I have to go to music school.
Music school? What instrument are you studying?
The glamour hawk.
The glamour hawk? What's that?
It's a big, long tube, 39 feet long, and you play it by blowing into each end of the tube at the same time.
Well, how can you blow into both ends of a tube 39 feet long at the same time?
Do you have to do it?
No.
Then what are you worried about?
All right, David, you can run along home now. Be good.
I sure will. You bet you. So long, Mr. Young.
You know, if that kid's head was the North Pole and his feet were the South Pole, I'd love to have my hand spend 30 seconds over Tokyo. Let's see, where was I? Oh, yeah, about the opera.
You know, Alan, I've always wished that we had an opera in this town.
Yeah, I've heard a lot of people say the same thing, Diane.
Oh? And I've often felt that we needed one, too. So why can't we put on our own original opera? I'll write it, and Diane, you can sing the lead, and Peter Van Steeden can get an orchestra together with the local musicians. We'll rent the town hall for the performance. It's a great idea. We'll do it.
It sounds great, Alan, but what'll we use for money?
Money? Oh, well, we'll get it from Mrs. Lulu Vandercrust. She's the wealthiest woman in town. She's just filthy with lucre.
Alan, this makes me very happy.
Yeah, and it makes me happy, too.
Oh, Kenny, you're always happy.
No, I mean that I'm happy that good music will at long last come to our town. You know, I write music.
Oh, really, Kenny?
Yeah, I compose music in bed.
What kind of music can you compose in bed?
Sheet music.
Oh, bless his little.
I thought maybe you'd let me put a song I wrote in your opera.
What song?
I beg your pardon?
I say, what's the name of the song?
Oh. Is you is or is you ain't going to get Sal Hepatica?
Oh, no.
Because if you is, you're going to be helped. And if you ain't, you ain't. I'm serious.
I know you are, Kenny.
Well, the fact is, Sal Hepatica is a great help when you feel sick and headachy due to the need of a laxative, particularly when you wake up in the morning. For a glass of Sal Hepatica taken then brings quick, gentle relief, usually within an hour. And that means you don't have to risk feeling miserable all day to wait until night to take a laxative. You can always take Sal Hepatica the minute you need it. What's more, sparkling Sal Hepatica brings you this additional advantage.
This famous saline helps sweeten an upset stomach by helping to reduce excess gastric acidity.
So tonight or tomorrow, get a bottle of Sal Hepatica from your druggist, remembering this caution, use only as directed. Keep that bottle handy in your home or in your place of business. Then whenever you need a laxative, morning, noon, or night, see how much faster you feel better, thanks to gentle, speedy Sal Hepatica. And here's our glamorous singing star, Diane Courtney, to sing the Trolley Song.
With my high starched collar and my high top shoes and my hair piled high up on my head, I went to lose a jolly hour on the trolley and lost my heart instead. With his light brown derby and his bright green tie, he was quite the handsomest of men. I started to yell, so I counted to 10. Then I counted to 10 again. Clang, clang, clang went the trolley. Ding, ding, ding went the bell. Zing, zing, zing went my heartstrings. For the moment I saw him I fell. Chug, chug, chug went the motor. Bump, bump, bump went the brake. Thump, thump, thump went my heartstrings. When he smiled, I could feel the car shake. He tipped his hat and took a seat. He said he hoped he hadn't stepped upon my feet. He asked my name. I held my breath. I couldn't speak because he scared me half to death. Buzz, buzz, buzz went the buzzer. Flop, flop, flop went the wheel. Stop, stop, stop went my heartstrings. As he started to leave, I took hold of his sleeve with my hand. And as if it were planned, he stayed on with me, and it's grand just to stand with his hand holding mine to the end of the
Here's Mrs. Vandercrust's house. Hope she'll lend me the money to put on my opera. She's so wealthy. She's the leader of the town society set. I'll be extra nice to her. I'll talk to her as if I were one of the 400, too. Ah, good day, Mrs. Vandercrust. I'm charmed to see you again. Simply charmed.
And I'm charmed to see you, my dear. Come in, won't you? And please excuse the untidy state in which you find my establishment.
Oh, what do you mean?
The dump's a mess, dearie.
This woman is one of the 400. She must have been marked down to 398.
Come right in here, honey. Into the library.
Oh, were you having tea?
No. I used to drink tea in England, but I can't drink it the American way.
Why not?
The bag gets caught in my throat. Are you dying?
Mrs. Vandercrust, I came over here to talk to you about an opera I'm writing. Do you know anything about the opera?
My dear boy, before I started dancing in the Follies, I sang opera.
Oh?
I was in the Barber of Seville.
Oh, what part did you play?
A hot towel. Ain't that rich? I like the Follies better. Yes, but I had to quit because my foot was always cold.
Well, why was your foot always cold?
Because I danced in the Follies with a hole in my stocking. I was wonderful in the Follies.
Oh?
On opening night, one of my admirers gave me an orchid. I still have it.
Oh, by now, it must be a century plant. Look, Mrs. Vandercrust, the reason why I brought up the subject of the opera is because we're going to put one on at the town hall, but we need money. Would you back us?
Why, of course, dearie, of course. What's the opera going to be about, honey?
Well, I don't know exactly. I haven't started to write it yet.
I've got an idea.
Yeah?
Why don't you write an opera about my life? You could call it La Traviata, Rigoletto, Il Trovatore.
La Traviata, Rigoletto, Il Trovatore. That's the story of your life?
Yes.
What does it mean?
Woo-woo!
Oh, goodbye, Mrs. Vandercrust. I have to go to the public library and do some research.
Tres beans. So long, dearie.
Here I am in the library. Now to do some research for my opera. Oh, there's the librarian.
Something I could do for you.
Yes, I'm writing an opera. I'd like to see some books.
The music books are over there.
Yeah, but I'd like to...
Over there.
But I want to...
Over there!
Who does he think he is? George M. Cohan? Let's see these reference books. How to write librettos, how to write allegros, how to write cantatas. Not a darn thing about music. Here's a big pile of books here. Gosh, they're piled way up to the ceiling. The book I want is right at the bottom. Oh, well, I'll just pull it out. There. I guess everybody thought the whole pile was going to fall down. Fooled you, didn't I? No!
Quiet!
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 I'm sorry. All the books were piled up to... very high, and my book was in... very bottom, and I pulled it out. Whole thing fell. Plunk. Well, let's see.
Oh, Mr. Young, Mr. Young.
Oh, it's my girlfriend, Betty. Hello, Betty.
Oh, Mr. Young, I hear you're writing an opera. Oh, that's so sophisticated of you.
Yeah. Well, I hope the people don't expect anything too avoir de langue d'amour because they're not going to get it.
Why not?
I don't know what it means.
Oh, you'll write a wonderful opera, Mr. Young.
Oh, sure. Of course, I got music in my blood. You want me to bleed something for you? It's a wonderful opera. See, in the first act, I've got all the people...
What key are you writing it in?
All the... Hmm?
What key are you writing it in?
You think it's more than one?
Oh, Mr. Young, I don't think, I know.
I don't think I know either. But I'm not worried. If I need more music, I'll have Beethoven write a few more pages. He had lunch with me yesterday.
But, Mr. Young, Beethoven's been dead for 100 years. How could he have lunch with you yesterday?
He forced himself.
Tell me about the story of the opera, Mr. Young.
Yeah, well, it's about a boy and a girl. They're of different sexes, of course.
Oh, Mr. Young, you mean like you and me?
Yeah, if you'll pardon the expression.
Mr. Young?
Yes, Betty?
My shoulders are cold.
They are?
Yes. I'm very cold. And we're all alone back here.
Yeah?
Can't you think of anything to do about it?
Sure. There, that'll make them send up some more steam. Betty, let's look at some of the travel books, shall we? Here's a book, this is a book on Niagara Falls. Betty.
Yes? Oh, Mr. Young, you're so daring.
Betty... Betty, after we've had our, when we go on our...
Mr. Young, you mean you want us to go to Niagara Falls?
Yeah, I want that more than anything else in the world.
Oh, Niagara Falls and our honeymoon. Oh, do you really mean it?
Sure. I always did want to see how they made that shredded wheat.
Oh, Mr. Young, you're so frustrating.
Goodbye. Betty's an unpredictable sort of chap. Oh, well. Gee. Look at the time. I'm going to need some help with my opera. I'll go down to the drugstore and ask Kenny if he'll help me paint some scenery. Kenny! Oh, he isn't here. Nobody's in the store. Gee, look, Kenny's got a new shipment of candy over there on the counter. Nobody's around. Oh, I'll go over and feel it. Mm-hmm. Oh, soft centers. I don't know why Kenny doesn't keep...
Hello, Alan.
Oh, hello, Kenny. I just dropped in to ask if you'd do me a favor. I got to work on my opera, and I wonder if you'd go down to the town hall and paint the scenery. I'll stay here in the drugstore for you and take care of any customer who happens to drop in.
Yeah, okay, Alan, but be sure you're nice to the customers.
Oh, sure.
Yeah, especially the men.
Why, of course I will, if they're bigger than me.
Oh, you won't have any trouble, Alan. It's just that we druggists try to be particularly patient with our men customers, especially when they come in and ask for Vitalis.
But civilians can't get Vitalis anymore.
Yeah, that's right. And it's quite a disappointment to so many of them who've come to depend on Vitalis to help keep their hair well groomed.
All right, Kenny, I'll be very nice to anybody who comes in.
Yeah, and explain to them, Alan, that the reason civilians can't get Vitalis is because Bristol-Myers were faced with wartime shortages and couldn't supply both civilians and servicemen. So they decided that the servicemen come first. And so all Vitalis made is going to the armed forces.
Kenny, somebody's going to hate me for this, but why should a guy fighting a war want Vitalis?
Well, remember, Alan, all of the boys are not at the fighting front. Think of how many boys are still in this country. And think of how many boys over there get leave.
So they really want Vitalis, huh?
Well, they must, for they're certainly buying it at their post exchanges and ship stores. That's why Bristol-Myers are giving priority to all orders for Vitalis coming from the armed forces. I guess once civilians understand this, they'll agree that the men in service come first. Don't you think so?
Well, kids, it's time to put on the opera. The orchestra's ready. The audience is in their seats. Everybody here?
No, Alan, you're really needy. Diane Courtney didn't show up.
She didn't show up?
Yeah, she can't sing. She's got laryngitis. What are you going to do?
Well, I'll have to get somebody to take her place. A beautiful girl with a charming figure, a gorgeous voice.
Did you call me, dearie?
No, Mrs. Vandercrust, I'm trying to get somebody to sing the leading role in place of Diane.
Well, what has Diana Courtney got that I haven't got? And if I had it, where would I have room to put it?
Yeah, well, Mrs. Vandercrust...
Curtain's going up, Mr. Young.
Well, there's no time. Mrs. Vandercrust, I gotta take a chance on you. There's my cue. I gotta get out there. Here I go on stage, kids. Wish me luck. Thank you. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. While other masters have written operas about love and tragedy, I have chosen a somewhat different topic for our opera tonight. The subject of a physician-type doctor. But I see our maestro, Peter Van Steeden, is ascending the podium. And from the basement, he will conduct the overture. Peter Van Steeden and his orchestra are composed entirely of local talent. Peter, would you mind playing the overture as is?
I am playing it as is.
Well, then play it is as. Thank you very much, Peter. Thank you. Now, as the curtain goes up, we find ourselves in a doctor's office. The rise of the curtain will be signified by a roll on the timpani.
Whoa! Cut it out, dearie.
Mrs. Vandercrust, don't stand so close to the kettle drum.
Oh.
Now the doctor's beautiful nurse enters and sings the opening aria.
Oh, calling Dr. Kildare.
Dr. Kildare.
Oh, where is the Dr. Kildare?
Oh, where?
Come out wherever you are. Report to number 3 operating room.
Where?
Operating room. Room.
Here I am, nurse. Why am I wanted?
Cut it out, dearie.
Mrs. Vandercrust, please keep well back, will you?
The patient is lying on the table.
What is wrong with her?
She will tell you the story herself.
Would you mind giving me that again, Miss Dearie?
attention, Mrs. Vandercrust. I must listen to your respiration. Breathe deeply. Cigarette? Let me examine your eyes. What can you see?
I think that I shall never see a poem lovely as a tree.
Lassie, go home. No, it is time to operate. Scalpel. Forceps. Now, I'll begin to operate. Hand me my instruments. Now to operate.
The operation is over.
It is a complete success.
There is nothing more to be done.
Oh, yes, there is. The most important thing of all. We can't go on without it.
Doctor, what is it?
It's just my bill.
Just a moment, Alan. I want to read a telegram that we've just received. It's addressed to Alan Young, and it reads, quote, "We are happy to inform you that you have been selected by the radio editors of the United States and Canada in the 9th annual poll conducted by the Motion Picture Daily for Fame as first in the most promising Star of Tomorrow classification," unquote.
Thank you, Kenny. I want to thank the radio editors of the United States and Canada and also Motion Picture Daily for their kindness. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, quietly, effectively, the fight against tuberculosis goes on. The Christmas seals you've bought have helped bring tuberculosis under control, but the fight isn't over. Your purchase of Christmas seals will help thousands of sufferers of tuberculosis. It will provide medical care and treatment for them. No other money you spend can do more good for so many. So buy Christmas seals, but lots of them.
Now, on behalf of Diane, Ken, Peter, Lulu, in fact, all of us, I want to thank you for being with us tonight. And don't forget the two products that make our Tuesdays together possible. Sal Hepatica for the smile of health, and Vitalis for hair that's well-groomed. Sal Hepatica, Vitalis. Good night.
Oh, wait a minute, lady. Wait a minute. Don't put your hands in that hot soapy water without using Truchet. That's what I said, Truchet. It's the beforehand lotion. A creamy, fragrant lotion that you smooth on your hands before you put them in hot, soapy water. Truchet's beforehand protection will help keep your hands softer, smoother, and lovelier. So get Truchet. Use it beforehand and see the difference this really different hand lotion makes on your hands. Ask for Truchet. Trushay. Truchet. Now hold it, folks. Stay tuned to this station, for here comes the new Gracie Field show with that funny man, Fred Brady, immediately following station identification. This is the Blue Network. The Alan Young Show. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Ken Delmar, and welcoming you to the Alan Young Show, featuring our singing star Diane Courtney, the music of Peter Van Steeden, and starring Alan Young. And now, folks, it's time for our regular Tuesday night visit to Alan Young's house. Let's see if he's home.
Oh, hello, Kenny. Come on in.
Oh, thanks.
Yes. If you'd gotten here 5 minutes sooner, Kenny, you wouldn't have found me home. I just got in myself.
Oh, where were you, Alan?
I went to one of those little newsreel theaters.
Well, did they show any of Walt Disney's shorts?
No, it's winter. He's wearing the long one. I mean, the Walt Disney short subjects, I see. No, they didn't, Kenny. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm forgetting my manners. Take off your coat, Kenny. Sit down. Here, a cigarette?
Oh, yes. I'll have a cigarette, Alan. What kind have you got?
I got Times Squares, 42nd Street, 5th Avenue, and Central Parks.
Well, I've never heard of those brand names before.
Those aren't names. That's where I picked them up. It was a rainy day when I went out looking for them. Old mud and butts, they call me. Well, I don't have to worry about getting cigarettes for myself, Kenny. I bought this little cigarette machine, and now I can roll my own.
Oh, how does it work?
Watch. I put the tobacco in here, and I put the cigarette paper in here, and I press down this little lever. The cigarette? Say, Kenny, what are you staring at?
Well, this living room. It's so clean. Did you get a new maid?
I've been doing all my housework myself. Matter of fact, I had a fire the last maid I had. She was no good. You know what? For months and months, she's been sweeping all the dirt under the carpet.
Oh, sweeping the dirt under the carpet. When did you find out?
The other day when I had to walk uphill to the piano. By the way, Kenny, what are you doing here? I thought you had to work at the drugstore this afternoon.
Yeah, I do. But I have something very important to tell you, Alan. And you see, I'm on the committee that's putting on Mrs. Vandercrust's Christmas Charity Bazaar, and we thought you'd help us out by. No, Alan, I can't tell you.
Oh, come on, Kenny, I can keep a secret.
No, Alan, I can't tell you.
Oh, come on, Kenny.
Well, Alan.
Yeah?
No, I can't tell you.
Come on, Kenny, I can keep a secret. I don't go blabbing everything I know. I'm no gossip.
What do you hear about Mrs. Jones?
She and her husband are expecting another... Oh! Trapped.
Well, that must be Diane Courtney. She's on the committee, too. She'll tell you.
Oh, I see.
Hello, Alan.
Oh, Diane, come on in.
Hello, Diane.
Hello, Kenny. Have you told Alan what he has to do at the charity bazaar yet?
No, I can't get up enough nerve. I've been waiting for you. You're on Mrs. Vandercrust's committee, too.
Oh, no, Kenny. I just couldn't bring myself to tell him.
Oh, I think I know how to handle this. You answer the door, Kenny. I'll talk to Diane. I think I know a way to get the information from her.
Okay, Alan. Okay, I'll answer it.
He's gone. Well, Diane, we're alone.
Yes. We are, Alan.
Do you mind if I sit down here?
No.
Diane, has anyone ever told you you're lovely? Have they?
Why, no, Alan.
Diane, you're beautiful. You know, I could put diamonds on your fingers, clothe you in beautiful gowns, wrap you in mink, if you were to tell me.
It's no use, Alan. I just can't tell you.
Oh, all right. Diane, that's the last time I ever sit in your lap. I don't know why you don't tell me what this secret is.
Who came over to see you, Alan?
Hiya, Mr. Young. Are you home?
What, little David Dittenpfeffer from across the street. Glad to see you, David.
Hello, David.
Yes. Go ahead, David. Say hello to Miss Courtney. An 8-year-old boy must have his manners about him.
Oh, all right. Miss Courtney.
Yes, David?
Has anyone ever told you you're lovely?
David, you were listening at the keyhole. Now, what did you come over here for?
Well, Mr. Young, I'm on Mrs. Vandercrust's Charity Bazaar Committee.
Yes?
And we was wondering if you would help us out by...
Go on, David.
No, I can't tell you. Let's face it, old man. I just can't tell you.
If any talent scouts are listening in, David also does light comedy. Well, David, if you can't tell me, there's no sense in you hanging around here, is there?
Well, I thought maybe you'd help me with my homework again.
Oh, I'm always glad to do homework, David. You bet you. When I went to school in the little black schoolhouse, I always...
Mr. Young, you mean the little red schoolhouse.
Black schoolhouse. I went to school in Pittsburgh. Now, let me give you a little advice. David, you must apply yourself diligently, you bet you. Diligently to your studies. And someday you'll grow up to be just like me.
I don't have much to look forward to, do I?
Oh, bless your little... Now, David... David, what is your homework assignment for today?
It's on calculus.
Ah, calculus. The study of calc, yes. What is the problem your teacher gave you?
Well, there were 3 men named A, B, and C. They have to dig a ditch marked X. Now, if A digs twice as much of X as B, and C digs 1/4 as much of X as A, how much water will X hold if A and B dig twice as much as C?
Yes. David, do you think it's fair for me to do your homework? Do you, David boy?
Mr. Young, as the lumberjack said to the oak tree that he had just chopped down, are you stumped?
Stumped? Of course not, you bet you. Now, let's see. The names of the 3 men are A, B, and C. Is that correct so far?
So far.
So far, good, yeah. Now, if A digs twice as much of X as B, and C digs 1/4 much as the, it's X, he digs... Go, telephone, I'll answer it. Don't worry, excuse me.
The telephone didn't ring, Mr. Young.
It didn't? Well, it must be broken. I'll call up the telephone company and have them fix it right away.
Mr. Young, can you or can you not figure out the answer to the question?
Why, certainly, David. The answer is very simple. A, B, and C bring in 5 men to help them dig the ditch.
Who are they?
L, S, M, F, and T. David, I think you better go home and do your own homework and work on it to the best of your ability.
I sure will. You bet you. So long, Mr. Young.
Well, Alan, Diane and I have been talking, and we think if you want to find out about this Christmas charity bazaar, you'd better go over and talk to Mrs. Vandercrust yourself.
Well, okay, Kenny, if that's the way you want it, I'll go and see Mrs. Vandercrust. So long, Kenny. And Diane, farewell.
Well, Diane, that was the only thing I could figure out to do. After all, how can you tell your best friend that he's been picked out to fight a 3-round bout with the state heavyweight boxing champion? Even if it is for a charity bazaar.
But do they have to pick out Alan to fight Slugger McGurk?
Well, everybody in town's heard him on the radio. And after some of those jokes he tells, the committee figured that more people would pay more money to see him get knocked around.
Now, here's our glamorous Diane Courtney to sing Magic is the Moonlight.
Magic is the moonlight on this lover's June night. As I see the moonlight shining in your eyes, can't resist their power in this moonlit hour. Love began to flower. This is paradise. Living in the splendor of your kiss so tender, make my heart surrender to your love divine. Magic is the moonlight more than any June night. Magic is the moonlight, for it made you mine. Living in the splendor of your kiss so tender, make my heart surrender to your love divine. Magic is the moonlight more than any June night. Magic is the moonlight, for it made you mine. Magic is the moonlight, for it made you mine.
course, is the head of the Christmas Charity Bazaar. Well, here's her house. Gee, what a mansion. She's very wealthy. I heard she's in Who's Who. I'll be very elegant. Let her think I'm from the upper crust, too. Good evening, Mrs. Vandercrust. I would have arrived sooner, but my limousine is incapacitated, and I was forced to walk all the way over here.
Walked all the way? Oh, my dear. You must be tired to the point where your metabolism has reached its lowest ebb.
Oh? What does that mean?
You must be pooped, dearie.
Who's Who? She belongs in What's This? May I come in?
Suit yourself, honey. I'm sorry my butler didn't answer the door. He's on his honeymoon. Huh? He married a spiritualist.
A spiritualist? How do they get along?
Just medium. Oh, ain't that rich? Hey, what's your name, honey?
Yep, it's Alan Young.
Alan Young. That's a cute name. You're a cute kid, too, ain't you? Well, what do you do for a living? Pickpocket?
No, I'm on the radio. Did you ever hear me?
No, I never listened to those foreign language broadcasts.
Yes. Look, Mrs. Vandercrust, I didn't come over here to discuss your private life.
That's too bad. You might have learned a few things.
Yes. Mrs. Vandercrust, Kenny Delmar sent me over here. He said you wanted to see me about some sort of entertainment for the Christmas Charity Bazaar.
Oh, yes. They always put me in charge of entertainment. You see, I used to be in show business myself. I was a Follies girl. I made my stage debut when I was 17.
Right.
I remember I was wearing a dress with a long train. I always wear dresses with long trains.
Yeah, but nowadays the trains are more crowded.
Oh, ain't the card? Oh, you kill me. Well, in that show I did The Bird in the Gilded Cage. Huh? I came out dressed as a robin. My costume was made of all feathers. Oh. That tickled me. I danced round and round the stage, flapped my arms, and then what do you think I did?
You laid a little blue egg.
Yes. No! I sang the feature number. It went something like this. Huh? She was only a bird in a gilded cage, a beautiful sight to see. Tweet, tweet. Beauty was sold for an old man's gold. She's a bird in a gilded cage.
Are you through singing, Mrs. Vandercrust?
Yes.
At last I've heard it. The voice of the turtle. Now, Mrs. Vandercrust, let's talk about your charity bazaar entertainment. Just what do you want me to do? Tell a few jokes?
No. We want you to fight 3 rounds with Slugger McGirt.
Oh, the state heavyweight champion. He's good. Who did you say was fighting who?
You and Slugger McGirt. You're not afraid, are you? Oh, it's a wonderful cause. Huh? It's a charity bazaar.
Afraid? Me afraid? Let me show you a jiu-jitsu trick. It's where I throw you over my shoulder.
Yes?
It won't hurt.
No.
Here, give me your hand.
Here it is. They're not building these kids as strong as they used to.
Why did we have to come down to the gymnasium, Kenny?
Why, Alan, the gym is the best place in the world to train for your fight.
Huh?
Yeah, now here, I'll just lace your gloves up.
Yeah.
There. Now you're all set for a few rounds with your sparring partner.
Yeah. You ready, sparring partner? Okay, let's go. You're down. You give up?
Yeah, Mr. Young, I
give up. Okay. You can run along home now, David. You betcha. Now all set for Slugger McGirt.
Oh, Mr. Young.
Oh, gee, it's my girl-type friend, Betty. Betty.
Oh, here you are, Mr. Young.
Yeah. Won't you shake hello?
They told me I'd find you training here. I want you to know that I'm rooting for you, that every round you're in there fighting, I'll be in your corner.
Gee, Betty, you'll be almost as good as the stool.
I'm worried about you, Mr. Young.
Oh, you don't have to worry about me, Betty. I feel fine.
Oh, yes, you do look very healthy. My, you're so round and smooth and brown.
That's the punching bag. But I've got a pretty good biceps, especially on my arms. Here, I'll show it to you. Here, go on, Betty. Feel that muscle.
Okay.
I said feel it. You squeezed it.
You know, Mr. Young, I'd hate to fight you. I'd be scared to death. I think you look so manly.
Oh, thanks. Betty?
Yes.
I think you look manly, too. Betty, you see this hair on my chest?
Yes.
I named it after you. But you don't have to worry about me, Betty. I can take care of myself.
Oh, but isn't boxing dangerous?
Dangerous? Why, nobody ever gets hurt boxing. What are the words to that song, Betty?
That was someone screaming over there.
Oh, well, that must have been Slugger McGurk's sparring partner. Gee, he's a killer. Why, they say he gives you cauliflower ears.
Oh, well, don't worry, Mr. Young. Lots of people have cauliflower ears.
Yeah, but creamed? Boy, he's tough.
Oh, no, Mr. Young. He's not tough. You just made that up in your head.
Yeah, and there's nothing in it.
Mr. Young, have you planned how you're going to fight him?
Yeah, Betty, I'll tell you. If I get in a real tight spot, I can use jujitsu.
Jiu-jitsu, Mr. Young?
Yes, jujitsu, Betty. Here, I'll show you how I can throw you over my shoulder. Give me your hand.
Mr. Young, where are you?
Eddie, have I got long, stringy hair?
No.
Then I'm in the mop closet.
Oh, Mr. Young, I'm so sorry. I hope I didn't hurt you.
Well, that's okay, Betty. I like you. You're a man's man. Betty, after the fight tonight, will you go out with me? We'll have some fun.
Oh, I'd love to. What'll we do?
Oh, I don't know. Let's go out and pick up girls. I'll see you later. Goodbye, Betty.
Goodbye, Mr. Young.
I sure wish there were more fellas like Betty. Wow. Look at the time. Fight's only 3 hours away. Haven't had much time to train, and that Slugger McGurk is probably in bully shape. Gee, look at him standing over there. He's so conceited. Got his name in big letters in his bathrobe. Slugger McGurk. Maybe I ought to have a little chat with him. Talk him into going easy on me. That's a very good idea. Oh, pardon me, Mr. Slugger?
Yes? Is there something I can do for you?
Oh, so you're Slugger McGurk.
What's so funny, mister?
You'll never know. I thought you were a killer, but instead you're just a little... I'll see you in the ring, buddy. And I hope you had your life insurance paid up. So long, Slugger.
What's the matter with that guy?
Hey, Picey.
Yes, Mr. McGurk.
Where's me bathrobe, Picey?
Right here, Slugger. I was keeping it warm for you.
It was just one of those things, just one of those crazy things, one of those bells that now and then rings, just one of those things. It was just one of those nights, just one of those fabulous flights, a trip to the moon on gossamer wings. Just one of those things. If we thought a bit of the end of it when we started painting the town, we'd have been aware that our love affair was too hot not to cool down. So goodbye, dear, and amen. Here's hoping we meet now and then. It was great fun, but it was just one of those things. If we thought a bit of the end of it when we started painting the town, we'd have been aware that our love affair was too hot not to cool down. Oh, it was great fun, but it was just one of those things, dear. Just one of those wonderful
How do you do, ladies and gentlemen? We're bringing you a blow-by-blow description of Mrs. Lulu Vandercrust's charity bazaar match between Slugger McGurk, state heavyweight champion, and Alan Young, the local contender. The young boy is in the ring already, and Kenny Delmar, his second, is talking to him.
Now remember, Alan, in this fight, you got to be quick. Are you sure your eyesight is good enough?
Eyesight? My eyesight's perfect. Let's get going, Kenny. Where are you?
Are you sure you're feeling all right?
Don't worry, Kenny. I'll put Slugger McGurk away with one punch.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, Slugger McGurk is climbing into the ring.
Look at him, Kenny. He's got his back towards me, afraid to look me in the eye.
And now the referee is calling the fighters to the center of the ring. Both boys are standing there. The referee pats Young on the shoulder. Young is down! And now, ladies and gentlemen, the two fighters are meeting each other for the first time.
How do you do, Slugger? My name is Young.
Oh, so you're the little shrimp I'm going to pulverize.
You're not the Slugger McGurk I saw in the gym today. You don't lisp.
Why should he lisp? Isn't it enough that his second lispers?
His second? Or second?
And now the fighters are shaking hands.
Slugger, here's my hand. Didn't need those fingers anyway.
And now the fighters are going back to their corners. The fight will start any moment. But before it does, I'm going to ask the boys to say a few words into the microphone. And here's Slugger McGurk.
I'll tear that lily-livered little shrimp to pieces.
Thank you, Slugger. And now, Mr. Young, will you say a few words? All right, folks, the fight is about to start. And there goes the bell. Yes, sir, there goes the bell. Young rushes out of his corner, leads with a hard right and a hard left and a terrific uppercut. Now Slugger McGurk comes out of his corner.
Now, look, Slugger, let's not rush this, eh? Let's give the folks their money's worth, eh? I'll hit you, and then you hit me, okay? That's one for you. Now it's my turn. That's two for you.
Well, now, wise guy, I'm going to spread your nose from ear to ear.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Anyone got some wide Kleenex?
You bully. And now the fighters are in the center of the ring. They're sparring for an opening. Young hits Slugger with a right. Then he gets up. Why, Slugger doesn't even bat an eyelash. Oh, now he does. He's batting Young's eyelash.
All right, Young. All right, I'm going to knock you right out of the ring into the first row of the balcony.
Is that trip really necessary?
And now the boys are over in the far corner. Slugger is coming in with a barrage of punches. And Young is down. Young is trying to struggle to his feet. His lips are moving. He's trying to say something to Slugger. Let's listen. And Young is saved by the bell. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is the end of round one. And there's one little thing about this young boy. He's got courage. Yes, sir. They won't have to carry him back to his corner on a stretcher. He's got handles sewn on his shorts.
Alan, are you all right? Gee, it certainly looks black for you.
Let's call the fight in account of darkness.
No, you can't do that, Alan. The crowd's on pins and needles.
Don't they have any seats here?
Did he hurt you?
Oh, not at all. My eye's a little black.
Yeah. Here, let me put this piece of beefsteak over it.
That's not beefsteak. That's my ear. Kenny, would I be a coward if I threw in the towel?
Throw in the towel? Oh, Alan, you're made of sterner stuff than that.
But hitting that canvas so much, how much stuff can my stern take? All right, Kenny, I'll go back to the next round. And this round, I'll get him.
And now the boys are coming out of their corners, and Young seems to have an air of grim determination about him. Yes, sir. He's out to get Slugger.
Okay, Slugger. I didn't want to do this, see? But you asked for it, see? I'm going to use jiu-jitsu on you. Here, give me your hand. Where am I? Oh, this is beautiful. I don't care if I lost the fight. Just let me lie here. I must be in heaven. Yes, I can hear ethereal music. Angel voices are singing to me. Listen.
He's only a bird in a gilding, a beautiful sight.
This is the Armed Forces Radio Service.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is Ken Delmar welcoming you to the Alan Young Show, featuring our singing star, B. Wayne, the music of Peter Van Steeden, and starring Alan Young.
Thank you, Kenny. Good evening, friends. Say, Kenny, where do you think I went last night?
Huh?
The Stork Club.
The Stork Club? How did you happen to go there?
Well, last night the lady next door had a baby, so I ran out of my apartment, hopped in a cab, and I said, follow that stork.
And the stork led you right to the front door of the Stork Club.
No, not the front door. He had to use the delivery entrance. You know, that's the first time I'd ever been to that place.
Well, how do you know it was the Stork Club?
All the waiters were standing around on one foot. Well, Kenny, no sooner did I check my hat than the head waiter came up to me and said, good evening, I have a table for you, Mr. Webster.
Webster? What made him think your name was Webster?
I was carrying a dictionary under my arm.
Well, why did you bring a dictionary to the Stork Club?
I hate to eat alone. Kenny, I've never been to such a swanky place. The hat check girl looked like Marlene Dietrich, the flower girl looked like Betty Grable, and cigarette girl.
What did she look like?
An ashtray. Well, Kenny, I finally got a table, and I sat down, ordered myself some guinea hen under glass.
Oh, boy, how was it, Alan?
The guinea hen was swell, but the glass was very tough.
Alan, you really didn't eat the glass.
I certainly did. Of course, you'll never guess what I had for dessert.
What?
Some pie, Rex. But then... Oh, we should have saved that gag. Indefinitely. But then, Kenny, the most wonderful thing happened. I'd finished my meal. I happened to look up, and there, across the room, sat Hedy Lamarr.
Hedy Lamarr?
Yeah, and she must have known who I was because she sent the waiter over to ask me for a dance.
She did?
Yeah, and he was a pretty good dancer for a waiter, too.
Well, Alan, it's not like you to go to a nightclub. You must have had some reason.
Well, I did, Kenny. I was lonely. See, I missed my girl.
Alan, I didn't know you had a girl.
Why not? My mother had a boy. Oh, I mean, sure I have a girl, sure. Last week I went back to my hometown of Milldale. I ran into my old sweetheart, Marianne. Gee, we sat on the swing on the front porch.
Well? So the love bug has bitten Alan Young.
He has? Get some iodine. Oh. Yes, he has, Kenny. Marianne and her mother are coming here to pay me a visit tonight, and well, I'd appreciate it if you'd give me a build-up, eh?
Okay, Alan.
Yeah. Ooh, that must be them now.
Yeah.
Don't forget, Kenny, make me seem important.
Yeah, leave it to me, Alan.
Yeah, okay.
Yes?
Is this the Alan Young clam bake?
Yes, it is.
Well, I want to see Mr. Young.
Madam, nobody can see Alan Young without a ticket.
Ticket? Who does he think he is, Eddie Cantor? Now, look here, greasy boy. I want to see Alan Young, and I...
Lady, I'm sorry. You can't come in without a ticket. Now go away before I slug you.
Oh, wait a minute, Kenny. You're overdoing it. Come in, Mrs. Grimes. Hello, Marianne.
Hello, Alan.
Yeah. I'm sorry, Mrs. Grimes. Kenny didn't know who you were.
Oh, he didn't. Yeah. I'll bet you put him up to it, you no good, stupid, fat-headed, naive, loud-mouthed bum.
Naive? Mrs. Grimes, you're talking to a man who's seen life from the balcony of a burlesque show. You call me naive.
Oh, Alan.
Hello, Marianne. You glad to see me?
Oh, yes.
Notice anything different about me, Marianne?
No.
Take a good look.
No, I don't see anything different about you.
Wearing my cufflinks backwards.
Now, look here, sloppy sock. You got me to bring Marianne down here, and what for?
Well, Mrs. Grimes, since Marianne and I are about to settle down to connubial bliss, if you'll pardon the expression, I thought you ought to know what I do for a living.
Well, what do you do for a living?
I'm a comedian.
A comedian? Ha! That's a laugh.
If it is, it's the best one I got tonight.
Well, being a radio comedian isn't my idea of honest work. Any man who marries my daughter must have a steady, sensible job.
But you don't understand, Mrs. Grimes. Or may I call you Gravel Gertie? I'm doing fine. Why, there's no telling where I can go with my career.
There is telling, but I'm a lady. Now remember, until you get yourself a decent, respectable job, you can't marry my daughter. Come along, Marianne.
You go on ahead, Mother. I'll be right with you. I just want to say a word to Alan.
All right. So long, pelican puss.
Gee, Marianne, your mother's such a manly little fellow, isn't she? But I'm glad you stayed here to talk to me. This is the first chance we've had to be alone.
Yes.
Yeah. Been looking forward to this all evening.
Me too.
Marianne, you like to hold hands?
Oh, I'd love to.
Do you mind if I gave you a little hug?
I wish you would.
How about a kiss?
Okay.
Gee, I hate a girl who plays hard to get. Tell me, Marianne, do you feel the same way as your mother does about me?
No. I think you're human.
Well, what I mean is, what do you feel about marrying a radio comedian?
Well, Alan, I had hopes of marrying a man who does more exciting work. Like a newspaper man, for instance.
What's exciting about delivering newspapers?
I mean a newspaper reporter.
Oh, I see, a reporter. Gosh, that's an idea. I can just see myself now, dashing into the White House. How do you do, Mr. President? I'm Alan Young of the Gazette. I want a statement from you on the... Well guarded, isn't he? Marianne, if I become a newspaper reporter, will you marry me?
Yes, I will.
Gee. The next time you see me, I'll be working for a newspaper. You'll hear me yelling, "Stop the presses! Stop the presses!"
Why?
I got my pants caught in the wheels. And now, Marianne, I bid you farewell. Or as we newspapermen say, quote, unquote. Don't worry, Marianne, I'll get myself a job as a newspaper reporter. See you later.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, our glamorous singing star, B. Wayne, will revive for you that swell old tune, Music Makes Me.
I like music, old or new, but music makes me do the things I never should do. I like music, sweet or blue, but music makes me do things that I never should do. My self-control was something to brag about. Now it's a gag about town. The things I do are never forgiven for just when I'm living them down. I hear music, then I'm through. For music makes me do the things I never should do. It makes me lose my dignity. It makes me lose my poise. Some folks call it music, but my folks call it noise. I like music, old or new, but music makes me do the things I never should do. Oh, I like music, sweet or blue, but music makes me do things that I never should do. My self-control was something to brag about. Now it's a gag about town. The things I do are never forgiven for just when I'm living them down. Da 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 da. I hear music and I'm through. For when I hear that cue, it makes me want to do all the things I never should do.
Well, here's where I try to get myself a job as a newspaper reporter. And I think I picked the best paper in town. The New York Daily Blade. The only paper you can shave with. Well, here's the editor's office. Now I got to approach for a job. I think I'll be breezy. Breezy like the reporters in the movies.
Come in. Well, what can I do for you?
Hiya, Chief. Meet the best little reporter in the business. Breezy Young. Hot news, flash news. Right in there pitching all the time. That's me. Have a cigar. What's cooking? I'm your new star reporter. See? $50 a week and I'll breeze right to work. Is it a deal? Well, that breeze died down suddenly. But I'm not discouraged. I'll try again.
Come in.
Hiya, Chief. I'm back again.
Who are you?
Don't you remember? I'm the guy who went... And no other sound effects man can make that statement. Now, Mr. Editor, I came here to ask...
Just a moment. Hello? Who's this? Hogan? I sent Riley out to track down Killer Scarpati. What happened to him? Scarpati bumped him off. Well, you get the story, Hogan. Now, what were you saying, young fellow?
Mr. Editor, I came here to ask you...
Just a minute. Hello? Who's this? Schwartz? What happened to Hogan? Scarpati got him, too? Stay on the story, Schwartz. Now, what did you say you wanted?
Mr. Editor, I came here to ask you if I could...
Just a second. Hello? Who's this? Scarpati. What happened to Schwartz? You got him, too? Listen, Scarpati, you've killed 9 of my reporters already, but we won't give up. I'm sending another man down there right away.
Do many of your reporters get bumped off by gangsters?
Dozens of them every day. Now, you came in here to ask me something.
Yes, I did.
Well, go ahead.
Mr. Editor, do you think John's other wife is really happy?
Oh, you can't fool me, my boy. You came in here to get a job as a reporter.
Reporter? Who, me?
Yes, you did, and I'm going to assign you to the Scarpati story.
Oh, no, thanks. I'd much rather be a human interest reporter and interview pretty girls.
Bah, pretty girls are a dime a dozen.
Yeah? Yeah, I've been using my dimes to buy ice cream sodas. Well, when do I go to work?
You start tomorrow, but remember, a newspaperman's life is dedicated to public service.
Yes, sir, and I know that service pays off in the long run. I used to be a movie usher, and every day a little old man used to come in, and I'd help him find a seat and take care of his umbrella and his overcoat, and after the show, I'd help him on with his overcoat and give his umbrella and help him up the aisle. That went on every week for 5 years. And then one day, that little old man died.
And left you all his money?
Nah, he was just an old pest. But I'll get right to work, Mr. Editor. I'll be your best reporter.
Good. Of course, you have a portable typewriter.
No, sir, but I know where I can get one.
Where?
Breen Bracker's department store. I hope he has a portable typewriter. Mr. Breenbracker. Oh, Mr. Breenbracker.
Oh, here I am. You would have to walk in now.
Why, were you doing something important?
Yes, I was in the back of the store lacing up my wife's corset. Must be something wrong with it.
Why?
No matter how tight I lace it, I still buzz in the front. Now, what do you want?
Mr. Breenbracker, I've got a new job.
As a vacuum cleaner would say, Eureka.
Guess what kind of a job it is, Mr. Breenbracker.
Does it fit your personality?
Perfectly.
You're a contact man for a cut-rate undertaker.
No. I got a job on a newspaper.
What are you, tug-of-war editor for Yank?
Of course not. I'm working on one of the big metropolitan papers.
Il Progresso?
Il Progresso?
Si.
That's an Italian newspaper. What made you think of that?
I always read Italian newspapers.
Why?
I've got a lot of money invested in spaghetti.
Why did you invest your money in spaghetti?
My uncle died and left me 100,000 meatballs, nosy. Now, did you come in here to buy something, or can I go back and finish touching up my hair?
Certainly I want to buy something. I want to buy a typewriter.
Have you got a priority?
No.
The rest of this transaction will be conducted in a whisper. I've got one typewriter left. It'll cost you $9.
Only $9?
Yes, the letter L is missing.
Well, how does it write?
Howsy.
I'll take it, Mr. Greenbacker. Where is it? I need a typewriter for my work as a newspaper reporter.
Oh, I hate reporters. Before my wife Emily married me, she used to go around with a very famous newspaper reporter.
Pulitzer? World?
No.
Greeley from the Star?
No.
Then who was he?
Peeling from the sun.
Well, how did it happen that Mrs. Greenbacker married you instead of him?
Well, she had to choose between him, the flashy, fast-moving guy, and me, the slow, steady plugger. The hare and the tortoise.
And she chose you.
Yes, she thought I looked cute with a shell on my back.
Gee, you've led an interesting life, Mr. Greenbacker.
You don't know the half of it. I remember one time when I was 19 years old.
Can I see the typewriter now?
Yeah, in a minute. I was 19 years old, as I recall it, and
you told me you had a typewriter.
I know. Anyway, I was 19 years old, and this blonde manicurist must have been at least 35. So
Mr. Greenbacker, the typewriter?
The typewriter.
Instead of worrying about a typewriter, a boy of your age should be out chasing girls.
Well, I've got my career to think about.
Isn't he unappetizing? Typewriter's right here on the table.
Okay, I'll just sit down in this chair and try it out.
Don't lean back. There's an electric fan right behind you.
Don't worry, Mr. Greenbacker.
Watch out for that fan.
Please, Mr. Greenbacker, I know what I'm doing.
I'm glad. Now, do you want the typewriter?
Yes, sir. Here's your $9. Boy, I got a bargain.
Take another look at the typewriter.
Hey, you cheated me. You said this typewriter was missing only one letter, or whatever it is. Now that I look at it, there are only two letters in the whole machine, B and O. What can I do with a typewriter with the letters B and O?
Write fan mail to Lifebuoy Soap.
Oh, good day, Mr.
Good day, Mr.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, here's our glamorous singing star, B. Wayne, to sing for you, Amor.
Amor, amor, amor. This word so sweet that I repeat means I adore you. Amor, amor, my love. Would you deny this heart that I have placed before you? I can't find another word with meaning so clear. My lips try to whisper sweeter things in your ear, but somehow or other nothing sounds quite so dear as this soft caressing word I know. Amor, amor, my love. When you're away, there's no day, and nights are lonely. Amor, amor, my love. Make life divine. Say you be mine and love me only. I can't find another word with meaning so clear. My lips try to whisper sweeter things in your ear, but somehow or other nothing sounds quite so dear as this soft caressing word I know. Amor, my love. When you're away, there is no day, and nights are lonely. Amor, my love. Make life divine, say you be mine, and love me only.
With my portable typewriter, Mr. Editor. I'm all ready to go to work as a reporter.
You got here just in time, Young. I've been called away on a very important assignment. I want you to take over as editor temporarily. Here, use my desk.
Gee, thank you. What a great big desk. 10 buttons, and I got to hold up my pants with a Band-Aid. I wonder what this first button's for. I'll just push it. Water cooler. What's this second one? Dixie cups. Well, I'll try this last one here.
You rang for me, Chief? You rang for me, Chief?
You rang for Chief?
You rang for me, Chief.
Oh, yes. I did? I did, yes. I want to see you all, fellas. I just want to say, fellas, this is a newspaper, and, well, I guess that about winds it up, fellas.
Come on, you're supposed to be the editor. What's on your mind?
Well, it's very simple.
I know, but what's on it?
Look, if you don't think I can handle this job, just look into my eyes, buddy. Look deep into my eyes.
Okay, I'm looking into your eyes.
Blue, aren't they? Now, I want to tell you something, fellas. It's very important. It's about spies, see? In giving out news, you never know who's listening, so you got to be careful what you say. Now, listen to me.
I beg your pardon. Where's news about convoys?
Over on the desk. You guys listen to me, see? Listen and you learn how to protect vital information.
How many are they shipping?
600. You never know how important these things are, so be careful every minute.
And when are they being shipped out?
10 o'clock tonight. Now, don't,
thank you, mein Herr.
You're welcome. Now...
Heil Hitler.
Heil Hitler. Now, look. Now, just follow me, fellas, and you won't go far wrong.
Hey, Young, that guy who just left. Didn't he look kind of suspicious?
How could you tell? He was wearing a mask. Now, men, fellas, go out and bring back some news. I got to make some changes around here. I'm not satisfied. I'm going to speak to my assistant editor here.
Oh, stop. Stop.
He's in conference. Come in.
Hello, Mr. Young.
Well, if it isn't the man who writes our weather forecasts. Say, how are chances for a shower?
Go ahead and take one if you need it.
That guy's become unbearable since we put mercury in his thermometer. Well, how to get some news.
Oh, Alan! Alan!
Oh, what is it, Marianne?
I've got an idea for your paper.
Huh?
My mother wants to write a column full of real homely philosophy.
Well, she's got the face for it.
Now, Alan, let's leave my mother's face out of this tonight.
Why tonight? Looks like it was left out too long last night. You can stay after and write that line 500 times. But that's not getting me any news. Hello, Editor Young speaking.
Mr. Young, this is Japanese soldier speaking. Americans attacking, but I am not afraid. Banzai.
What happened?
Banzai.
Very good. They shot him between toe and jaw. Well, I still haven't got any news, and the paper goes to press in a few minutes. Hello?
Hey, Chief. A man down here has just been murdered. What about it?
I'm innocent, I tell you, innocent! They can't pin a thing on me.
Alan, you've got to make a go of this job for my sake.
I know, Marianne. I'm doing my best, but nothing ever happens around here. Oh, come in.
I beg your pardon. I'm the ambassador from Patagonia. Do you mind if I jump out of your window?
Not at all.
Thank you.
I guess it's just because some days are quieter than others, that's all.
Pardon me, I'm the district attorney. Do you mind if I shoot myself in here?
Not at all.
Thank you.
This just happens to be one of those days, that's all. After all, you can't expect things to happen.
Excuse me, Editor Young. May I use your telephone?
Certainly, go right ahead.
Hello. Midwood Hospital? This is Mr. Beamish. How is my wife? What? 7? Wow! Mr. Young, my wife has just had 7 babies. This outdoes the quintuplets. What do you say about that?
You owe me a nickel for that call.
You don't understand, Mr. Young. My wife has just had 7 babies at the Midwood Hospital.
Midwood Hospital?
Yes.
That's a 10-cent call.
Young, what way is this to run a newspaper?
Why, what's the matter, Mr. Ed? Did I do a good job?
Certainly not. Look at the headlines the other papers in this town have. And look at the headline you put on our paper. John Schultz is a nice man. Who is John Schultz?
He's my butcher. He promised me a pound of steak if I put his name in the paper.
Young, you're fired. Do you hear me? Fire!
Milkman, keep those bottles quiet. Can't use that jive on my milk diet. So, milkman, keep those bottles quiet. Been jumping on the swing shift all night, turning out my quota. All right, now I'm beat right down to the side, and I've got to dig myself some knots. So, milkman, keep those bottles quiet. Oh, the noise of the river, I don't mind it, 'cause the guy with the whiskers has a lot behind it. But I can't keep punching with that victory coup when you're making me punchy with that bottled move. I wanna give my all if I'm gonna give it, but I gotta get my shot if I'm gonna riv it. So bail out, but without a milk barrage, 'cause it's unpatriotic, it's a sabotage. Milkman, stop that riot. But if you can't lullaby it, milkman, milkman, keep those bottles quiet. I've been jumping on the swing shift all night, turning out my quota. All right, now I'm beat. Oh, milkman, keep those bottles quiet. Now I'm asking you politely, Gate. If you don't, you'll be in a terrible state. So, milkman, keep those bottles quiet. Milkman, won't you keep those bottles quiet? Hush.
Marianne,
Yes, Alan.
it's a beautiful night tonight, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
Yeah. You're not mad at me because I got fired from that newspaper job?
No, I'm not mad at you.
Yeah. I mean as much to you as I ever did?
Of course.
Good. Well, I guess I have the right to ask you a question.
Of course, Alan. What is it?
Marianne,
I'm listening, Alan.
I hope you'll say yes.
What's the question, Alan?
Marianne, would you like to buy a used portable typewriter? Friends, on behalf of B, Ken, Peter, myself, in fact, all of us, we want to thank you for being with us tonight.
Bristol Myers, the makers of Sal Hepatica for the smile of health, and Vitalis for well-groomed hair, present The Alan Young Show. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Ken Delmar speaking on behalf of those two old friends, Sal Hepatica and Vitalis, and welcoming you to the Alan Young Show, featuring our singing star Diane Courtney, the music of Peter Van Steeden, and starring Alan Young. And here's the street that Alan Young lives on. This first house in the block has a 2-door garage, and the house is called La Repose. The next house has a 3-door garage, and it's called The Retreat. And here is Alan Young's house. It has a 12-door garage, and it's called Auto Camp number 7. Well, let's go in.
Well, hello, Kenny. Come on in.
Oh, thanks, Alan. It's nice to get inside. It's so cold today.
Yeah, I'll say. I had an awful time lighting the furnace, though.
You did?
Yeah, I stuffed some paper in the furnace, lit a match, the whole thing blew up.
It blew up?
Yeah, there must have been a big clinker in the little stinker. Kenny, I hope you wiped your feet on my new doormat before you came in.
Oh, yes, Alan. That's a lovely new mat you have.
Oh, thanks, Ken.
And you're so different from everybody else in the block.
Huh?
They've all got welcome written on theirs. You have Hotel Ambassador.
Well, one night as I was leaving there, it stuck to my foot. I needed a doormat because there's so much work to keeping this place clean, you know.
Yeah, can't you get a maid?
Well, I had one for 2 days, but she was too independent. She wouldn't help me with the dishes. Honestly,
What did you say?
I made a career out of that line, didn't I? Oh, ruined one. Honestly, washing, polishing, answering the phone, it keeps you busy all the time. Oh, there goes again. Excuse me, Kenny, will you? Hello?
Hello, is this the wrong number?
Why, yes.
Oh, I do it every time.
Yeah, you see what I mean, Kenny?
Well, you need a maid in this house. Look at how careless you are. You haven't even taken down the mistletoe from Christmas.
Well, I left that up on purpose. I've been trying to kiss my girlfriend Betty ever since Christmas, but I can't get up the nerve. Gee, I've been puckered up so long I look like I'm perpetually wetting a thread. Betty's coming over here now, and when she walks in and stands on that mistletoe, boy, will she be surprised.
Oh, hey, maybe that's Betty now.
Oh, boy, this is going to be great. As soon as Betty opens that door, I'll throw my arms around her and kiss her.
Yeah, but, Alan, what if she won't let you kiss her?
Won't let me? But she's got to, Kenny. If she doesn't let me kiss her, I'll go drown myself in Central Park Lake.
Alan, the lake is frozen.
Okay, I'll go skating. You know? Watch this, Ken. Watch how surprised Betty is. Come in. Here I go. What do you think of that?
Fine, Mr. Young, but you can't consider this an engagement.
Well, if it isn't David Dittenpfeffer. I could have told by the bubble gum. Come in, David, boy.
Well, hello, David.
Hiya, Mr. Delmar.
Mr. Young thought you were his girlfriend, Betty.
He hasn't gone out with many girls, has he?
Well, you spoiled what might have been a wonderful kiss for him.
He kind of cramped my style, too.
Look, well, anyway, I'm glad to see you, David. Did you wipe your muddy little feet on my great big doormat?
Yeah, I wipe my feet all right, but you haven't got a big doormat anymore. You've got 6 little ones.
6 little ones? How's that?
I forgot to take off my ice skates.
Ice skating? You should be at school today, David. You play hooky altogether too much. What do you do when you play hooky?
Well, in the morning I go to the pool room, and in the afternoon I sneak into the burlesque show.
Oh, David, you ought to be ashamed of yourself. Wasting your mornings like that.
I don't care. I think anybody who enjoys going to school is a dope.
Oh, I don't know, David. Mr. Young enjoyed going to school.
See what I mean?
In fact, I'll never forget how excited I was the day I graduated to grade 4.
Were you nervous?
Nervous? I was shaking so much I could hardly shave. You see, David, you should show more aggressiveness in your schooling. You should show more interest. You bet you. Oh, you just. Why, when I was your age, I was... Thank you. When I was your age, I was twice as old as you are.
Oh, my whole classroom is clever, Mr. Young. In fact, yesterday, we invented human jet propulsion.
You invented human jet propulsion?
Yeah. You see, you wire a chair with 50,000 volts of electricity.
Why, that's marvelous. How does it work?
I don't know. We're waiting for the teacher to sit down, and we'll find out.
Well, if you don't mind my saying so, Alan, David should have gone to school today. You see, I'm secretary of the Open School Week Association, and this is Parents' Week at our school. That's when all the fathers and mothers go to school with the children.
Well, my father can't take me. He don't feel so good.
He don't? Well, maybe your father just thinks he feels sick, eh, Kenny? Maybe he's one of these
hypopotamus?
No. Kenny, that's not a very nice thing to call David's father a hippopotamus. You should know better.
My mother thinks my dad is a hippopotamus.
That's impossible.
She says he sits down so much that his hippos are big enough.
All right.
And so is his potamus.
Okay. And that's no way for a family to talk. A family is a wonderful thing, especially if everybody is related. David, do you know something? I've got a good mind. I've got a mind. I've got half a mind to take you to school myself.
No, you can't take me to school, Mr. Young. You see, my parents
Now,
didn't...
you go upstairs and get cleaned up. Mr. Delmar will wash your face.
Come on, David. I'll get you ready.
Okay, stop pushing goggles.
We'll be back in a minute, Alan.
All right, Kenny, take your time. Have to get ready myself. I don't want to be late for school. School. I used to love chemistry. I was so skinny the professor used to let me help him out all the time. Well, why not? I was the only kid in the class who could tread water in a test tube. Gee, look at the time. I got 10 minutes to get there. Well, I better hurry because... Well, that must be Betty. Mistletoe's still up there. I'll kiss her this time. Here goes. Hiya, Betty.
Hello there.
Oh, hello there.
I'm your next-door neighbor, son.
Huh?
I ain't got my calendar from the bank yet. Thought I'd drop over and see what date is.
Well, you could borrow my calendar, but the figures on it are pretty small.
That's okay, son. I was going to get me one of them Esquire calendars. Boy, there's figures for you.
Yeah, well, I'm in a bit of a hurry.
I was reading where they tried to stop Esquire from going through the mails.
Yes? Well, I suppose...
I'll bet they couldn't stop the mails from going through Esquire.
Yeah.
I just thought I'd drop over.
That's nice of you to drop over.
I'm the friendly type.
Yeah, that's the way to be.
Yep. Speak up.
Yeah, talk out.
Yep.
Yep.
Hello!
Hello there! Look, I have to be getting along to school now.
I was at a school dance in Mexico once. I tried to pick up a little Spanish, but a brother come along.
Yeah, well,
I had a wonderful dance. I learned how to do the rumble.
You mean the rumba? The rumble is a back seat that's always shaking.
You dance your way and I'll dance mine. Well, I'll get a calendar somewhere, son. Hello, so long!
So long! Oh, Kenny, are you ready yet?
Yeah, Alan, all set. And here's David. How does he look?
Yeah, Mr. Young. How do I look?
Well, Kenny, David looks very nice, all except his hair. It's all over the place. Looks like you combed it with an egg beater.
Well, I'm sorry, Alan, but that's the best I could do. You know, you haven't any Vitalis.
But when I take him to school like that, what do I tell the teachers?
Tell them the same thing I tell everybody.
And that is?
That we're sorry you can't get Vitalis anymore to help keep your hair well-groomed. We civilians must do without so the servicemen can get it. And get it and use it they do. Because Army post exchanges and ship stores sell all the Vitalis Bristol Myers is allowed to produce. The boys want it, you see, because Vitalis is great for loosening a tight, dry scalp. Salt spray and hot sun makes the scalp dry. And the Vitalis 60-second workout helps bring it back to normal again by stimulating circulation. And so helps prevent excessive falling hair. And that's why we civilians can't get Vitalis. Wartime shortages have made it impossible for Bristol-Myers to fill both the civilian and servicemen demand. So all Vitalis made is going to the armed forces. As naturally, the boys come first. Now, here's our glamorous singing star, Diane Courtney, sings Let's Take the Long Way Home.
Let's take the long way home. Let's look for the long way home. And on the way, let's pretend that this wonderful night won't end. Through Asia would be much too soon. We'll circle once around the moon. Our dreamboat will carry us across the foam. Let's take the long way home. Shall we fly through the night? Shall we dream as we go? See the star on your right. See the farm down below. The whole trip, it appears, only takes 1,000,000 years. If you're in the mood to roam, then let's take the long way home. Across the foam. Let's take the long way. Make sure it's the wrong way. Let's take the long way
home. Ah, it's lovely here in school, David. Walking along these ancient halls, rubbing shoulders with these old faces.
But, Mr. Young, I don't think you should have brought me today. My mother said...
Nonsense, David. Your mother and father aren't feeling well. This is open school week. Is there anything wrong with my bringing you? After all, what do I look like? Some sort of idiot?
You mean from where I'm standing?
Oh, bless your little... Now, come on, David. Into the principal's office and let me do all the talking. Good day. You are the principal, I presume?
I am, and you do.
Yeah, well, Mr. Fokelbeak, I left this school in 1936, and this is the first time I've ever been back.
Well, did you bring a note?
You don't understand. I'm Alan Young.
Not Alan Young in the flesh.
Well, I never went to school without it. Today I'm taking little David Dittenpfeffer around the school.
Oh, that's just fine. Just go anywhere you like. This is an old, old building, and many famous people went to this school, including President Roosevelt.
Oh? Any other presidents?
Well, it isn't that old.
Oh. Well, thanks, Mr. Fogelbeak. I'll see you later, hey? Now, David, let's walk through the school and see the different rooms, shall we?
Mr. Young, I still think you shouldn't have brought me.
Nonsense. All the children have their parents with them. Why, the corridor's crowded with parents. Oops. Oh, I beg your pardon.
That's all right. It was entirely my fault.
Yes. Well, Counselor Carton-Branch, I didn't expect to find you here.
Yeah, I'm just down seeing my little boy's teacher. Lovely woman, intelligent. She's a short girl with a beautiful memory.
Is that so?
Yeah, of course, I prefer a beautiful girl with a short memory. Pay attention, that's a gag.
That's a gag. Well, let me be the first to deny it. But, Counselor, I should imagine a lawyer like you would be very busy these days.
Oh, yeah. I just finished my biggest case. Case, that is.
I see, yeah.
Yeah, it was for a famous radio personality.
What was the case?
I was the attorney who got the divorce for John's other wife. Oh, but you should... Pay attention there, boy. I say, you should see my courtroom technique. I remember one case I was on. I walked into court, the judge wasn't there, the defendant wasn't there, the jury wasn't there.
Well, what did you do?
Don't be abstract, son. I acted out the whole case. Put myself on the stand. I asked myself, where were you on the night of January the 12th? Then I jumped off the stand and objected. Then I jumped up on the judge's bench and I sustained my objection. Then I hopped into the jury box to take a vote.
What happened?
You know where I can get a good lawyer.
Well, I'm sorry you lost.
Oh, nothing at all, nothing at all. Well, I'll have to be getting along now. Oh, by the way, have you ever met my son? He's a boy, you know.
Oh. No, I don't believe I have.
Well, Jonathan, I want you to meet Mr. Young.
How do you do, Jonathan?
How do you do, Mr. Young? I'm very pleased. I say I'm very pleased.
Thank you.
Well, come on, son. I say, come on, son. Goodbye, Mr. Young. He's a nice boy.
So long, Counselor. Oh, my. Now, where did David get to? Oh, there he is. David, boy, where are you going?
Well, I think I should be going home, Mr. Young.
But, David, I'm here to take you around the school. Now, let's just see what this first class studying. I'll open the door here.
Gallia esto neste visa in potes pork chops. Et alisque literis bacon. Quod erat demonstradum ham.
Pig Latin. Let's try this next room, shall we, David?
And so we commence the study of the Neolithic period, which is the new Stone Age.
Oh, this looks interesting, David. Let's stand quiet to get the side of the room here.
Okay, but I still think you shouldn't have...
Quiet, David. Quiet, the teacher.
This followed the Paleolithic period of the Cro-Magnon man or caveman.
You see, this is history. This is history, David. The Paleolithic man. It's P-A-L-E... P-A-L-E... This is history, David.
Be quiet, Mr. Young.
Oh, yes, indeed, by jingo. Yes.
As I was saying before we were interrupted...
See, David, somebody interrupted the teacher. You mustn't do that, kiddies. Don't interrupt the teacher. Naughty, naughty.
I beg your pardon, sir, but would you mind being quiet? A man of your mentality should have a low voice, too.
Now, just a minute. I happen to be Alan Young.
Oh, not the Alan Young.
Yes.
Who attended this school in 1932?
Yes.
Who graduated in 1936?
Yes.
I've been looking for you. You failed in history. Now sit down with the rest of those kids.
Yeah, but I've got to take...
Sit down! Now I'm going to continue with the history lesson. Now you be quiet.
You old bat.
What did you say?
What did you hear?
I heard something about a bat.
Well, are you still going out on those?
Young, I don't want to hear another word from you.
But I'm supposed to take...
One more word from you and you stand in the corner. Now, as I was saying, students...
Just going to have to leave the room.
Quiet. In studying the different phases of the subject...
A glass of water, it's all.
Quiet, please. One finds many changes in the
I wants
picture.
a little glass of water. That's all he wants.
Will you be quiet? Now, as I was saying...
I got a glass of water if I have to tap my knee.
All right. All right, Young. Get a glass of water, only please leave this classroom immediately.
I am leaving immediately.
And, Young, if you ever happen to be arrested for anything, just plead imbecility. I think you'll be able to prove it.
This is altogether too late for compliments. Guess I told him. Kicked out of my own classroom. Left alone in my own school. I've had enough. I'm leaving this place. I'm through, I tell you. I'm through. What's this next room? Home economics. Gee, look who's in there all by herself. My girlfriend, Betty. Guess I'll go in. Hello, Betty.
Hello, Mr. Young. Are you looking around the school?
Yeah. Gee, Betty, will you ever forget when you were a child?
Yeah.
Me too. What are you doing here, Betty?
Oh, I'm helping to teach the cooking to the children.
Huh?
After all, Mr. Young, you know the way to a man's heart is through his stomach.
Uh-huh. Is that trip really necessary?
Well, I just made this soup for you, Mr. Young.
Huh?
And look what the noodles spill out. I love you.
Oh, gee. I never knew Campbell's cared. I'm not much of a lover, Betty. I'd rather go hunting and fishing than go around with girls.
Why?
Well, when you put it that way, it does seem kind of silly, doesn't it?
Mr. Young, you're so sophisticated. I'll bet you know all about life.
Oh, yeah. I know how the birds and the bees carry the pollen from flower to flower.
You do?
Sure. I even tried it. Believe me, Betty, there's nothing to get excited about.
Mr. Young, do you think that maybe someday we'll get married?
Well, Betty, I sure hope so.
Oh, do you really, Mr. Young?
Yeah. Then I'll always have somebody to play pool with.
Oh, Mr. Young, you're impossible. Goodbye.
I wish Betty wouldn't stand so close to me and put her arms around me like that. I got an apple for the teacher in my pocket, and she baked it. Oh, well.
Oh, Alan, there you are.
Oh, yes. What is it, Kenny?
Say, what was wrong with Betty? I just asked her, and she looked a little upset.
Oh, she said something that I didn't like, so she got mad. But I'll make her feel good. I'll drink all this soup she made, and I'll eat all that cake she has over there. But, boy, am I going to hate myself in the morning.
Oh, no, you won't. Not if you wake up tomorrow morning feeling sick and headachy due to the need of a laxative. Just take a glassful of sparkling sal hepatica. For sal hepatica taken then brings quick, gentle relief. Usually within an hour. That means you don't have to risk feeling miserable all day, waiting until night to take a laxative. You take sal hepatica the minute you need it. And besides getting quick, gentle relief, sal hepatica gives you another advantage.
This famous saline helps sweeten an upset stomach by helping to reduce excess gastric acidity.
So get a bottle of sal hepatica from your druggist, remembering caution, use only as directed. Then whenever you need a laxative, see how much faster you feel better when you take a glassful of sparkling sal hepatica. Say, Alan, will you do me a favor?
Certainly, Kenny. What is it?
Well, you know, I'm secretary of the Open School Week Association, and I'm supposed to be taking care of the class next door today. But I just got a call to go down to my drugstore right away. Could you take over the class till I get back?
Oh, sure. I'd be pleased to, Kenny. Sure. Now, let me see. The class Kenny wants me to teach should be down here somewhere. Oh, yeah, here we are, 4B. Well, the children will be all waiting for me, so I may as well go in.
All right. Here comes the teacher kids. Ready.
All right. Thank you, children. Now, please take your seats. Now, let's get acquainted, shall we? My name is Alan Young. That's very easy to remember, kiddies. Allen, as in Allentown, Pennsylvania, and Young, as in Youngstown, Ohio. Now, what is my name?
Allentown, Pennsylvania, Youngstown, Ohio.
And what do you want to be when you grow up, Sonny?
A bum like you.
Now, speak nice to the bum, or the teacher. Now, are there any questions?
Yeah, I got one, Mr. Ohio.
It's Youngstown. Or Young. What is the question?
When you went to this school, what did the student body consist of?
Why, Betty Grable.
Betty Grable?
Well, you couldn't ask for a student with a better body than that. Well, now the first thing we'll study today is French. French is very important, you know. Now, who would like to converse with me in French?
I would.
All right, Willie. Stand up.
No!
Serves you right for jumping up when you're underneath the desk. Now, Willie, what are you studying to be?
An architect.
An architect, I see. And why do you want to be an architect?
Well, I want to make square spitballs out of round ones.
Okay, Willie, let's study French, shall we? Now, we'll talk in French, and you answer me in French, okay? Je suis pauvre.
Oui.
Yeah. Voulez-vous ouvrir la fenêtre?
Oui.
Voulez-vous fermer la porte?
Oui.
Il est 10h moins 10.
Oui. I bet you run out before I do.
Well, let's leave French to the French, shall we? Now, the next thing we've got to do...
Johnny Brown to teacher. Johnny Brown to teacher.
Teacher to Johnny Brown. I am receiving you loud and clear.
Request permission to leave room.
Permission granted.
Roger.
And now, children, we are going to have our geography lesson. And for this, I'm going to have some slides projected on the wall so that you'll be able to see the country we visit while I lecture about it. Will some boy please turn off the lights? There we are.
The lights are out, teacher. It's pitch dark.
Yeah. Some boy in the class is older than he says he is. Now, today we are going to study Africa. Africa is bounded on the north by the Mediterranean, on the south by the Cape of Good Hope, and on the east by Frank Buck. Now, may we have the first slide, please? That clicked. The first slide. Yeah, Johnny, you've got the slide upside down. Oh, don't bother to change it. We'll all stand on our heads. Are we on our heads? Here. Now, here we are deep in the heart of the jungle, looking at a typical African village. The natives of this village are called meals. The fat ones are known as fat meals, and the thin ones are known as slim meals. In the center of the picture, we see two natives standing talking to each other, and in our mind's eye, we can hear them conversing in their native dialect. One man might say to the other,
Ugga, mugga, dugga, hugga. Lugga, hugga, lugga, tugga.
So long, Mo.
So long, Joe.
Next slide, please. Now, in this picture, we see a group of African women. They are wearing nothing but... Next slide, please. Now it is time to leave the little African village, so we go down to the shore and walk out on the slip to board the sloop, where we meet our pop on the poop. Isn't that a pip? That's all. Lights, please. Now, class, I have a very big question to ask you all about this geography. And here is the question. Leaving the prime meridian at 2 degrees of latitude, being a 360th part, and allowing for the rotation in elliptical path, what is the determined geographical position of longitude? Now, will all those who don't understand the question please take 2 steps forward? Nobody else but me? Well, now we'll have to get...
Oh, there you are, young. I've been looking for you.
Oh, it's the principal again. How do you do? You've got little David Dittenpfeffer with you. Well, come into the class, David. I was going to take the whole class outside.
Stay where you are, young. You aren't going anywhere. This class isn't going anywhere. This whole school isn't going anywhere. Thanks to you and David Dittenpfeffer.
I don't understand. I simply brought David to school because his parents wouldn't bring him.
That's what I've been trying to tell you, Mr. Young. My parents wouldn't bring me to school because I've got the measles.
What? Oh, no! We're a little late, friends. Good night. Thank you.
Hey, Diane, be my secretary and take a letter, will you?
Then get off my lap, Kenny, and let me sit on yours for a change.
Oh, all right, sure. Now, this letter will go to women everywhere.
Women everywhere.
Dear ladies, want to help keep those hands of yours soft and lovely? Well, then get wise to Trouchet, the beforehand lotion. Trouchet will really help keep your hands soft and lovely, even though you have a lot of soap and water tasks. You smooth Trouchet on before you get to work. And Trouchet's beforehand protection helps guard your hands from the rough, drying effects of the hot, soapy water. So if you want to help keep your hands softer, smoother, lovelier, begin today to use Trouchet. T-R-U-S-H-A-Y, Trouchet. Hold it, folks. Stay tuned to this station, for here comes the new Gracie Field show starring Gracie Field with that funny man Fred Brady, immediately following station identification. This is the Blue Network. Bristol Myers, the makers of Sal Hepatica for the smile of health, and Vitalis for well-groomed hair, present the Alan Young Show. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Ken Delma, speaking on behalf of those two old friends, Sal Hepatica and Vitalis, and welcoming you to the Alan Young Show, featuring our singing star Diane Courtney, the music of Peter Van Steeden, and our special guest tonight, Fred Waring, and starring Alan Young. Well, folks, here we are outside Alan Young's house. Alan has a beautiful home. In the summer, he has ivy climbing up the wall. But not in the winter. Ivy goes to Florida. Let's drop in on him.
Oh, hello, Kenny. Come on in. Kenny, you got here just at an historic moment. I just received a telegram from General Eisenhower thanking me for the secret weapon I sent him.
Secret weapon?
Yeah, it's a girdle 300 miles long.
Well, Alan, what did General Eisenhower do with a girdle 300 miles long?
He put it in the Belgian bulge.
Well, the General did very well without you, Alan.
Yeah.
He's closed the Nazi escape route, and Von Rundstedt is almost surrounded. I wonder what Von Rundstedt is doing right now.
He's probably standing there and singing "Don't Fence Me In."
Well, General Montgomery...
what's that, kid?
General Montgomery isn't doing badly either.
Oh, sure, Montgomery is doing fine, but I wonder how he still finds time to take care of Ward. I nearly took care of that. By the way, Kenny, what are you doing here tonight?
Have you forgotten, Alan?
How could I forget Alan? I've known him ever since he was a baby. Oh, you mean have I forgot?
Alan, tonight is the night we're having the meeting of the Alumni Association Senior Prom Committee of the Ladislaus T. Fink High School. Don't you remember? You're committee chairman again this year.
Oh, yeah, good old Ladislaus T. Fink High. Now, who else is on the prom committee besides you and me?
Well, your girlfriend Betty and Peter Van Steeden. They'll be here any moment.
Oh, gee. Do I look all right, Kenny? My hair combed, my tie straight, my shirt clean?
Yeah, you look fine. But I think the committee would like it better if you did one more thing.
What's that?
Put on a pair of pants.
Some people are so unsophisticated. I'll slip into them right now. There we are. Now that must be the committee.
Hello, Mr. Young.
Oh, it's my girlfriend, Betty. Welcome to my humble abode, Betty. Shall I carry you across the threshold, maybe?
Why, Mr. Young, you can't carry a girl across the threshold unless you're married to her.
Oh, it's not much of an inducement, is it? Oh, well, come on in, Betty.
Hello, Betty.
Hello, Mr. Delmar.
Well, I'll leave you folks alone. I'll go in the kitchen and call up Peter Van Steeden.
Kenny, there's no phone in the kitchen.
I know. I was just trying to be subtle. I thought I'd leave you alone in the living room with Betty. Maybe you'd like to N-E-C-K. I'll see you later.
Betty, would you like to N-E-C-K?
I'd love to, Mr. Young.
Gosh, bet I'll have fun when I find out what that spells. Come on, Betty. Sit down here on the couch.
All right. There. Mr. Young, won't you come a little closer?
Is that better?
Mm-hmm. But come a little closer.
Okay. Is that any better?
Yes, Mr. Young. But I'd like you to come still closer.
Okay. There. Is that close enough? Well, Betty, we're ready to plan another senior prom. Remember our senior prom? We were just two fresh kids graduating from high school.
Yes. After 4 long years.
Yeah, after 10 long years. Betty, remember that tuxedo I wore? I borrowed it from my uncle.
Uh-huh. Remember that tuxedo?
Yeah.
The right shoulder was so shiny as if something heavy had been carried on it.
Yeah, my uncle was a very busy undertaker. You know, we should...
Break it up, kids. Peter Van Steeden's coming up the porch.
Oh, Peter.
Peter Van Steeden is here. The negotiations may commence post-haste under my expert supervision and tutelage.
Peter, where did you learn such big words?
Why, everybody says I'm a walking encyclopedia.
Well, wouldn't you like to sit down and rest your index? Come on in, Peter. Well, let's start the committee meeting. As alumni, it's our job to give the high school seniors the best prom possible. And about the dance music, Peter, last year you brought your band of 18 musicians. How much did it cost?
$25.
Yeah. Okay, you're hired again.
Oh, not so fast. This year the price is $100.
Why should I pay you $100 for a band that I paid $25 for last year?
Well, during the year, some of my boys learned how to read music.
That's ridiculous. For $100, I could get Fred Waring.
Fred Waring? A fine conductor he is. Why, he can't tell the difference between a baton and Frank Sinatra.
Well, who can? I won't pay it.
All right, wise guy. If you can get Fred Waring for $100, go ahead and get him.
All right, I will. I'll call him up and make an appointment. I'll even go to New York and see Fred Waring in person.
Here's the railroad station, Alan.
Oh, thanks for the lift, Kenny. The New York train should be along in a minute. I'll see Fred Waring and call you the minute I make a deal with him.
Well, I don't think you're going to have much luck.
Don't worry, I'll get him. You want to wait till my train comes in, Kenny?
No, I'll have to be getting back to my drugstore pretty soon. I can't depend on the boy I have there to know exactly what to say to customers.
I don't get you, Kenny. What do you mean exactly what to say to customers?
Well, you know, there are a lot of items you can't get at your drugstore now on account of the war. So I've got to be very tactful when I tell a customer he can't have what he wants. People are inclined to get mad and blame it on the druggist. But once you tell them the real reason for the shortage, they understand.
That's true. If there's anything I hate, it's the clerk who says we haven't got it. Don't you know there's a war going on? I could slug him.
Yeah, I know. That's why I take time to tell a customer exactly why he can't get the product he wants. Now, take Vitalis, the famous hair grooming preparation. More people come in and ask for it, and I have to tell them civilians can't buy it anymore because all the Vitalis made is going to the servicemen. And the first thing they say is, what in thunder do the soldiers want it for?
That's a reasonable question, Kenny.
I know. So I tell them. In the first place, those servicemen were once civilians. And a great many of them used Vitalis and got to depend on it to keep their hair well groomed. Now they want Vitalis more than ever because they're outdoors all the time. The hot sun in tropical climates dries their scalp. On the sea, the wind and salt spray does the same thing. And the Vitalis 60-second workout is great for loosening a tight, dry scalp, stimulating circulation, and helping to prevent excessive falling hair. That's why servicemen want Vitalis. And since Bristol-Myers can't meet both the civilian and servicemen demand, they decided that the armed forces should get all the Vitalis made. For naturally, the boys come first. Once a civilian knows those facts, he's bound to agree. Don't you think? And here is our glamorous singing star, Diane Courtney, to sing Strange Music.
Strange music in my ear. Only now, as you spoke, did it start. its lovely hum be coming from my heart. You appear, and I hear songs sublime, song that I'm incapable of. So dear, let me hold you near, while we treasure every measure, so that time can never change the strange new music of love. You appear, and I hear songs sublime, song that I'm incapable of. So dear, let me hold you near, while we treasure every measure, so that time can never change the strange new music of love.
Gee, this railroad station is cold. A New York train should be in any moment. I'll show Van Steeden whether or not I can get Fred Waring for the senior prom. That guy thinks he's a... Oh, what's that on the wall? Peanut vending machine full of salted peanuts. Nobody's around the station. I guess you have to put a penny in it. Oh, well, I'm a sport. What's a penny? One peanut for a penny. That's carrying inflation too far. Should I risk another one? Ah, what the heck? I get my allowance tomorrow. Two pennies, two peanuts. This machine must be...
Excuse me, Bud. Can I get at that peanut machine?
Why, sure.
Thanks. Okay, thanks.
You're welcome. Guess I just don't live right, that's all. If that train doesn't hurry and get...
Papers! Get your morning news and Kravish here. Paper, mister? Oh, hiya, Mr. Young.
Why, it's little David Dittenpfeffer. Hello, David.
Paper! Get your morning paper here.
What are you doing around the railroad station, David? You, selling newspapers?
No. I just landed from a submarine, and I'm going to blow up the train, nosy.
That's fine, David boy. Always keep busy, you bet. You. I'm glad to see that you're a newsboy. Some of our biggest men started out by selling newspapers in railroad stations. Now they're on Wall Street.
Do they sell more papers there?
Ah, David boy, you're as sharp as a tack. And I'd like to put you on a chair and let somebody sit on you. But the reason I have...
Achoo!
This you?
Thanks.
David, haven't you got a handkerchief?
Sure, but I ain't allowed to lend it.
Oh, bless your little. Now, David, I think... Oh, the train's coming. I better go outside. I don't want to miss it. I have an appointment with Fred Waring.
Ain't you going to buy a paper, Mr. Young?
Buy a paper? David, you're my friend. You should give me a paper.
I'd be glad to give you a paper, Mr. Young. Here you are.
Thank you.
Now will you stop twisting my arm?
Oh, get so excited when I have to catch a train. Goodbye, David.
Fine voyage, sporty.
What?
New York Express!
Okay, I'll get on, then I...
Hello there.
Well, it's my next-door neighbor. Glad to see you. I haven't got time to talk. I got to get on this train.
Got up early today, son.
Yeah, that's fine. I have to get on the train.
Always get up early.
Yeah.
On the farm, I used to go to bed with the chickens and wake up with the chickens.
Yeah.
Darn feathers kept tickling me all night.
On a farm, eh? Did you milk many cows?
Milk cows. Snap my snuggies. I milked so many that for 10 years I used to shake hands one finger at a time.
That's very interesting.
What?
Look, I got to get on this train. I got a date with Fred Waring.
I come down to do some work around the locomotive.
Oh, I didn't know you worked for the railroad.
I don't. I'm trying to steam open a letter.
I see. Well, the train is going to
letter to my brother.
Oh.
Yeah, I accidentally said something I didn't mean to say. Just slipped out.
Just slipped out when you were writing a letter?
Pen leaks.
Pen leaks. I get it.
What?
He's making a career out of that. Look, my train is leaving for New York, and
Hey, that's a coincidence. My brother lives in Chicago.
Your brother lives in Chicago. I'm going to New York.
He don't care.
What part of Chicago does your brother live in?
Denver, Colorado.
Look, I got to see Fred Waring about the senior prom. I'll be home tomorrow.
Oh, going to be away for a while, huh?
Yeah.
I was going to drop over and see you this afternoon.
Yeah, well, I'm very sorry, but I'll...
Just want to be neighborly.
Yeah, well...
I was shaving this morning. I had some lather left over. I thought you might be able to use it.
Thanks very much, but I use an electric razor. Now, I've got to...
What?
Train is pulling out. Hey, wait for me! Wait for me, hey!
Dad ratted chatterbox. I thought he'd never leave.
Well, this must be Fred Waring's office. His name is on the door. Fred Waring. Orchestras available for weddings, parades, cocktail parties, and basketball games. Oh, I'll go in. Pardon me, is this Fred Waring's office?
This is the office. Please look it over. This is the office. It's fine.
Pardon me, is this Fred Waring's office?
Oh, don't look so askance, Blondie. Mr. Waring insists that everything in this office be musical. Nobody talks. Mr. Waring insists that everybody sings.
Yeah, well, will you tell Mr. Waring that Alan Young is here?
Yesterday, Van Johnson was here.
Well, today, Alan Young is here.
What a difference a day makes.
Look, please tell Mr. Waring that Alan Young is here.
Oh, he's very busy now. He's preparing his next week's radio broadcast. You know, he's just moved his show to a new time. Thursday, 10 o'clock Eastern Wartime on the Blue Network. But I'll ask him if he could see you.
Now, in the last number, I want more pizzicato. What do you think I got two fiddles for? Modulate the harmonic interpolations. Segue to a tonic arpeggio with a diminishing counterpoint. But I want to hear those two fiddles above the fortissimo brass and percussion.
Gee, listen to that awful language.
Mr. Waring.
That's my name. Come in, Miss Cleft, and stop smoking that cigar. Shut the door. I'll be with you in a moment. Now, what were you saying, Tannhauser?
Fred, I'm your manager. I'm your manager, and will you please pay attention while I'm talking? Stop fidgeting.
I'm not fidgeting. I'm curling my hair.
Fred, you've lost touch with the masses.
Nonsense. Why, I spend an hour every day walking down Fifth Avenue, patting little children on their heads. Sometimes I don't even wear gloves.
Well, that's all right, but
I even go over to Times Square and stand there signing autographs. Yesterday I signed 15.
Last year you signed 50.
Yes, but this year I raised the price.
Now, look, Fred, what you've got to do is make more personal appearances.
Oh, Mr. Waring, there's an Alan Young waiting to see you.
Young. I'm beginning to hate that word. Alan Young? Oh, yes, he wants me to play at some high school prom. Tell him I'm not interested.
No, you don't. Now, that's just what I mean. You're going to take that job, even if they pay you as little as $100 a man.
$100 a man?
Yes. Now, send in Mr. Young, Miss Clef, and I'll see you later, Fred.
You can go in now, Mr. Young.
Thank you. How do you do? Are you Fred Waring?
Yes.
Well, I expected a much younger man, Mr. Waring. I want to tell you I've listened to you on the air, and I think you're one of the finest musicians in the country.
I know.
Yeah, well, I wanted to ask you something, Mr. Waring.
Please be brief. I'm always short and to the point.
You're short, but I wouldn't say you came to a point. Oh, yes. Well, I'm head of the Alumni Association Senior Prom Committee of the Ladislaus T. Fink High School.
Could anything be lower?
Yeah, well, we'd like to have your entire organization of Pennsylvanians play for our senior prom.
Well, as you know, my organization consists of 69 Pennsylvanians.
A telegram from Philadelphia Draft Board.
68. Now, how much are you prepared to pay?
$100.
$100. That's the least my agent told me to take. It's a deal.
Fine. The dance is next Saturday night in the high school gymnasium.
Okay, it's a deal, but on one condition.
What's that, Mr. Waring?
In my dressing room, there must be an electric outlet for my curling iron.
I'll arrange it, yes. Thank you, Mr. Waring. Thank you very much. I'll be seeing you. Goodbye.
Young, you forgot something.
I did, Mr. Waring?
You may get up off your knees now.
Oh, thank you. I gotta call Kenny and tell him. Laugh at me, will they? Didn't think I could get Fred Waring for $100.
Hello?
Oh, Kenny, this is Alan.
Whom?
Alan. Well, Kenny, I got Fred Waring. I certainly made you guys look sick.
That's a very bad connection. What did you say?
I said I made you look sick.
Sick? Are you sick?
I said you look sick.
You do? Oh, gee, Alan, you can't get sick now.
Kenny, you give me a headache. I said that...
Sick and headachy.
Oh.
Well, goodness, Alan, you know what to do. Get yourself a glass of sal hepatica. You should know that whenever you feel sick and headachy due to the need of a laxative, sal hepatica is just the thing to take to help you feel better, faster, particularly when you wake up in the morning with that feeling. For a glassful of sparkling sal hepatica taken then brings quick, gentle relief, usually within an hour. That means you can get rid of that feeling right away. You don't have to risk being miserable all day, waiting until night to take a laxative. And besides quick, gentle relief, sal hepatica gives you another advantage.
This famous saline helps sweeten an upset stomach by helping to reduce excess gastric acidity.
So always keep sal hepatica handy and take it when you need it, morning, noon, or night. Remembering this caution, use only as directed. Then see how much faster you feel better, thanks to gentle, speedy sal hepatica. It's the following Saturday night in the gymnasium of the Ladislaus T. Fink High School. The senior prom committee is making last-minute arrangements.
Oh, Mr. Delmar, where's Alan?
Why, he's out in the middle of the gymnasium dancing. He's seeing if the floor is waxed enough.
Oh, Mr. Young! Oh, Mr. Young!
I'll be right there, Betty. Well, the floor seems all right. Thanks very much for the dance. Gee, I enjoyed every minute of it. You danced divinely.
Okay. So long, Al.
So long, Joe. Betty, did you want me?
Yes, where's Mr. Waring?
He's rehearsing his choir.
Gee, Mr. Waring certainly has a wonderful organization.
Yeah.
Why, you'd know anywhere that those singers work for Fred Waring.
Yeah, he's got his name tattooed on their foreheads. Oh, here he comes now. Mr. Waring, you ready?
Yes, Mr. Young, but I've a complaint to make.
Something wrong?
Yes, this current is DC and my curling iron is AC.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Hi, Alan. Is the clam bake proceeding satisfactorily?
Oh, Peter, I didn't expect you, but I'm glad you're here. Peter, I want you to meet Fred Waring.
Glad to meet you, Mr. Herring.
Waring. Fred, this is Peter Van Steeden here.
I'm a leader, too.
Oh, really? Of what scout troop?
Now, look, I have to open the doors. The seniors are waiting.
Mr. Young, there's one thing you should know.
Yeah?
My musicians work in war plants. If they hear a factory whistle blow, they'll have to leave, even if it's in the middle of a number.
Oh, no factory whistle's going to blow, Mr. Waring. Come on, let's welcome the dancers, shall we, Fred?
Right.
If the factory whistle blows, the musicians will have to leave. This is too easy. Oh, blow, factory whistle, blow.
Mr. Waring, the dance is about to begin. May I please have a fanfare, if you don't mind? For that, I'm paying $100. Members of the senior class of the Ladislaus T. Fink High School, it's time for our prom to begin. All right, come on, children. Let's dance.
Hey, it's time for the night shift at Lockheed. Come on, fellas.
Hey, the trumpet players and the trombone players are leaving.
Hey, come on, boys. It's time to report the Sperry gyroscope.
There go the saxophones.
All hands who work at Boeing, follow me.
Mr. Waring, what's the matter with a bass violin player?
He can't get a job. He lost his birth certificate.
Well, stop it! Stop it!
I told you the boys worked in war plants and they'd leave if they heard factory whistles.
But there aren't any factories around here. I don't understand it.
Say, Alan, if you need an orchestra, my boys are waiting outside.
Now I understand it. Peter Van Steeden, you did this.
Look, Mr. Young, this is no concern of mine. I fulfilled my part of the bargain. Where's my money? I'd like to get paid.
Well, certainly, Mr. Waring. I'm very sorry. Here you are. $100.
Fine. Now, where's the other $6,700?
$6,700? But you agreed to do it for $100.
$100 per man. 68 Pennsylvanians at $6,800.
Cigarette? No?
Look, you made the deal. You're responsible. I'll sue you for the money, Alan Young. I'll sue you.
Well, please, keep it on. Mr. Waring, I think I can settle this. You're on the radio?
Every Thursday night on the Blue Network, 10 o'clock, Eastern War Time.
Well, who is your sponsor?
The Owens, Illinois Glass Company.
Yo, Mr. Waring, it stands to reason that if your sponsor sells more glass, you'll get more money, right? Right?
If he does sell more glass, I will get more money.
Mr. Waring, I'll pay you off the $6,800 I owe you right now.
How now?
Like this now. See that window? $10. See that window? $20. That window? $30. $45. $60. Friends, this is Alan Young again. We've all been asked to hold on to our money, to buy only what we really need. The government asks us not to spend foolishly. That'll start inflation, and if this country is hit by inflation, you can imagine what it'll do to the war. It's up to every one of us to hold those prices down. So let's all buy only what we really need, pay no more than ceiling prices when we buy, and save as much as we can through war bonds. Do that, and you'll be doing a really important job for the war and for the peace to come. Now, friends, I'd like to thank Fred Waring for being here. I hope you'll listen to his fine program over the Blue Network every Thursday night at 10 o'clock Eastern War Time. And now, on behalf of Diane, Ken, Peter, and myself, in fact, all of us, we want to thank you for being with us tonight. Don't forget the two products that make our Tuesdays together possible: Sal Hepatica for the smile of health and Vitalis for well-groomed hair. Sal Hepatica, Vitalis. Good night. Thanks.
Hey, girls, can I have your attention, please, for just a second? This is Diane Courtney. I just thought I'd put a bug in your ear about taking care of your hands, 'cause I know only too well what an awful beating a girl's hands take these cold days, particularly when you've got a lot of soap and water jobs to do. So here's my tip. Get the hand lotion that helps protect your hands even when they're in hot, soapy water. Get Trouchet, the beforehand lotion. Smooth a little Trouchet on before you get to work, so Trouchet's beforehand protection will help guard your hands from the rough, drying effects of that hot, soapy water. You'll love Trouchet. It's smooth and creamy and fragrant, and above all, it does help keep your hands softer and lovelier. It's Trushay. Trouchet. It's wonderful.
Now hold it, folks. Stay tuned to this station, for here comes the Gracie Fields Show, starring Gracie Fields with that funny man, Fred Brady, immediately following station identification. This is the Blue Network. Bristol Myers, the makers of Sal Hepatica for the smile of health, and Vitalis for well-groomed hair, present The Alan Young Show. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Ken Delmar, speaking on behalf of those two old friends, Sal Hepatica and Vitalis, and welcoming you to The Alan Young Show, featuring our singing star, Diane Courtney, the music of Peter Van Steeden, and starring Alan Young. Well, here's the street where Alan Young lives. The first house used to belong to Aunt Matilda. The second house belonged to Uncle Joe. And here's Alan's house. It used to be Uncle Tom's cabin. Well, let's drop in, shall we?
Hello, Kenny. Come on in.
Alan, I came over to...
Before you do anything, Kenny, take off your hat.
Oh, all right. My hat is off. Alan, I came
Quiet,
over...
please. Let's bow our heads and have a few moments of silence. There. Now, Kenny, I'm glad you came over.
One moment, Alan. Would you mind telling me who we were standing in silence for?
Shaky. Poor fellow. I can just see the inscription on his tombstone. Here lies Shaky, a villainous cuss. He and Dick Tracy had quite a fuss. But Tracy was strong. He wouldn't unbend. So here lies Shaky. He was frozen in the end. That thing had me worried, you know. I was sure he was going to get Snowflake.
Well, Alan, as far as Snowflake is concerned, there are 60 million of them on your front walk. You'd better shovel them off.
I'm not shoveling that snow, Kenny. It's a waste of time.
Oh, how could it be a waste of time?
I'll show you. You wake up one morning, look out of the window, and the street in front of your house is covered with snow. The snow turns to sleet, the sleet turns to slush, the slush slides down the sewer and slips out to sea. The sun shines, soaks up seawater, stores it in the sky. The sky staggers under such a slew of stuff, the clouds sag, the storm starts, the snow falls, and there it is right back front of my house again. I'm going to shoot that writer.
But just the same, you'd better shovel that snow off or you're liable to get a summons.
Maybe you're right. But I haven't got my shovel. I lent it to an old fellow next door. You know my neighbor? Wait here, Kenny. I'll go get it. This snow is solid. Well, for snowballs. I'll scoop some up and make one. There. Well, I'll fling it at that fence across the street. Whoop.
Ingabatto, chi la pozza snowball. Una pozza massacrata da Ingamona la banda pestato, si la banda prostitutore.
Cigaretto? Gee, I thought an Italian family had moved across the street. Every Monday I see spaghetti hanging out in the line. Well, here's the old fellow's house here. Hope he's home. I need that shovel.
Hello there.
Hello there. Other day I lent you my shovel.
Well, I'm glad you dropped over, son. Just got some handkerchiefs back from the laundry. They're beautiful.
Yeah. Well, I came over.
Of course, when I sent them away, they was bed sheets.
That's fine.
Yeah, I used to do my own laundry. I washed my undies and Lux. Got my money back.
You got your money back? Why?
Nobody asked me to dance.
Yeah. Well, I came over with my shovel.
Interesting things always happens to me. Yeah, I remember the time I invented a gasoline-less automobile. They all laughed at me, called it my folly.
Oh, did it work?
No. Darn thing blowed up. Bang, bang, bang went my folly.
That's too bad. Now, I lent you a shovel.
Another time I was keeping company with a gorgeous girl. Yeah, used to sit on the sofa with her. She had an hourglass figure. One night I found myself with time on my hands.
I see.
Yeah, just passing the time of day.
No, I don't mind.
Just trying to be neighborly.
That's the way to be.
Yeah. I'm democratic.
Yeah, democratic. Yeah.
I'm only human.
Yeah, human. Yeah.
Hello! I was up in New York City last week.
Yeah?
Rode in the subway. Subway's awful crowded, but you make some nice contacts.
Yeah, now I lent you a
snow shovel to you.
Oh, I forgot about it.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, thanks very much.
I put it to good use. Some snowstorm we had, huh? Ain't seen so much snow since the blizzard of '66.
Yeah, where were you during the blizzard?
The Stork was delivering me. Yeah, I remember we was flying for New York City. The blizzard was so thick the Stork couldn't see a thing. He turned south and headed for Florida. I was born in Miami.
Well, what happened?
Some woman in New York was awful disappointed.
I should never have asked. Thanks for the shovel. Goodbye.
Goodbye. So long there.
Better get to work and start shoveling this snow off them.
Mr. Young! Mr. Young!
Gee, it's my girlfriend, Betty. And she's riding in Eddie Davenport's car. What did she go out with that guy for? He's so non-essential.
Mr. Young! Mr. Young!
I'm coming. Hello, Betty.
Hello, Mr. Young. You know Eddie.
Hiya, Alan.
Gee, Betty, I love to see you driving around in an automobile. But don't you get lonesome riding all by yourself?
Riding by yourself? What do I look like?
I don't know. I'm not a bacteriologist.
How do you like this car? Eddie's father gave it to him.
Yeah, for getting such good marks in college.
For getting such good marks in college. Eddie's got a BS, an MA, and a PhD.
Yeah. Well, he's so smart. Let's see him get an LSMFT. Betty, would you like to help me shovel this snow off the front walk?
Well...
At our house, my father has a handyman to shovel the snow.
Naturally. He hasn't got any sons to do it.
Now, look here, Alan Young. I don't like your attitude. You're being positively obnoxious.
Why don't you go home? Your cage must be clean by now.
Mr. Young, you're acting like a ruffian. Eddie's a perfect gentleman. His whole family's in society. His mother's the toast of the 400, his sister's the toast of the debutantes, and his father is the toast of the banking set.
All that toast and Eddie is a crumb.
Now, look, Young, I'm not afraid to fight you. In college, I'm an athlete. I'm the star of the basketball team.
Yeah. Even after you leave the court, you don't stop dribbling. Pretty good, huh, Betty?
Mr. Young, I'm ashamed of you. I won't stay here and listen to this any longer. Drive away, Eddie.
All right, Betty.
And Mr. Young, don't you ever talk to me again.
I'm not going to let that four-eyed two-timer get away with this. I'll throw a snowball at his car. Eddie, here's a present for you.
Pinga posta! E prendo la seconda snowball! Quando fatta la prima visora! Questa fatta basura!
All right, I'm sorry. everything is going wrong.
Say, Alan, what was going on out there between you and Betty and Eddie?
Kenny, dames are all alike. The minute you turn your back, they start running around with somebody else. Why, that Betty'd go out with a factory if it whistled at her.
Oh, Alan, it's your fault if Betty runs around with other guys.
It ain't my fault.
Well, how is she supposed to know how you feel about her? You never give her any hint.
I darn her socks for her.
Well, Alan, there's only one way to make sure that she doesn't go out with anyone else.
How?
Propose.
You mean married? If you'll pardon the expression.
Yes, marriage.
Well, I guess I will have to propose to Betty, but how do I go about it?
Gee, I can't be of much help to you. I've never proposed to anybody.
But, Kenny, aren't you interested in anyone?
Oh, sure.
Who?
Sal.
Sal? Sal who?
Sal Hepatica.
I should have known.
Why, of course you should have. And believe me, Sal Hepatica is something to have an interest in. A Sal Hepatica is a friend indeed, particularly on those mornings when you wake up feeling sick and headachy due to the need of a laxative. For if you take a glassful of sparkling Sal Hepatica then, you'll get quick, gentle relief, usually within an hour. Well, that means you don't have to risk feeling miserable all day, waiting until night to take a laxative. You take Sal Hepatica the minute you need it. And besides quick, gentle relief, Sal Hepatica gives you another advantage.
This famous saline helps sweeten an upset stomach by helping to reduce excess gastric acidity.
So tonight or tomorrow, get a bottle of Sal Hepatica from your druggist, remembering this caution, use only as directed. Then whenever you need a laxative, morning, noon, or night, see how much faster you feel better, thanks to gentle, speedy Sal Hepatica. And here's our glamorous singing star, Diane Courtney, to sing The Night is Young and You're So Beautiful.
The night is young and you're so beautiful. There among the shadows, beautiful lady. Open your heart. The scene is set, the breezes sing of it. Can't you get into the swing of it, lady? When will you start? When the lady is kissable and the evening is cool, any dream is permissible in the heart of a fool. The moon is high and you're so glamorous, and if he seems over amorous, lady, what can you do when the lady is kissable and the evening is cool, and a dream is permissible in the heart of a fool? The moon is high and you're so glamorous, and if he seems over amorous, lady, what can you do? The night is young and he's in love with you.
Gee, if I'm going to propose to Betty, I'll need a ring. Buckheimer's jewelry store and buy one. Gee, isn't it wonderful? Someday Betty and I'll get married and settle down in a cottage and live happily forever, Amber. Oh. Gee, I've only got a few minutes to catch the downtown bus. Ah, here's the bus now.
Okay, step up, step up. Hey, just a second, buddy. Where are you going?
Downtown, to Clockheimer's jewelry store.
What kind of a priority do you have?
Priority? Why, I have a C priority.
Get off.
What do you mean, get off?
Everybody else on this bus has an A priority. Haven't you?
it. I didn't understand it. Well, here's Klockheimer's jewelry store. I'll just go right in.
Why, hello, Mr. Young. I didn't expect to see you downtown.
It's Counselor Cartenbrand.
Yeah, it's good to see me. What are you doing looking in the window? Windows, that is, of a jewelry store.
Well, I'm thinking of buying an engagement ring.
Oh, you're gonna get married.
Yeah.
Well, marriage is an extremely serious step.
Yeah.
That's philosophy, son.
I recognized it.
Yeah, I remember one divorce case I handled. The defendant was Maisie LaRue. She was a fan dancer. I was one of her fans. Yeah. What just proceeded was a joke, son.
You can get odds on that.
Yeah, pay attention, son, pay attention.
Yeah.
I recollect I came into the court with my client, Miss LaRue. You know, if you listen, you'll learn, son. Yes, indeed. I say I got her into court. I say. Her husband wanted a divorce because she was a fan dancer.
Well, why?
Well, he said she waved the fan so much he was living in a perpetual drought. That there is whimsy. Too bad he didn't get it, yeah. Well, son, I got the judge to agree to let Miss LaRue do her fan dance in court, and she did it. I say she did it. Yeah. You know what the judge said when he saw a fan dance?
No, what?
There's good views tonight. You know, you're a nice boy. You shouldn't be so abstract, son. Well, son, I gotta be getting back to my office. I got a big case that I'm working on.
Huh?
Seems somebody threw a snowball through my client's window.
Snowball through the window? What did your client say?
Tinga forse, I say, tinga forse, you come out.
Gee, they have some very pretty... I say they have some very pretty engagement rings here in the window. That's catching. I'll go in and inquire about the rings.
What can I do for you, young man?
I'd like to see a ring. I'm getting engaged.
Oh, my. Girls will marry anything today, won't they?
Look, all I want is an engagement ring.
Well, we have rings to fit every pocketbook.
Well, I just want one to fit on a girl's hand.
Oh. Well, here's one. It has a 3-carat diamond. Just look at that. Look at the way it shines.
You're looking at my blue serge suit.
Oh.
That ring looks too expensive. Have you got something cheaper, maybe?
Well, here's a ring with a 1-carat diamond, $295.
That's too expensive. Have you got something a little cheaper?
Well, yes. Here's a ring that costs $8.50.
I'll take it.
But, incidentally, this ring will have to be clean.
Why?
It's covered with Cracker Jacks.
Well, here's the money. Will you engrave something on the inside of the ring for me?
Surely. What did you want?
Well, engrave... To Betty, with all my love from Alan, the man who dreams about her every night, who longs for the day we'll be married, and I get a good-paying job, so we won't have to live with her parents. We have our own home and settle down to having a family and living happy ever after.
Do you want that sent as a night letter? Look, do you expect me to engrave all that on the inside of a tiny little ring?
Well, isn't there enough room?
Buddy, there wouldn't be enough room to engrave that on the inside of Herman Goering's girdle.
I got the ring. I'll drop in here at Kenny's drugstore and show it to him.
Oh, hello, Alan.
Hey, Kenny. Well, I got an engagement ring for Betty. Here it is. Look at that diamond, Kenny.
Yeah, wait a second till I get my magnifying glass.
Yeah. You mean you want to find out if the diamond is cut properly?
No, I just want to find the diamond. Well, Alan, did you set the date yet?
Set the date? Kenny, I can't even get up enough nerve to propose to her.
Yeah, well, Alan, I've got an idea. Yeah. You go over to Slick Slacker's radio store. They've got a recording machine there. You can make a record of your voice for $1.
Kenny, you mean I should record my proposal to Betty?
Exactly. Then you can take the record up and play it for her.
I'll do it, Kenny. but are you sure these records are good?
Oh, I'm positive. I made one yesterday. Wait a minute, I'll get it for you.
Well, don't bother, Kenny. I believe you.
Oh, but I'll be glad to do it. Glad to. Yes, here it is. Listen. Ladies and gentlemen, particularly gentlemen, you no doubt have discovered that you can't buy Vitalis, that famous hair grooming preparation, anymore. Well, as your druggist has probably told you, all the Vitalis made is going to the armed forces. But I would like to tell you that the minute wartime shortages ease off, Bristol-Myers will do everything possible to see to it that you civilians can once again get Vitalis. And so once again you'll be able to enjoy the advantages of the most popular hair grooming preparation in America. Advantages like the Vitalis 60-second workout, which loosens a tight, dry scalp, stimulates circulation, and helps prevent excessive falling hair. Yes, we at Bristol-Myers earnestly hope that the time won't be too far off when you can once again go into your druggist and ask for a bottle of Vitalis and get it. Please be patient until then, won't you?
Here's the place where Kenny told me I could make a record. Slick Slacker's Record Shop. Excuse me, miss. I'd like to make a little...
Just a moment. I'm waiting on this gentleman.
Oh.
Yes, sir. What did you want to buy?
May I have 5 Bing Crosby records, please?
5 Bing Crosby records. Here you are, sir.
Stand back, please. Thank you very much.
You're welcome, Mr. Sinatra. Now, what do you want?
I want to propose.
Don't you think we ought to go steady for a few minutes?
No, you don't understand. I don't want to propose to you. I want to propose to a girl.
Well, who do I look like? Umbriago?
Well, look, I came in here to make a record.
There's a man ahead of you making a record. You'll have to wait a few minutes. Here, make yourself comfortable. Pull up a phonograph needle and sit down.
Yeah, well, will he be long?
Oh, no, he's just making a record to send to his wife. I think he's going to start now.
Oh, to his wife? I bet he's got a nice, sweet message for her.
Quiet.
Quiet, yes.
My dearest, this is just to tell you that for years I've been looking at that ugly puss of yours. Your face is so wrinkled, it looks like a piece of Kleenex that's been carried around for a week. I remember the day I first saw you. When you rolled your eyes, I didn't know whether you were flirting or looking back at the wagon you were pulling. And you're always picking on me. Always picking on me, but no more. I'm through. This is my Declaration of Independence. I'm leaving you. I'm free. Free, do you hear me? Free. 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 Okay, I'm through. Where's my record?
Here you are. Shall I wrap it as a gift?
Never mind. Goodbye.
Okay, Blondie, it's your turn. Now just step up to this microphone here. Now, when the bell rings, you start talking. And when the bell stops, you stop.
Okay.
Ready?
Yeah. Dear Betty, I love you very much. I want you to marry me. You now be very nice. And I won't love me. That's built for two. We lived together for many years as husband and wife in a house by the side of the road. Will you be? Gee, I hope she'll be able to hear what I said. The bell made a lot of noise, you know. Will she be able to hear the bell on the record?
No, you see, when you talk into the microphone, it goes through an insulated wire, which goes to a modified amplifier. Then it goes to a low-frequency magnetic oscillator. Then it's transformed through a multiple electrolytic rheostat, and then it's condensed in a 7-phase superheterodyne audiometer, and that takes out the sound of a bell.
Yeah. Well, wouldn't it be more simple if you just didn't ring the bell?
Gee, we never thought of that.
Where's my record?
Here it is.
Suppose I drop it. What'll I do?
Oh, we always give 2 copies to a customer in case one breaks. Here you are.
Oh, thanks very much.
Oh, I hope she accepts him. Oh, my goodness, I made a terrible mistake. Instead of giving him 2 copies of his record, I gave him 1 copy of the record he made and 1 copy of the record the other man made. Oh, I only hope he plays the right one for his girl.
Well, here it is. Betty's house. Gee, the Cooper Mansion. I'll just run up the front steps.
Ow!
I'm sorry, Mr. Cooper. I didn't see you lying there. Well, this is it. Once I cross the threshold and play this record, everything in my life will be changed. Oh, pardon me, Mr. Cooper. Is Betty home?
Yes, she's in the living room.
Thanks very much. There's Betty sitting over there on the couch. I'll sneak over and put my hands over her eyes and make her guess who it is. She'll know it's me. I'm the only one she goes out with. There.
Oh.
Guess who?
George?
No.
Harry?
No.
Freddie?
No.
Marvin?
No.
Charles? Timothy?
No.
Peter?
No. I'll give you a hint, Betty. Here, I'll put my face close to yours like this. Now I rub my cheek against yours.
Oh, Mabel.
No, it's me, Alan.
Alan Young, I told you I never wanted to speak to you again. Now you leave this house and don't you dare come back.
Betty, you're beautiful.
Don't you dare even call me on the telephone.
Betty, you're as pretty as anything.
Don't you dare even write me a letter.
Betty, I got something important for you in this box.
Don't you dare sit down beside me on the couch and open it up and show me what it is.
Well, it's something very special, Betty. Look.
Mr. Young. It's the ring.
Engagement pipe.
Oh, Mr. Young, it's beautiful. Oh, look at that big yellow diamond in it.
That guy didn't wipe all the Cracker Jacks off it. Betty, there's a proposal that goes along with this ring.
Well, go ahead, Mr. Young. Let's hear it.
It comes to you by electrical transcription.
What do you mean?
Well, Betty, I had so many things I wanted to say to you, but I don't have the nerve to tell them to you myself, so I put them on this record. Here, let me play it for you on the phonograph. Listen very carefully.
My dearest, I've been wanting to tell you this for a long time. Betty, I want you to be my wife. Let you and I get married and settle down. I can see us together. Just you and me and a cottage and a baby and a baby and a baby and a baby
Why,
and a
Mr.
baby
Young!
and a baby.
Mr. Young!
Gee, Betty, there must be something wrong with this record, but I got another one right here. Lucky the girl gave it to me. Betty, listen closely to this, because in this record I've told you exactly how I feel about you. Let's listen, Betty.
My dearest, this is just to tell you that for years I've been looking at that ugly puss of yours. Your face is so wrinkled that it looks like a piece of Kleenex that's been carried around for weeks. That first day
Mr. Young, how dare you?
It's a mistake. I got the wrong record. Betty, you know I wouldn't do a thing like that to you. Betty, you don't understand. I want you to be my...
What? Oh, gee, Mr. Young. Well, this is a big step. I can't give you an answer. You've got to talk this over with my Uncle Joe. Nobody in our whole family ever makes a decision without talking to him. Oh, here he comes now.
Okay.
Go ahead and talk to him.
Uncle Joe, I just asked for Betty's hand in marriage. Uncle Joe, what do you say to that?
Signor Posta! Good
Friends, this is Alan Young again. Friends, don't forget to get those dimes and dollars marching to the White House. Your money will go a long way in helping to stamp out infantile paralysis. Now, on behalf of Diane, Ken, Peter, myself, in fact, all of us, we want to thank you for being with us tonight. And don't forget the two products that make our Tuesdays together possible. Sal Hepatica for the smile of health and Vitalis for well-groomed hair. Sal Hepatica, Vitalis. Good night.
Say, girls, listen to this song. If you think walking down the aisle to that tune gets you out of hot water once and for all, lady, you are mistaken. I don't want to discourage you, mind you, but believe me, you are really getting into hot water, up to your elbows. First, there'll be dishes and undies, then pretty soon the baby's things. And those beautiful, soft, and smooth hands he loves to hold may soon become rough and dry. So take a tip. Use Trouchet, the beforehand lotion. By putting on Trouchet before you put your hands in hot, soapy water will protect them even while they're in that hot water. Yes, Trouchet can really help protect your hands, and so help keep them softer, smoother, lovelier. Why not begin today to use Trouchet? Hold it, folks. Stay tuned to this station, for here comes the Gracie Field Show, starring Gracie Fields with that funny man, Fred Brady, immediately following station identification. This is the Blue Network. Bristol Myers, the makers of Sal Hepatica for the smile of health, and Vitalis for well-groomed hair, present the Alan Young Show. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Ken Delmar, speaking on behalf of those two old friends, Sal Hepatica and Vitalis, and welcoming you to the Alan Young Show, featuring our singing star, Diane Courtney, the music of Peter Van Steeden, and starring Alan Young. Well, folks, it's time for our regular Tuesday night visit to Alan Young's house. I love to drop in to see Alan. He's always so gay and happy and cheerful. He always has a bright greeting when anybody comes in. Well, hiya, Alan. How's the boy?
Oh, hello, Kenny. Come on out of the rain.
But, Alan, it's not raining.
It will.
Say, what's wrong with you?
Oh, nothing. Nothing at all. I feel great.
What's that book you're reading?
30 different ways to commit Harry-Carry.
Harry-Carry, what does that mean?
That's Japanese for may I cut in. What's the use of pretending? My girlfriend Betty and I have, well, as Winchell says, we've...
Alan, you don't mean you have...
Definitely. And wipe that expression off your chin. Kenny, Betty says that I'm not the He-Man type.
Ah, I can't understand that. I just saw the Humphrey Bogart picture, the have and have not. And he reminded me of you.
Yeah, he has and I have not.
Well, the trouble is, Alan, you don't know how to be romantic.
Romantic? Don't you call a moonlit buggy ride in Central Park romantic? I've gone hundreds of times.
Who with?
You got to go with somebody?
Alan Young, you don't know the first thing about love.
I guess you're right, Kenny. Betty told me the same thing in her letter. Just listen to what she says here. To whom it may concern. Dear Alan, I've decided to break off our engagement. Your rival Hubert has won me over. Hubert is rich. You are the opposite. Hubert is ambitious. You're the opposite. Hubert is a man. New paragraph. I am returning your diamond engagement ring by parcel post. Signed, Betty.
Well, is that the diamond ring in that package?
Yeah. Look how carefully she wrapped it and marked it. Handle with care. Glass.
Well, Alan, let's face it. After all, you're not aggressive enough.
No.
You have to be impetuous. Now, watch me. I grasp you in my arms, like this. I look into your eyes like this. Then I say, ah, my love, my heart burns with ardor. My soul blazes with passion. My whole being is on fire.
Don't come to me. Why don't you get somebody who has marshmallows?
Darling, can't you see that fate meant me for you?
Oh, I don't think we could be happy together.
Why not?
You'd probably want the electric razor just when I was using it.
I won't take no for an answer. I must have you for my own. I want you. I need you. Say you'll be mine.
Kenny.
Yes?
Chase me.
I quit. You better forget all about women.
Oh, that's all right with me. I'm sick of love. I'm going downtown and get myself a good book. I can get along without women. I'm sick of women. I don't want to hear any more about women.
What book are you going to get?
Forever Amber. See you later, Kenny. It's nice to get out and ride in the fresh air. Street's pretty crowded with cars. Oh, what the heck? I might as well honk right back at them. Guess they don't even notice a bicycle. Hey, you in the truck.
Yeah?
Why didn't you put out your hand?
If I did, I'd put it right on your jaw. You kept your eye open, you'd have seen me coming.
I saw you coming.
Then why the surprised look on your face?
This isn't surprise. This bicycle seat is cold. No, that's me. No nerve. I even let my girlfriend give me up for that guy, Hubert. Well, here's the bookstore. I love to browse around in bookstores. I'll just take a look behind this big volume here.
Hiya, Mr. Young.
Well, it's little David Dittenpfeffer.
Complete and unexpurgated.
Oh, well, yes, David, you bet you. David, what are you doing with that book on child psychology?
Well, I have a problem father. Oh. He's too intelligent. He speaks 12 different languages.
Your father speaks 12 languages? Why, that's wonderful.
No, it ain't. Mama knows how to say shut up in every one of them.
Well, all married people have their quarrels. Your father has to expect those little spats.
Yeah. Papa has the spats and Mama wears the pants. Only once did Mama let Papa have his way.
Oh?
They were arguing about pipe smoking in the living room, and Mama finally gave in.
Is that so?
Yeah. Now Mama smokes a pipe on the back porch.
Well, you know, David, Betty just broke her engagement with me. Maybe it's all for the best. I'm never going to get married. I'm going to be a spinster.
Mr. Young, only a woman can be a spinster.
You see? They got everything tied up. Women, bah!
Atta boy, Mr. Young. That's telling them.
Yeah.
There are other things in life besides women.
Yeah? What are they?
I don't ever intend to find out. So long, Mr. Young.
So long, David. See, good to talk to a man who understands your problems. Well, now to buy a good book and forget all about Betty.
Well, hello, Alan. Did you get waited on yet?
Oh, Kenny, no, I can't seem to get a clerk yet.
Oh, don't worry, Alan. If you can't find a book, I'll come over to your house and keep you company.
Oh, goody. Shall we go steady? Listen, Kenny, I don't want to see you. I'm going to spend a quiet evening with my book.
I'll be over then.
But you're not a book.
Well, everyone tells me I'm a novel chap.
Listen, laughing boy, why don't you go back to your drugstore and play with your empty shelves?
Now, wait a minute, Alan Young. Those empty shelves are no kidding matter. Those shelves once held Vitalis. And it's not funny to anyone who used to use Vitalis and finds he can't buy it anymore.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, you better, because lots of people have come to depend on Vitalis to keep their hair well groomed. And then when Bristol Myers was faced with wartime shortages, and couldn't supply Vitalis to civilians and servicemen, too, it was decided that naturally all the Vitalis made would go to the armed forces. But we hope the time won't be far off when you can once again go to your drugstore and see the shelves filled with Vitalis. Then, as before, you'll be able to enjoy the advantages of this famous hair grooming preparation. Advantages like the Vitalis 60-second workout, which loosens a tight, dry scalp, stimulates circulation, and helps prevent excessive falling hair. Until that time, be patient, won't you? And be assured that we'll get Vitalis to you the minute we can. And here is our glamorous singing star, Diane Courtney, to sing A Little on the Lonely Side.
I'm a little on the lonely, a little on the lonely side. I keep thinking of you only and wishing you were by my side. You know, my dear, when you're not here, there's no one to romance with. So if I'm seen with someone else, it's just someone to dance with. Every letter that you send me, I read a dozen times or more. Any wonder that I love you more and more? Oh, how I miss your tender kiss and long to hold you tight. I'm a little on the lonely side tonight. I'm so lonely. Oh, I love you more and more. Oh, how I miss your tender kiss and long to hold you tight. I'm a little on the lonely side tonight.
I've been in this bookstore for 30 minutes and I haven't been waited on yet. I've got to get a book tonight so I can get my mind off Betty. Oh, there's the clerk now. Oh, miss.
Oh, hello. What can I do for you?
Yeah, I'd like something on a nice, spicy romance.
Well, come around at 5:30. That's when I'm through.
I didn't mean that. I want to do some reading. I just want to go home and bury my nose in a book.
You don't want a book. You want a box of Kleenex.
I want a book. I want something that's gay yet thrilling, suave, sophisticated.
Well, what book did you have in mind?
Well, have you got the Motorcycle Girls in Flatbush?
I'm sorry, but I can't give you that book without a note from your scoutmaster.
Well, what have you got on the bestseller list?
Oh, here's one that was just published.
Yeah.
The Strange Love of Sophie Crotchmeyer. You see, Sophie didn't want much out of life. A home, 2 cars, a yacht, mink coats, diamonds, pearls, cigarettes. Can a girl ask for anything more?
Oh, no. Not unless she wants to make a hog out of herself.
Well, you see, this happens to be a very simple love story.
Yeah.
It seems Sophie is in love with her brother-in-law. But he's not really her brother-in-law because Sophie's mother is really Jim's sister.
Well, who's Jim?
He's not important. He kills himself. Meanwhile, Sophie's brother-in-law falls in love with the bartender's daughter, whose child by another marriage is really Sophie's uncle. This complicates things a little. Especially when Tom gets home from college.
Who's Tom?
He's not important. He kills himself. Meanwhile, the bartender's daughter finds a note in a bottle of beer, revealing that she is the half-sister of Sophie's nephew, who's really Lord Nelson. This makes Sophie a half Nelson.
Look, who wrote this book anyway?
He's not important.
He kills himself. If you don't mind, I'll just browse around a bit. Let's see what books they have under science. Oh, How to Raise Rabbits. Or Are These Our Children? Look at this one. How to Develop a Forceful Personality by Professor Hofnagel. See, that's for me. Oh, Miss, I want this book here. I'm going to develop a forceful personality. I'm going to win Betty back. Just mark my words, miss. I'm going to be a new man.
Okay. Just let me know what you do with the old one. Goodbye.
Goodbye, miss. I'm going to show that guy Hubert he can't take my girl away. Let's see what this book says. Chapter 1. How to dominate a conversation. Pick a topic you know and stick to it. Make the other fellow listen. Gee, that's right. Here's a guy looking in the store window. I'm going to try it out. How do you do?
Hello there.
Oh. My next-door neighbor, Mr. Grimes. I must dominate the conversation. Mr. Grimes, do you realize the average rainfall in Calcutta is approximately...
I'm glad you asked my advice, son. Yeah, I got a grandmother in California. Grandma sure was devoted to Grandpa. Yeah, the old lady never went any place without old Granddad.
Yeah. Well, do you realize the average rainfall
Grandpa was devoted to her, too. Yeah, old boy never went any place without the old crow. Perfect blend.
Perfect blend, yeah. Mr. Grimes, do you realize the average rainfall...
I'm glad to see you carrying a book, son. Yeah, books is good for you. I always carry a book myself, especially when I go to a restaurant. Never know when you're going to get a table with a short leg.
Rainfall in Calcutta.
I don't like them little pocket editions. Bad for my eyes.
Why should the pocket editions be bad for your eyes?
Mighty dark in them pockets.
Raining in Calcutta.
I'm the romantic type. Yeah. Been romantic for 60 years, man and boy. Had more fun at it when I was a boy. I just thought I'd be social.
That's the way to be.
Yeah. Speak right up.
Yeah.
Hello there!
Hello there!
Well, I'll be seeing you, son. Oh, by the way, the average rainfall in Calcutta is 7.5 inches. Hello!
Dominate the conversation. Wonder if I overdid it. Well, let's see. Chapter 2. How to argue with a woman. Or what to do till the doctor comes. If you desire to impress women and win them away from rivals, bring them flowers. Roses are preferable. That's a wonderful idea. I'll call on Betty tonight and bring her some roses. There's a florist right next door. Give a sign. Jones Florist Shop. If it smells, it's Jones.
Yes, something I can do for you?
Yeah, I want some flowers for the girl I love.
Oh, you mad, impetuous boy, you.
I know exactly what I want, too. Those roses over there. Are they hothouse roses?
No, but we take them to a Turkish bath twice a week.
Well, I want those roses anyway. How much are they?
They're $5 a spray, $15 a corsage, and $75 a bouquet.
What could I get for 40 cents?
For 40 cents, I'll give you a bunch of soup grease.
Look, I'm a man with a very forceful personality. I want roses.
I'll give you violets.
What's the difference?
Well, our roses smell, but our violets shrink.
I still want roses.
I'll give you buttercups.
How much are your buttercups?
50 cents and 12 red points.
I still want roses.
All right. You want a rose? Here, for 4 cents, take this.
What kind of a rose is this? It's only a bare stem.
Well, that's a gypsy rose.
Look, I still want roses.
Still want roses. Well, wait a second. Tell you what I'm going to do. You see those flowers over here? Yeah. Well, somebody just canceled that order. You can have the whole thing for $1.
But I didn't want a bouquet that
big. Oh, it's only $1. Here you are. Give me the money. That's the idea. So long.
Gee, guess I am lucky to get this canceled order. Just look at those gorgeous flowers. Novel having them in the shape of a horseshoe, too. Gee, and look at the lovely message on this ribbon. Good luck at the opening of your delicatessen. Sentiment. Gee, it's getting late. Better up in here at Tenny's drugstore and call Betty and tell her I'm coming over.
Hello?
Hello, Betty. Betty, I'll give you 3 guesses who this is.
Cousin Charlie?
No.
Cousin Louie?
No.
Cousin Willie?
No. You lose. Goodbye. What did I do? Betty, this is Alan Young. Listen to me.
I sent back your ring, Mr. Young. Our friendship is now officially over. Goodbye.
Betty, don't say that. Betty, hello. Hello.
I'm sorry, I hung up.
Oh. I guess it's all over. The book didn't work. Might as well return it to the bookstore and have my money refunded.
Well, hi, Alan. Where are you going?
Huh? Oh, hello, Kenny. I'm going to return Professor Hofnagel's book. I guess I'm a washout.
Yeah, well, let's face it, Alan. You're not the type to have a forceful personality. You couldn't force anybody to do anything.
I couldn't, huh? I bet I could force you to do something.
Go on. You couldn't force me to do a thing.
I couldn't, huh?
No, you couldn't.
Oh, Kenny.
Yes, Alan?
Would you, that is, I wonder if you would, tell our listeners about Sal Hepatica?
My gosh, you did it. Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, when you wake up in the morning feeling sick and headachy due to the need of a laxative, take a glassful of sparkling Sal Hepatica. For Sal Hepatica taken then brings quick, gentle relief, usually within an hour. That means you don't have to risk feeling miserable all day, waiting until night to take a laxative. You take Sal Hepatica the minute you need it. And besides quick, gentle relief, Sal Hepatica gives you another advantage.
This famous saline helps sweeten an upset stomach by helping to reduce excess gastric acidity.
So tonight or tomorrow, get a bottle of Sal Hepatica from your druggist. Remembering this caution, use only as directed. Then whenever you need a laxative, morning, noon, or night, see how much faster you feel better, thanks to gentle, speedy Sal Hepatica. And here is Peter Van Steeden and his orchestra to play Accentuate the Positive.
Here's the bookshop again. Guess I'll go and get my money back. They said they'd refund it cheerfully.
Oh, hello. What can I do for you?
A little while ago, you sold me a book called How to Develop a Forceful Personality. It didn't work, and I'd like my money back.
I never saw you before in my life.
But you must recognize me.
Well, now let me see. Are you a short, fat man with dark hair and a mole on his cheek?
No.
I'm sorry, then you ain't you.
Now, look, I demand my money back.
Excuse me, I'm the manager. What seems to be the trouble?
He wants his money back.
He wants his money back?
That's right. He wants his money back.
I guess this is what they mean by refunding it cheerfully.
Now, would you mind having a seat? Yeah. There's a man ahead of you who also wants a refund. He's being taken care of right now.
No, don't do it!
Now, what was it you wanted, young man?
Cigarette?
Gee, the lights are on in Betty's house. I guess that Hubert guy is paying a call. I don't care. I got this book with me here. Hope Betty will be glad to see me. I'll just put my nose inside the door. Hello, Betty. I can always breathe through my mouth. Professor Hofnagel says not to be discouraged. I'll just open the door and walk right in.
Why, Alan Young, how dare you walk into my house this way? Hubert, are you going to stand there and watch this happen?
Yeah, I could see pretty good from here. Scram, Young.
Yeah? Well, you little shrimp, I ought to let you have it.
Why don't you?
I ain't got it. You know?
Hubert, don't argue with that person. He's just a small potato.
Yeah? Well, don't forget, the small potato of today is the masher of tomorrow.
I don't know why I stand here arguing with a ruffian like you. I'm a college man. I got a sheepskin.
Yeah? On you, it looks natural.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
What are you boys doing?
We're accentuating the positive.
Alan, you leave this house at once.
Oh, Betty, how can you do this to me? Remember the night I took you home and we paused in the vestibule? You leaned your head on my shoulder and I leaned my shoulder on the doorbell? And your father came down and leaned his foot on my pants? But I guess all that is in back of me.
Now, Alan, it's no use. I've decided on Hubert. Hubert is so Cary Grantish. So Clark Gable-ish. So Gary Cooper-ish.
To me, he looks more Tyrone Powerless. How about it, Betty? You're not giving me up for him, are you?
Well, yes.
You mean this is the end?
This is the end.
It's goodbye?
Goodbye.
Which way is the river?
Oh, Ellen, not that, not that.
Why not? They're my ice skates.
I don't care where you go, Mr. Young, as long as you leave my house. Hubert, I'll go in and get us some milk and cookies. I'll see you later.
So now it's milk and cookies for Hubert. There was a time when I raided milk and cookies around here. Sometimes she'd even go to the trouble of making me some peanut brudel.
Peanut treadle.
The way Betty makes it, it's brutal. You've won out, Hubert, old man. Be good to our boy. As for me, I'll try to forget. I came into Betty's life with a smile, and I'll go out with a smile.
Before you go, take your book with you.
Professor Hofnagel's How to Develop a Forceful Personality. Junk. You can have it, Hubert, old man.
Say, this is very interesting. Look what he says here on how to handle women. Order them around. Women like to be dominated. Boy, this guy's got something.
I'm sorry I kept you waiting, Hubert, but
Shut up and give me some of those milk and cookies.
Are you talking to me, Hubert?
Boy, what a book. Yeah, I'm talking to you, and they better be razor cookies or I'll throw them right in your kisser.
Isn't he masterful? How can he look so 4F and talk so 1A? I wish I had that personality.
Well, I hate men who try to be masterful. Hubert, you get your hat and coat and leave this house.
Yeah, but Betty Allen gave me this book.
You get out of here, Hubert. Men who try to dominate women are just bullies and uncouth and hoodlums. Goodbye.
I've been sabotaged.
Well, Betty?
Yes, Alan?
Guess there's no sense in wasting the milk and cookies.
Oh, gee, I really do like you, Alan. You're always so mild-mannered and kind and gentle.
Yeah, I get better results that way. As I was saying to Professor Hofnagel only this morning, your book is all wrong, Professor, I said. If you want some advice from a man with practical experience, the way to attain success with women... Friend, on behalf of Diane, Ken, Peter, and myself, in fact, all of us, we want to thank you for being with us tonight. And don't forget the two products that make our Tuesdays together possible. Sal Hepatica for the smile of health, and Vitalis for well-groomed hair. Sal Hepatica, Vitalis. Good night.
If a lady wants to keep her hands all smooth and nice, she will listen to Ken Delmar. He's got good advice.
And that I do. Listen, ladies, before you do the dishes tonight or tomorrow, smooth a little Trouchet on your hands before you put your hands in that hot, soapy water. Yes, I said before you get to work. For Trouchet's beforehand protection will help guard your hands from the rough, drying effects of hot, soapy water, and so help keep your hands softer, smoother, lovelier. So begin today to use Trouchet. Hold it, folks. Stay tuned to this station, for here comes the Gracie Field Show, starring Gracie Field with that funny man, Fred Brady, immediately following station identification. This is the Blue Network. Bristol Myers, the makers of Sal Hepatica for the smile of health, and Vitalis for well-groomed hair, presents The Alan Young Show. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Ken Delmar, speaking on behalf of those two old friends, Sal Hepatica and Vitalis, and welcoming you to The Alan Young Show, featuring our singing star Diane Courtney, the music of Peter Van Steeden, and starring Alan Young. It's Tuesday night and time for another visit to Alan Young's house. I like to call on Alan because he's always so full of information, so bubbling over with news. Yeah, let's stop in on him and see what's cooking. Yeah, hiya, Alan. What's new?
I ain't talking, see? If I ever told you that I was going to elope with my girlfriend Betty, you'd have it all over town.
You're going to elope with Betty?
Who told you? Look, you got to keep this quiet, see, Kenny? Don't be a statue pigeon.
You mean a stool pigeon, not statue pigeon?
You don't know much about pigeons, do you?
Well, Alan, I want to be the first to congratulate you. Yeah. Marriage is a wonderful thing. For instance, take a little thing like this shirt I'm wearing. No buttons. If I spent $2 for a marriage license, that wouldn't happen.
If you spent $2 for a shirt, that wouldn't happen. See, Kenny, I know I'm a lot older than Betty is, and it's about time I settled down.
Well, I don't want to discourage you, Alan, but marriage is an expensive proposition.
I know, but I'm not worried. I got money in the bank.
How much?
I don't know. I haven't shaken it lately.
Well, what kind of a woman is Betty's mother? You know, the mother-in-law problem can be an awful headache.
Kenny, that's the one thing that worries me. I think my future mother-in-law is the kindest, sweetest, dearest woman in the world. And when I'm married, I'd love to have her live with us.
Then what's your problem?
Am I normal? Oh, Kenny, I have wonderful plans. I'm going to build Betty a model kitchen. We'll have an automatic washing machine, an automatic ironer, an automatic heater, an automatic dishwasher.
Where will you eat?
At the automat. I can see it all now. I come home after a long day at the laundry. I work the third mangle now. I come home now, and Betty's waiting for me, you see. I can see us sitting by a roaring fireplace. Betty is knitting. I'm smoking. I'm sitting too near the fireplace. And we'll have children. 10, 12, 14.
14 children?
Yeah, we're going to accentuate the posterity. And I'm going to see that my children have steaks and butter and cigarettes. I want them to have all the things that I didn't have. And I can see the day my daughters go out and get married one by one, and they'll come back home 2 by 2.
Well, I suppose you'll elope by putting a ladder up to Betty's window.
Oh, I don't know. I tried it once, but her father caught me as I was going up the ladder.
What did you do?
What could I do? I painted the side of the house.
Well, Alan, I wish you all the luck in the world. I feel kind of proud that I'm the only one who knows about this elopement.
You're the only one I've told, Kenny.
Yeah. How does Betty feel about this?
I haven't told her either.
You haven't told Betty yet? Alan, don't be silly. You have to tell Betty that you're going to elope with her. Suppose she doesn't want to go.
Then I'll go myself. I'm not worried, though. Betty is crazy about me. She likes an older man, you know. Kenny, you'll have to excuse me. I have to run next door and see about borrowing a ladder from my neighbor, Mr. Grimes. See you later, Kenny. Yeah. Hope Mr. Grimes is home. Yeah, he's home all right. His winter underwear's on the line. And the back door is open. Mr. Grimes, are you inside? No. Well, I guess I'll try the house.
Hello there.
Oh, hello, Mr. Grimes. I came over to borrow a ladder.
I was judge at a bathing beauty contest once.
Yeah, well, what's that got to do with...
Girls had strips of ribbon across their bathing suits with their names on. Had to on account of the pure food law.
The pure food law?
Yeah. You got to put a label on every tomato.
Yeah, well, Mr. Grimes, I came over to borrow a ladder.
A ladder? What for, son? You want to be taller than she is?
I want to elope and get married.
Oh, I had a very unhappy married life. Yeah, my wife wanted 10 kids, and I wanted 15.
Well, why were you unhappy?
25 kids is too much for any family.
Look, getting back to the ladder.
She was a smart woman, my wife. Yeah, during the rubber shortage, she converted an old rubber tire into a girdle.
Well, how did it work out?
Looked better on the truck.
Yeah, well, about this ladder...
I still remember the day I proposed to her. Yeah, I was mighty nervous. I got hot, and then I got cold, and then I got hot, and then I got cold.
Where did you propose?
Between the gas range and the refrigerator. But my uncle, he had more luck at marriage than I did. He's married 40 years and still making love.
Your aunt is very lucky.
Yeah, so's my uncle. Because if my aunt ever finds out, she'll break his head.
Yeah, well, look, I came over to borrow a ladder from you.
Can't let you have it, son. No, there's Blonde living next door, and I have to wash her windows. You can't see through them.
Well, why should that bother you?
I can't see through them either.
All right, I'll get a ladder somewhere else.
So long there.
So long there.
Say, Alan, I was worried. I thought I'd run over and see if you got your ladder yet.
No, I didn't.
Well, I just remembered you can use the ladder I have in my drugstore.
Gee, Kenny, thanks. You're a true friend.
Well, you're a true friend to me, too, Alan. I'll never forget the time we were ice skating on the lake. The ice broke and I fell in, and you, without a moment's hesitation, jumped in and rescued me. What a friend.
Well, why shouldn't I jump in after you? You had my skates on. Just the same, Kenny, you are a good friend to me and to thousands of people, too.
I am? Says Kenny coyly, knowing very well what he means.
You are. says Alan firmly, knowing very well that Kenny knows exactly what I mean. You're a good friend to thousands of people because you put 'em wise to Sal Hepatica.
Well, it's really Sal Hepatica who's the friend when you're in the need of a laxative. Particularly on those mornings when you wake up feeling sick and headachy due to the need of a laxative, you simply take a glass full of sparkling Sal Hepatica, and soon you'll be feeling better. For Sal Hepatica taken then brings quick, gentle relief, usually within an hour. That means you don't have to risk feeling miserable all day, waiting until night to take a laxative. You take Sal Hepatica the minute you need it. And besides quick, gentle relief, Sal Hepatica gives you an additional advantage.
This famous saline helps sweeten an upset stomach by helping to reduce excess gastric acidity.
So tonight or tomorrow, get a bottle of Sal Hepatica from your druggist, remembering this caution, use only as directed. Then whenever you need a laxative, morning, noon, or night, see how much faster you feel better, thanks to gentle, speedy Sal Hepatica. And now here is Peter Van Steeden and his orchestra to play Star Eyes.
This is the best place to get a marriage license, the City Hall. Let's see what this sign says. Marriage license, $2. Dog license, $5. Well, I'll have to get married. I can't afford a dog. Let's see, there's 2 doors here. I'll just try this one.
Oh, now you stop. Oh, Mr. Smith, stop.
Important conference. This must be the right door here. Oh, yeah, there's the man over there. How do you do? I'm Alan Young, and I want to get married.
Oh, you mad, impetuous boy, you. Have you been married before?
No, this is my first trip to the altar.
Well, is this trip necessary? Now, this girl of yours, is she a cute little redhead with a turned-up nose and a habit of snuggling up close when she kisses you?
No, why do you ask?
I was just checking up on my girl. Now, young man, the laws of this state require that you submit to a blood test.
Yeah, just gave a pint of blood to the Red Cross.
I see. Then you're fresh out of it. Now, for the wedding, who is going to be the fiancé and who is going to be the fiancée?
Well, I'd sort of counted on just the 2 of us being there.
No, I'll explain it. The fiancé is the husband and the fiancée is the wife. You see, the wife always has the say. Now, come. What is the name of the girl you intend to marry?
Well, it's a secret. Just leave it blank.
Leave it blank? Well, how is that going to sound? Do you, Alan Young, take this blank to be your blankety blank?
Well, I'm sorry, but I can't tell you. Just leave enough room to write Betty Cooper.
You're marrying Betty Cooper.
Who told you?
The big 3.
Oh.
Yes, but don't worry. I'll keep it a secret. Just fill out this form in triplicate and return it.
Triplicate? What do you want 5 copies for?
Oh, no, it's 3 copies.
Oh.
1 copy goes to Washington, 1 to Albany, and 1 to Drew Pearson.
Oh, okay, I'll sign it. My fountain pen seems a little stuck.
Oh, well, here, use mine.
It's okay, I'll just give mine a quick shake. You look nice in blue.
Look, will you please sign this and get out of here?
Okay, there. So long. What's that? I'll just poke my head out of the door to make sure nobody sees me.
Peekaboo, Mr. Young.
Whoops. Oh, well, it's little David Dittenpfeffer. You bet you. Oh, you just bet. What are you doing up here in this city hall, David?
Oh, I had to see the police commissioner about something.
Oh, what's the matter?
Oh, I was playing marbles with another kid, and some character comes up and wants you to throw the game.
Oh.
Say, what were you doing in the marriage license office? Thinking of getting married? Well, I hope you're not rushing into this thing, Mr. Young.
Oh, no, I've thought the whole thing out very carefully. I've considered the girl from every angle.
Well, don't overlook any of the curves either.
Oh, bless your little. Now, David, how do you know so much about women?
You're talking to the Tommy Manville of 3B.
Then you kissed a girl?
You got $2. Would you like to try for $4?
Confidentially, what does it feel like to kiss a girl?
Well, it's not unlike eating a bowl of mush.
Now, David, you're getting the wrong attitude about women.
Oh, no. Some of them are okay. When my father was sick, my mother sat up all night with him. She never took her eyes off him for a second.
Didn't your father have a nurse?
Sure. That's why my mother never took her eyes off him. Well, I'll be seeing you. So long, Casanova.
So long, David boy. Well, I've got everything now that a man needs to get married. A license and a ladder. I forgot one important thing. I can't elope without a wedding cake. I'll try Crotchmeyer's bakery shop next door. Maybe they got something nice. That's Sophie Crotchmeyer behind the counter. She's the biggest blabbermouth in town. I'd better be diplomatic about this.
May I be of service to you?
I'd like 5 cents worth of lady fingers.
Oh, you mad, impetuous boy, you.
Yeah, well, on second thought, that whole wheat bread looks pretty good.
That's white bread. I forgot to dust it this morning. Anything else?
Well, I'll take a half a dozen donuts.
Well, those donuts are 35 cents a dozen, and these over here are 20 cents a dozen.
Well, what's the difference?
The 20-cent ones are retreads.
Maybe I don't want donuts after all.
Well, look, why don't you try a loaf of our super-enriched bread? Each loaf of bread contains nitrogen, oxygen, hydrogen, and straight gin.
Well, do you have a loaf of bread that contains a small quantity of bread?
Do you want this place to get raided? We also bake a super-enriched super bread. This loaf is really loaded. One slice will give you enough energy to walk 20 miles, climb 30 miles, or run 40 miles.
What happens if I eat 2 slices?
Jet propulsion.
Well, maybe I don't want anything. On second thought, I'll just have a 14-layer wedding cake, and on top of it write from Alan Young to Betty Cooper.
Well, do you mind if the cake is a little squashed?
Why should the cake be squashed?
It happens every time we put it in the typewriter. And besides that, you know, the man who bakes our 14-layer cakes left for another job.
What's he do now?
He piles records on jukeboxes.
Oh.
Well, I wish you a lot of luck, but if your girl should run out on you, I'm sure you could find some sweet, lovely girl who'd like to get married. Namely, guess who?
Yeah, well, I'm
a one-man girl myself.
Yes, well, I'd like somebody who looks less like one man and more like a girl. If my mother's listening, she knows what I mean. Well, goodbye, Miss Crotchmeyer. Well, what use of having a wedding cake? They'd only eat it anyway. Oh, hello, Kenny.
Why, hello, Alan. How's the elopement coming along?
Oh, just the usual troubles. Just think, Kenny, soon Betty and I'll be married.
Yeah, I know, Alan. I got your wedding present.
Why, Kenny, how nice, but you shouldn't have done it.
Oh, well, it's something I know you couldn't get, but I'm sure you'll like it. Here, but don't drop it. It's a bottle.
But, Kenny, I don't drink.
You don't drink it. You put it on your hair.
Oh, so that's why they say the liquor you get nowadays makes your hair stand on end.
No, Alan, this is not liquor. It's a bottle of Vitalis.
Vitalis? Kenny, have you been drinking?
No, I haven't. This is genuine bottle of Vitalis. The last bottle in my house.
Gee, thanks. Well, I haven't seen a bottle of Vitalis in a long while.
I know. Well, that's because all the Vitalis made is going to the armed forces. Use it sparingly and make it last.
You bet I will, Kenny. Gosh, this is really a swell present.
It certainly is if you're like so many men who got accustomed to Vitalis for keeping their hair well groomed, only to discover that wartime shortages made it necessary for Bristol Myers to send it all to the armed forces. But Bristol Myers hopes the time isn't far away when Vitalis can once again be supplied to civilians. Then once again you'll be able to enjoy the famous Vitalis 60-second workout that loosens a tight, dry scalp, stimulates circulation, and helps prevent excessive falling hair. So, friends, be patient. As soon as it's possible, you'll be able to get Vitalis again. And now, here is our glamorous singing star, Diane Courtney, to sing I'm Making Believe.
I'm making believe that you're in my arms, though I know you're so far away. Making believe I'm talking to you. Wish you could hear what I say. And here in the gloom of my lonely room, we're dancing like we used to do. Making believe is just another way of dreaming, so till my dreams come true, I'll whisper good night, turn out the light and kiss my pillow, making believe it's you. Though I know you're so far away, making believe I'm talking to you. Wish you could hear what I say. We're dancing like we used to do. Making believe is just another way of dreaming. So till my dreams come true, I'll whisper good night, turn out the light and kiss my pillow, making believe it's you.
Now that I have the ladder, there's nothing left to do but call up Betty and tell her we're going to elope. Gee, I just remembered my rival Hubert has a date at her house tonight. I don't know why she goes with those kids when I'm around. Now what I'll do, I'll call him up and give the kid a good scare. That'll get rid of him. I'll use my deep voice.
Hello?
I would like to speak to that good-for-nothing weasel, Hubert.
Oh, Hubert, your mother's calling.
Hello, Mom. Did they take you off the night shift again?
This is not your mother. Hubert, your number has come up.
Again? I thought I was a permanent 4F.
This is the Blue Beetle.
The Blue Beetle? No.
Yes. And in a few hours, you will meet the same fate as Shaky.
Blue Beetle, you wouldn't dare come after me tonight. The roads are covered with ice.
Don't worry. The Blue Beetle stings on ice. Goodbye. Oh, boy, I bet I scared him good. He won't be at Betty's by the time I get there. Well, I got the ladder set to Betty's window. Now I'll go in and tell her my plans.
have a date tonight with Hubert.
Oh, gee, I forgot this was Meatless Tuesday.
Hurry up in, Alan, and lock that door.
Huh?
I just got my notice from the Blue Beetle.
Not the Blue Beetle?
Yeah, the Blue Beetle.
Hmm.
I heard the most awful things about him. He's a monster. He's got the most horrible face in the world.
Well, you'll meet him on equal terms.
I just can't stand it. I'm going to blow my brains out. Look, I'm going to blow my brains out.
Hubert, put down that atomizer.
And why should I be the victim? I lived a good, clean life. I never tilted a pinball machine. I never whistled at girls. I never even kissed a girl. Why should he want to kill me?
Mr. Young, I think you're horrible to talk that way in front of Hubert. Look how pale he is. The green has left his cheeks.
Well, don't worry, Hubert. If you need any help, I'll be here.
I don't need your help, Alan Young. I could take care of myself. I took a course from Charles Atlas.
Well, what are you worried about?
He forgot to send me the muzzles.
Betty, you need a man like me around. I'm older than you two. A man who shaves. Here, just feel my cheek.
Well, I don't feel anything.
Yeah? Well, run your hand down the other cheek.
I still don't feel anything.
You must have passed it. Oh, well, that's, it's getting kind of late. I guess I'll be going, Betty. I'll see you later. Or later. That is, if you'll allow me that much license.
Later license? Alan Young, what is all that double talk?
In Australia, that means have a Coke. See you later, Betty.
Well, it's getting kind of late. Hubert, I hope you're not worried about that silly Blue Beetle thing.
Oh, no, not at all, Betty. But, Betty, would you do me a favor?
Well, what is it?
Betty, would you walk me home?
Hubert, if you're afraid to go home, you can stay here tonight. I'll double up with Mother, and you can have my room.
Honest, your room?
I have no pajamas for you, but if you look in the top drawer, you'll find a pink lace nightgown with rosebuds.
Me in a pink lace nightgown with rosebuds? Gee, you'd think I was going on my honeymoon.
Good night, Hubert.
Night, Betty.
Well, just as soon as the light goes out in Betty's room, I'll climb up the ladder and our elopement will begin. Gee, this is romantic. Oh, the light just went out. Beat, beat my heart, for woman's love is frail. Nick Kenny. Well, here I am at the top of the ladder. Gee, I'm glad it's a dark night. I'll open the window. Here I go. Shh. Don't say a word. I'll throw this coat over you, darling, and carry you down. There. My, that perfume you're wearing, it's my favorite odor. Minute Rub. I just can't wait till we get down to the foot of the ladder so I can look into your beautiful face. Ah, here we are, Betty. Now, I'm going to kiss you.
Gee, I never expected this from a Blue Beetle.
Hubert!
Alan! Holy smoke, I kissed you!
What are you complaining about? I almost married you!
Would you mind putting me down? The wind is blowing right through my nightgown.
Well, no wonder. You've got a draft aft. Oh, quiet. Here comes a policeman. Don't say a thing.
I hate to intrude this way, but I was just wondering, which one of you two is Juliet?
Officer, arrest this man. He tried to elope with me.
And just how do you explain that, Romeo?
Cigarette? Look, I can explain everything, officer. I was going to elope with my girl, Betty, but somehow I got into the wrong room, so I eloped with him instead.
Is that right, Juliet?
Yes.
Well, then it's very simple. What you two want is a divorce.
I don't want no divorce. I want a hot water bottle.
Now, look, you two, make up your minds. I can't stand here all night arguing. I got a cigarette burning in my pocket.
Mr. Young, Hubert, who are you talking to down there? The Blue Beetle?
No, the Blue Bull.
Mr. Young and Hubert, you come right into the house immediately.
All right, Betty. So long, officer.
Well, Hubert, do you feel better now?
Yeah, this cup of hot milk sure hit the spot. I almost froze out there.
It's nice you'd let me stay here the night, Betty.
Well, it's much too late for you to go home. Sleep tight, boys.
Night, Betty.
Good night, Betty.
Gee, Alan, I look so silly in this pink lace nightgown with rosebuds.
Yeah. Of course, I don't look much better in a lavender nightgown with lace forget-me-nots. Friends, on behalf of Diane, Ken, Peter, myself, in fact, all of us, we want to thank you for being with us tonight. And don't forget the two products that make our Tuesdays together possible. Sal Hepatica for the smile of health and Vitalis for well-groomed hair. Sal Hepatica, Vitalis. Good night.
If your hands are giving you a lot of trouble these days, if they're rough and dry and chapped, listen carefully. I know I can help you. Get yourself a bottle of Truchet. It's a creamy, fragrant hand lotion that will really help keep your hands smooth and lovely. The fact is, Truchet is so unusual that you can put it on your hands before you put them in hot, soapy water. Truchet provides beforehand protection that will actually help guard your hands even when they're in that hot, soapy water. Use Truchet, too, for rough elbows and knees, chapped legs, as well as hands. Use Truchet as a powder base. It's a perfect beauty lotion for loveliness all over. So why not begin today to use Truchet? This is the Blue Network.
This program is presented in cooperation with the drug, cosmetic, and allied industries by the Bristol-Myers Company on behalf of the Treasury's War Bond Campaign. Bristol-Myers, makers of Sal Hepatica for your smile of health and Mum for your winning charm, present The Alan Young Show. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Ken Delmar welcoming you to the Alan Young Show, featuring our singing star, Diane Courtney, the music of Peter Van Steeden, and starring Alan Young. Well, it's Tuesday night again. Time for another visit with Alan Young. I look forward to these calls at Alan's house because he's such a modest man. He needs so little. He wants so little. Come on, let's go in.
Hello, Kenny. $3 million. $7 million. $14 million. Say, Kenny, what comes after $14 million?
Morgenthau. What's all this talk about money?
Kenny, I'm going to be rolling in wealth. I'm going to build a house with 60 rooms and no bath.
What's the idea?
I'm going to be filthy rich. I'll be so rich I'll walk past a cigarette butt without giving it a second glance. Oh, boy, I'm going to have 4 butlers. The first butler will bring me the sugar. Second will bring me butter. Third will bring me steak.
What about the 4th butler?
He'll hit me over the head every time I wake up.
Oh, yes, Alan, indeed. It's good to be rich.
Yes, second?
Yeah, you can spend February in the south, March in the east, April in the north.
I'd prefer May in the west.
Well, Alan, this $1 million that you're talking about, how are you going to make it?
I just bought 2 rabbits. I'm going to raise rabbits.
2 rabbits? Well, look, Alan, in order to make $1 million, you'll need 1 million rabbits.
I'm willing to wait a couple of days.
Well, just think of the possibilities. Why, if everybody in the country carried a rabbit's foot, do you realize what would happen?
Sure, the rabbits would walk around on their hands. Well, Kenny, I'm going to specialize in fur coats, you see. Of course, to do this right, I'll have to change my name. It'll look great in lights. America's largest furrier, I.J. Rabbit.
Well, where did you get the idea, anyway?
Right out of this magazine. Look at this ad here. Raise rabbits in your spare time. Read what a wealthy manufacturer, J. Boulderhead of Little Rock, Arkansas, says. For the past 10 years, I averaged $75,000 a year. I sent away for a couple of rabbits. Now they average $75,000 a year. See, Kenny, it's a wonderful business. Oh, excuse me. Hello?
This is Gribbons of the post office calling. We got 2 rabbits here for Alan Young. It's $10 COD.
Gee, my rabbits came in. Mr. Gribbons, how do they look?
They're a little banged up.
How did that happen?
We had trouble getting them through the canceling machine. Hey, how about taking them out of here? I'm having trouble feeding them.
Well, just give them some diced carrots.
I did, and one of the rabbits almost blew up.
Well, how did that happen?
The dice were loaded.
Oh. Goodbye. Let's see, I'll have to borrow $10 for the COD. I'll need about $15 to build a house for them. Gee, making $1 million is going to cost me money. Where am I going to get the... Oh, Kenny.
Yeah?
Would you like to sink some money in my business?
Well, I'll invest 10 cents.
Boy, are you a sinker. All right, then I'll go to the bank. After all, now that I'm in business, I should associate with men of my own financial standing. Men of vision, spark, vitality.
Hello there.
Oh, hello, Mr. Grimes. I'm on my way to the bank. I'm sorry I can't stick around and talk to you.
I just found an onion in my pantry. Thought I'd come over and borrow a couple of pounds of steak to put under it.
Well, I'm on my way to the bank. You see, I've got to...
Yeah, my wife never believed in banks. No, she used to hide all her money from me. Kept it in a corset.
Well, how did you discover it?
Oh, I pulled a few strings.
I'm on my way to the bank.
My wife was a well-dressed woman. Yeah, but she hated short dresses. Had a battleship tattooed on her knee.
Oh, that's all.
Yeah. People kept coming up to her and saying, "Lady, your ship is showing."
Yeah, well, I'm on my way to the bank.
I took my wife to the movies last night. Awful romantic. I nudged a little, kissed a little. Then I remembered we didn't have 2 seats together.
I'm on my way.
Girl sitting next to me was a wave. Yeah, first time I ever got a whack from a wave.
Look, I really have to be hurrying to the bank.
My wife and I once had money in the bank. Yeah, it was a joint account. She spent all the money, and I wound up in a joint.
Look, I've got to go to the bank. I'm a fur business now.
Oh, say, my wife keeps pestering me for a fur coat. Wants a skunk from the husband of the same name. Yeah, well, I got to be getting home now. I want to take my wife riding in my motorcycle.
Oh, sidecar?
No, thanks. I don't drink.
So long there. So long there. Better hurry down to the bank and borrow some money. I want to get those 2 rabbits. Hello?
This is Gribbons of the post office. What are you going to do about those 4 rabbits?
4 rabbits? I only had 2.
There is no such thing as 2 rabbits.
Kenny, I'm leaving for the bank. In case I get any phone calls, have them all switched over there, will you?
Yeah, who are you going to see at the bank?
Well, I want to borrow $25. I guess I better go right to the top. I'll see the president of the bank. He ought to know a good investment when he hears about it.
Yeah, well, Alan, when you talk investments to the president of any bank these days, he'll tell you about the finest investment anybody can make.
You mean war bonds?
You bet I do.
Well, that's why I need to borrow the money. I just bought a bond.
And just think what buying your one little bond will help to do. Your one little war bond. That money will go with other war bond money to furnish bullets and tanks and planes to the fighting Yanks. Medicine, clothes, food. Why, there isn't a more profitable investment you could make today than putting your money into victory. And victory we will have if all of us keep buying and holding on to our war bonds. There's still a hard fight ahead. The soldiers and sailors and Marines are more than willing to see it through, but they must have the fighting equipment to back them up. And listen, the quicker they get it, the quicker they'll be back. So make sure that every extra dollar you have is going into war bonds. Get your employer to take money for bonds out of your pay every payday. The payroll savings plan is really the best and surest way, the fairest and easiest way for all of us to get every extra cent into war bonds. And when you get those war bonds, hold on to them. You'll never find a fighting man selling his gun for a useless luxury. And now here is Peter Van Steeden and his orchestra to play Billy Marlene.
The bank where I'm going to get the money for my rabbits. Well, this is the place I want. Executive officers. 14th vice president, 13th vice president, 12th vice president, 3rd vice president. Manpower shortage. Here we are, office of the president. Oh, I'll go right in. Excuse me, are you the president?
Yes, but just a moment. My assistant wants me.
Oh.
Yes, what is it, Watkins?
Well, Mr. J.C. Higginbottom is a little short this week and would like to borrow about $17 million.
Well, don't bother me about it. Take it out of the petty cash. All right, son. Stick your eyes back in and state your business.
Well, I'm Alan Young, and I want to borrow $25.
Oh, you mad, impetuous boy, you.
Could I get the 25 right away?
Of course. How would you like it, heads or tails? Now, before we make the loan, can you show me your collateral?
I'm sorry, it hasn't come back from the laundry yet.
No, let me put it this way. Can you produce a co-signer?
What's a co-signer?
A co-signer is a dope with a fountain pen. Now, of course, if you have a business, we can make an investment. Last month, we financed a shipbuilder who made 12,000 poop decks, but he had to quit.
What happened?
All pooped out.
Well, I want the money to raise rabbits.
Well, why don't you raise dogs? They're more intelligent. Why, I taught my little dog how to sit up and beg.
Yeah, it's wonderful.
It certainly is. Yesterday he took in $7.
My mind is set on rabbits.
Well, why don't you raise snapping turtles? There's something that's always in demand. I put a snapping turtle at the foot of my bed every night.
Oh, what's the idea of that?
Well, I like a quick bite before I go to sleep.
Well, it's too late for me to change. I've got 4 rabbits already. I'll take it. Hello?
This is Griffiths of the post office.
What are you going to do about those 8 rabbits?
8 rabbits? I thought I only had 4.
Time marches on.
Well, now, Mr. Young, I'm ready to lend you an ear.
Well, I was sort of counting on $25. Oh, you see, I want to raise rabbits and make money.
You make money?
Yeah.
Mr. Young, everybody in this town knows that you're nothing but a dope.
I am not a dope.
You are a dope.
I am not a dope.
You are a dope.
All right, you talked me into it. Look, I'll make a final offer. You give me the money and I'll divide the rabbits with you 50-50.
Oh, come, Young. This is no time to split hairs. Now, look, I'm a very busy man.
I don't care. I'm desperate. I got to have a place to put all these rabbits.
Young, let me tell you something. You don't have the right business approach at all.
I don't?
No, I'll show you. You just step outside my office, knock on the door again, and I'll show you your mistake.
Gee, you will? That's swell of you. Knock again? I'm getting somewhere. This guy's a wonderful sort of... Hey in there, open the door.
What for?
You said you'd show me my mistake.
I am. Your mistake was in stepping outside.
Well, fine thing. No money, no nothing. Sometimes I wish I was a rabbit. They take your wool, make it into yarn. They take the yarn, make it into sweaters. You know, you get next to some of the best people that way. Whenever you feel blue, you can always drown your sorrows with a good drink of rabbit punch. Gee, I wonder what happens when a rabbit gets drunk. Probably sees Frank Fay. Gee, somebody in one of these offices ought to have money. Here's the attorney for the bank. Maybe he can help me.
Well, right through the door. Hello there. It's a nice, it's a nice day there, son.
Oh. Counselor Carton Branch, what's new?
Nothing at all. Come in, boy. Come into my office.
Thanks.
That's the door there. Sit down, boy. Sit down. I'm very proud today. This is an anniversary. 10 years ago, 10 years ago, they tore down the house I was born in to make room for a vacant lot. A lot, incidentally, which is still standing today.
The lot's still standing. That's nice. Well, look, I'm trying to borrow a little.
Yeah, well, don't talk while I'm interrupting, son. Say, what's wrong with you anyway? You look worried, kind of. Cheeks are pale, especially around the face.
Yes, I am worried, Counselor. How did you know?
Why, that's my business boy. Business boy, that is. Yes, indeed. Well, what's bothering you? I can hear when help is needed. My ears are very sensitive to trouble. Very sensitive.
Yeah, I need $25.
What did you say, boy?
I said, I need $25 very badly. Will you lend it to me?
Son, you're an old friend of mine, and I can't say no. So my answer is positively impossible. You see, boy, pay attention now, son. You see, lending money makes enemies. Years ago, I lent $25 to a striptease dancer. She wouldn't pay me back.
Well, what did you do?
Had to slap a suit on her. That's a joke, son.
Yeah, I see. But, Counselor, I need the money. I'm going to the rabbit business. Yeah, I got 8 rabbits already. Hello?
This is Gribbons in the post office. What are you going to do about those 16 rabbits? Well, you better do something about it. I'm getting nervous.
Why?
Well, they stand around all day and keep singing, "Don't fence me in." Now, look, you better send some food over.
Food?
Yeah, they've even started to chew the magazines. They're eating me out of house and garden.
Try to hold them, Mr. Gribbons. I'll be right down with some vegetables. Counselor Carton.
Yeah, if it's vegetables you want, boy, go right down to Crotchmeyer's Market in the next block.
Yeah, but I haven't got
Just down the stairs and turn right.
Yeah, but I need...
Just ask them for a nickel's worth of vegetables, but see that they don't put in too many watermelons. Goodbye, son. Nice boy. They talk too much.
Gee, there's that Sophie Crutchmeyer. I'm scared of that manhunter. They say she has a charge account at the Marriage License Bureau.
What can I do for you?
Yeah, well, your father always waits on me. Where is he?
Poor Daddy. He had a terrible accident. Almost lost him in the briny deep.
What happened?
He fell into a barrel of dill pickles.
That's too bad. I'd like a head of lettuce.
He left the entire business in my hands. But it really needs two people to run a store, like a wife and husband. Are you interested in vegetables?
Yeah, I'd like a head of lettuce.
Do you think I'm hard to look at?
Oh, no. I've seen him harder looking than you.
I've been told that I'm the image of Roseland Russell.
No, you mean Rosalind Russell.
I hang around Roseland.
All I want is a head of lettuce for my rabbits.
How can you be so aloof? I'm starved for your affections. Garnish me with your kisses. Smother me with your embrace.
Are you making love or ordering a hamburger?
But I have so much to offer. I have legs like Betty Graber. I have shoulders like Lana Turner. I have a form like Dorothy Lamour.
Have you got a head like a lettuce?
Oh no, I cannot resist you. I'm going to hold your hand in mine. Now I'm going to squeeze it.
Gee, that's going to leave a mark.
Why should we wait any longer? Come on. Let's have a runaway marriage.
Good, I'll start running now.
Then you're not interested, huh?
I've already got a girl, Betty Cooper. I got a business, too. I'm raising rabbits. They're at the post office now, and I want you to send over all the vegetables they need.
Well, how many rabbits have you got?
I got 16. Hello?
This is Gribbons at the post office.
Yes?
You have 32. Will you try for 64?
Eureka! I'm the Rabbit King of America!
Hello, Alan. Where are you going?
I'm over to Betty's house, Kenny. I'm going to borrow some money from her father.
Oh, that's right, those rabbits. By the way, how is the fur business getting along?
Oh, looking up, Kenny, looking up.
Well, looking up is good, but looking forward is more important.
Looking forward, Kenny, to what?
To the future, to the days when this war will be over. We're asked to buy war bonds now to help finance the tremendous flow of weapons and equipment going to our fighting men in every theater of war. That in itself should make us all want to buy all the war bonds we possibly can afford, and even some we can't afford. But then there's another angle. War bonds are a swell investment for the future because we can make money on them. For every $3 loaned to our government today, you will receive $4 when the bonds mature. That's the best way to plan for financial security, for your old age, for your children's education, for the new home or car or even the airplane you're going to buy after the war. The buying and holding of your war bonds will ensure a healthy, prosperous post-war America. But most of all, it's going to help get that fighting equipment to the guys who need it most. Take a look at tonight's paper. You'll see where they need it. In frozen foxholes, on wet, bloody beachheads, in a sky full of screaming ack-ack fire. Gee, money is a small thing to give when you think of what the boys are giving. And remember, they don't get that $4 for every 3 deal. And now, here's our glamorous singing star, Diane Courtney, to sing Sweet Dreams, Sweetheart.
Good night, sweet dreams. Tomorrow's another day. Till then, sweet dreams, sweetheart. Good night, sleep tight. I'll see you along the way in dreams, sweet dreams, sweetheart. May angels up above watch over you and keep you safe, my love, until the dawn breaks through. Good night, sweet dream. Tomorrow's another day. Good night, sweet dream, sweetheart. Good night, dawn breaks through. Good night, sweet dreams, tomorrow's another day. Good night, sweet dreams, sweet
Kenny, thanks for walking me over to my girl Betty's house. Her father's my last hope, you know. If he doesn't lend me the $25, I don't know what I'll do.
Yeah, but I thought her father didn't like you.
Oh, don't be silly. Why, every time I come to his house, he begs me to take a drink. Once he even got me as far as the medicine chest. Maybe he'll lend it to me when he finds out I'm going into the rabbit business.
Yeah, well, so long, Alan, and good luck.
Thanks, Kenny. Hope she's in. Hello, Betty.
Hello, Mr. Young. I'm so glad you came. Thanks for sending me that beautiful Valentine poem. Did you make it up yourself?
I copied it off a telephone booth. So touching. Roses are red, violets are blue. Trafalgar 68742. Say, Betty, is your father home? I have something very important to ask him. See, I'm planning to take on new responsibilities.
Mr. Young, this is so sudden. Honestly, I won't need much.
I know, Betty, but I'm thinking of the others. There'll be lots of little mouths to feed.
I wouldn't mind that. I'd love to take care of them. What color eyes do you think they'll have?
Probably pink.
Well, I'll love them anyway. I'll take care of them from morning to night.
No, Betty, I'm not going to have you spend your days in the cellar. Of course, in the summer, you just let them run around loose. They come back in the fall.
Mr. Young, how can you be so cruel?
Well, the best authorities say they're healthier when they're way out in the open. That's what gives them those big bushy tails.
Mr. Young, what are you talking about?
Rabbits. I'm going to raise rabbits.
Rabbits?
Yeah, I got 64. I had to open my big mouth.
What's the matter?
I got 128 rabbits. 256 rabbits. Betty, this is serious. I could be arrested.
What for?
I'm in the numbers racket. 512. I better answer it. Hello? Hello?
That's the door, not the telephone. Answer the door.
Oh, hello, door. Oh.
I'm Mr. Gribbins, formerly of the post office.
Hello. I'm awfully sorry for all the trouble I caused you, Mr. Gribbins.
Oh, I had to take those rabbits home with me, and it's been horrible around the house. We had to live in the attic. Those rabbits were all over the place. They even got mixed up with my kids.
Well, surely you could tell the difference.
Sure, my kids are the ones with the long ears. Now, look, Mr. Young. Mr. Young, I couldn't stand it any longer. I brought the rabbits with me. They're on the front lawn. They're on the front porch. They're all over the house. I don't want them. You can't have them. They're yours. Yours. I'm free. Do you hear me? I'm free.
Gosh, look at those rabbits all over the lawn. What are you going to do without them?
Betty, don't get excited. Just be calm, cool like me. I'm not flustered.
Oh, Mr. Young, I'm so proud of you. You have a brain in your head.
Ah, get it out! Well, it looks like I'm in the fur business, I guess. I better go outside and get a few skins. Betty, where's an axe?
Oh, Mr. Young, please be careful.
Oh, Betty, don't be so childish. I've been in dangerous situations before. I'm hardened to it. Once in Canada, my guide and I were in a tent playing two-handed rummy. Suddenly, a huge bear charged inside. I picked up a chair, and I let him have it.
Mr. Young, what happened?
We played three-handed rummy. Well, Betty, here I go. All right, rabbits. This is it, see? Hey, you. You with the buck teeth. Come here. Now, I'll just take this axe and I'll raise it and I'll get it. Hey, come back here. And give me back that axe. Stop to think of it. Why should I pick you for my victim? Let's do this fairly. This is a democracy, isn't it? Now, everybody line up. Look, I got to dispose of some of you guys, and we may as well face it. Now, are there any volunteers? Thank you. I'll just lay him out in the block like this, and I take the axe and I raise it, and I gee, his eyes are so big. They're looking at me. Well, I'll turn him over and hold onto his neck like this. Then I can raise the axe and his fur is so soft. Ah, what the heck? It's just a rabbit. Maybe he's a family man. I can't go through with it. I can't do it. Look, I'm going to give you 400 rabbits a chance to escape, see? I'm going to close my eyes and count to 3. When I finish counting, I want all 400 of you to be gone. 1, 2, 3. Now look, you 800 rabbits. Get out of here. I'm going to give you one more chance. 1, 2, 3. Now look, you can't do it. Now, friends, I'd like all of you to join me in honoring the Boy Scouts of America on their 35th birthday. You know, the pattern for lasting peace isn't new or startling. Scouts the world over have practiced it for 2 generations. We'd all do well to remember the Boy Scout Week slogan, Scouts of the world, brothers together. Let's remember it, shall we, and try to live up to it. And so now, on behalf of Diane, Ken, Peter, myself, in fact, all of us, we want to thank you for being with us tonight. And don't forget the 2 products that make our Tuesdays together possible, Sal Hepatica for the smile of health, and Mum for your winning charm. Sal Hepatica, Mum. Good night.
This program has been presented in cooperation with the drug, cosmetic, and allied industries by the Bristol Myers Company on behalf of the Treasury's War Bond Campaign.
Blue Network.